dialing in for another day, and we sure do appreciate, as always, you being with us. Don't forget, just some business here. Rick and Bubba, best of on Friday, and a Rick and Bubba replay on Monday, Memorial Day weekend dead ahead, and we thank you, as always, for making the Rick and Bubba show today part of your schedule. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. Good Time Gang is live. What's up, boys?
Hello.
Hello. How are y'all? How is everyone today?
Good.
Let's go.
A little later start than I wanted. I was kind of scrambling around, and a little later night than I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what happens with a graduation. We can get into that later, but
About that.
oh, so many things, Speedy, that you would have seen and been like, oh my.
Yeah.
Dad didn't start the night off good for me, and I should be appreciative of this, but it was like, I don't like confrontation with things like saving seats.
Oh.
Okay. Can't stand
I
it.
hate to save seats.
Well, I don't.
Graduation.
I'm a guy that we don't save seats. You get there and you sit down, and some guy.
What about those people that save like a whole row?
Well, Dad wasn't having it.
Oh, no.
And so I told Amanda, I said, listen, we walked down, and this guy, look, he had a camera, and he had a whole entire row saved.
See that?
And there was some nice ladies that said, hey, look, y'all can, there were 6 of us at the time. Y'all can sit here. It was me, Amanda, Caroline, Maddie, and Amanda's parents. My parents weren't there yet. And so we go in and sit down in the row before, and all of a sudden I see Dad, and I'm like, hey, I was like, why don't y'all come down here and I'll go somewhere else?
Yeah, because you knew what was going to happen.
And Dad was like, nah, it's a row behind you. And I said, nah, he's saving me. You can't do that. And he just went and sat right behind us and just basically said, the guy never said anything to him.
Were you?
The guy never said anything to him. And all I could think was, so this guy's going to have to move Dad. And so him and Mom, and
you were waiting for the family to show up for that guy.
Yes, and he was immovable, and he was like, "Listen, you can't. We're not going to save whole rows." Kept saying it, and I was like, "Oh gosh."
I agree with him, but I don't know if I'd have done it.
I know. Well, it's Mac Daddy. Yeah. Like he's just going to do what he's going to do.
I appreciate him doing it.
Yeah. And I did too. After it was
if you want to save a couple of seats that are right next to you, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But when you mark the whole, now everybody else we've all got here.
Yeah. And Dad didn't get the ones close to him. He got the ones on the other side of the end of the other row.
Yeah.
And
I can understand
he wasn't having
it because it is a cluster trying to get into these college campuses or wherever graduation is, and you got people coming from different cities. It's hard to get there at the same time. So within reason, it's like, hey, we might be 10 minutes off each other here, and so I'm trying to get us all together. But saving them for like 30 minutes and then being that's a little different. That's
you go
tough.
look there in the parking lot.
Right? Yeah, we're trying to get in here and I got everything saved. Sorry about this, but grandparents are coming and all that. That's understandable, but.
The Dad wasn't having it. He didn't care who was coming.
Can't do it.
It could have been the governor.
So I got to know.
He didn't care.
He declared you can't do that.
Because see, I got to know how you did, how you got through that. Because that's
for the first 5 minutes, I acted like I didn't know who he was.
This in here wouldn't have made it.
Oh, I wouldn't have made it.
And
that's because I would have been focused on what's behind me more than what's my son graduating. You know, I've been looking over my shoulder the whole time, waiting on that guy's family to show up. What happened?
I guess some of his family showed up and sat there, and some of them didn't. I don't know, but.
Can't do
and I'm going this route.
Can't do that. Can't do it.
And he was immovable on it. And it
Can't
never.
And
thankfully, the guy was just like, whatever. He didn't really do anything.
Yeah. Kudos to the guy. You got to pick your battles.
Sure. Yeah.
And he saw, I ain't messing with that
this
guy.
He thought this guy's immovable. Yeah. And he's,
You know what also tells you, the guy, he was forced into doing it. He probably didn't really want to do it anyway.
Right.
And he's like, I'm not going to sit here and
I started
argue.
going this angle.
I know I'm a VIP.
Hey, we really need to be, why aren't we all sitting together? We need to be spread out so we can get different angles of the pictures.
That's so you.
Sense,
that's so you. That makes no sense at all.
Absolutely, it makes sense. We get different angles of pictures and video. If we're all sitting in the same spot, we all got the same video.
Oh my God!
I love your angle.
That was. I thought
appreciate you trying.
Hey, stay with it, buddy.
I thought it was brilliant.
That was legit.
But we were.
I thought it was.
But we were all together, and for some reason that that matters. I don't know why, because you sit there for you know,
wanna know
2.5
why?
hours.
I got an idea because you're
And-
family.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're sitting in a.
You can still see it no matter where you're at.
Exactly.
You're at the graduation.
We're not there to be together. We're there to watch our son
'Cause it ain't like
graduate.
you're going to have a conversation during the ceremony.
Right. I mean,
Sure, it's a
I
good
love
point.
y'all's angle on
it
this.
As long as
sound-
everybody's
it
in
sa-
the
That
building.
sounds good, but nobody is
Just stay
like,
with it, buddy.
Yeah.
Stay with it.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter who I sit by.
You hear me?
I mean, just as long as we're we're there for him, not us to sit down together.
I got a seat somewhere.
Yeah. But we were together. We were
I'll
together.
do that before I ask
so
And
somebody
it
to
made,
save
made no difference that we were together, but we were there together.
Yeah, I won't
that's
ask
good.
somebody to save seats for me because I don't want to put them in that handle. I'll say, look, I'll try to get there.
Yeah.
When I was so if you've ever been in Sanford's Arena, you know, you have the lower bowl and then you have the upper, and the upper's right there next to the lower. And
You
so
just have no backrest.
I didn't know
you
that,
know.
but I said, y'all come down here and I'll go up there. That's fine.
This is so good.
And
I
because
said
I
the
didn't
same
want
thing to avoid all that.
It wasn't to
Oh, no, I
avoid
would've.
family; it was to avoid confrontation.
No, that's right.
that's
To avoid
exactly-
to avoid that conversation,
exactly
I would
what
have
I'd have
definitely
done.
gave my seat up.
And so, that's what I was. Y'all come down here. I'll just go up there, you know. And all of a sudden, I mean, never even thought that was an option. Never once.
So tell me what he said standing up at the end of the road.
No, you can't save that many seats.
Yeah, he's came up with that rule.
And just sat down. Hey, and just sat down.
can't.
And I thought, I just did this. I thought, here we go.
You couldn't believe
Did you do with that? Did you put your head down?
Yeah, I did.
What did Amanda do? Was she whispering to you? Oh,
Amanda
my God.
thinks it's funny a lot of times.
Oh, okay.
And that bothers me because I think she laughs at Mac Daddy because she knows it bothers me. Like I think that's part of it. I don't
all
think
right.
she really thinks it's funny half the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I think she just knows that it's funny that it gets to me.
I get that. What is
Yeah.
it about the wives that laugh when we're in handles? Like,
Of course, Caroline and Maddie were loving it.
Yeah. Oh,
They
were
were,
they?
hoping, they were hoping for
oh,
a
yeah.
confrontation.
Yeah, Terry will like when the boys. We don't do it, of course, as much now because they're grown men. But when we would wrestle and it would be like 3-on-1, and I was in a handle, she's just over there just laughing.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I'm in pain. I'm hurting. I'm fighting off three guys
Your
here,
expense.
and you're laughing at me. And Amanda's laughing at you because you're in a handle. Yeah. I know Lisa laughs when you are.
Yeah.
She looks out the window and something don't crank, and you start beating it to, you know, and she's just in there laughing.
Then she gets mad about it.
Right.
Let's tell me about it.
Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, all that.
I get that a lot.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad you made it through it, buddy. And Braden is a graduate,
about that?
and now he's off to his to the next chapter.
Yeah. Amanda keeps telling me, hey, listen, and she's right. Hey, listen, he's not going anywhere tomorrow. Would you quit like planning this stuff around him leaving? Mm-hmm. Like
Yeah.
he's
They
going
don't
to be here
report-
all summer.
Yeah, they don't report
Right.
tomorrow.
And-
Well, you're
by
gonna
the
blink,
way-
though, to your point,
know.
the summer's going to be over.
I know.
Did y'all go out to eat afterwards?
No, I think it was after 9 o'clock.
Good night.
Y'all won't believe how long we had to be in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hard-working Americans just like you. You need Tax Network USA at tnusa.com/Bubba. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation by calling 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. 855-6000. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. College baseball season, conference championship tournaments are taking place all over the country. If you're SEC fans today and you're listening live, they start early, 10:30 a.m. on the SEC Network. Georgia and LSU play it says about 30 minutes after game one, so kind of do the math on that one. It's Alabama and South Carolina. Then the third game today is Vanderbilt and Florida. And then tonight we have Mississippi State and Ole Miss. It's a big one. It's probably ended up being a little bit later than you want once you get everything dialed in, probably 8:30 or something like that. But that's day one's action of the SEC baseball tournament, Hoover, Alabama at the Hoover Met. And SEC Network has all of the action. And I know other conference play is cranking up, and so good luck to everyone. It's always fun. People come in from all over the place and stay here at our flagship market. So welcome in if that's you today or you're headed this way. All right, so we are kind of recapping last night's Braden Helms graduation ceremony. It was held at Sanford, and I understand from reports, and I hope I have this right, there were 3 pretty big high schools that had their graduation yesterday. And I'm talking about one after another, spaced out by
in
a couple
the same
of
buildings,
hours.
everything?
Yes. Yeah. And it was, I think, Helena, Hoover, and Vestavia all had it. And that's different high schools that they were able to pull that off.
If that's true, that's incredible because we got there at 5. The doors opened at 7, started at 7. The plan was to get there. The doors open at 6. So we were planning to get there about 5:30. 5:45, and so we did that. We left the house at 5:30. We were on campus, found a park where you told me to park.
Was that okay? Was that good?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. And so
line was so long you couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I slid in the parking spot and I thought, where did all these people come from? When I got up to the door, we had about 5 minutes before they opened the door, so that was fine.
Okay.
We had a little shady area. It wasn't too hot.
Yeah.
We go in, we sit down, and, of course, now the wait begins, okay? After Mac Daddy's declared you can't save seats, and we all find a seat.
Now suddenly he's an usher, and he's taking control. I understand.
Yeah, there's a few seats on the other side, and he's like, yeah, just go ahead.
He's telling people, go ahead and sit down, and they're not even
He says,
in
you
there.
know what, you can't save a row.
Can't do that.
So then you get that, okay, we're sitting here till 7 o'clock, till it starts. And so about 6:45, Maddie and Caroline need to use the restroom. And I was like, you know what? I probably need to go too because we're going to be here a while. There's over 400 kids, between 400 and 500 kids that are going to be called out at some point. They've got a little thing to do before and a couple people speaking here or there. So we got the, Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem. And so going to be here a while. And so I started timing. I would time when they started calling out the rows. Of course, Braden's an H, so he's on the he's not up front, but he's a little closer than the middle.
Yeah.
So when he goes and everything's fine, I start timing how long it takes for each row to go around and sit down.
Doing the math. I love it.
And so then I did the math on what was left, and Caroline was like, "Why are you running your stopwatch?
Yeah, what are
right
you
now?"
doing?
And I said, "I'm trying to see how much longer we got." And so figured that out and told them, and I was off by like a minute and a half, which I thought was pretty good.
Yeah.
And so
that is good.
The crowd, the first 100 kids, everybody was kind of quiet. Nobody's saying a word, and they said it first. Hold your applause to the end, which I always think that's a wasted breath. But the first 100 kids, maybe 150, people listened. People were respectful of what the guy said.
Then they got a little punchy.
And then it took one person screaming.
And then nobody did anything about it and let them get away with it. And then, boom.
Then all of a sudden, about every fifth or sixth name that was called, you had a reaction. And that became a bit to a lot of people, especially the first 150 that didn't do anything because they were wanting to do what they were told to do.
And then your dad stood up and told everybody, shut the hell up.
Yeah, right. Y'all be quiet, but now if you want to sit over here, come on.
Of course, he thinks that kind of stuff's funny. So anytime that happens, I can hear him back there cackling.
Okay.
And so we get through all
always
the
impressed with the person reading their names. I'm so impressed.
Was impressed with that.
A lot of names.
Incredible.
Funny names.
Incredible.
Y'all able... Gosh,
some of the names are tough.
Oh, listen, you got 400 and something kids from probably there's some from many different cultures and
don't you know when they're done they're just like
I know. And I felt bad for the camera guy. There was a photographer that stood on a ladder and took a picture the entire time. He goodness gracious. So we got through with it. We were done.
How long did it last?
All right, so I know
because I'm trying to do the math because I'm wondering because Terry's the one that told me because we actually have a friend that graduated. Her daughter graduated from Helena, so I know that was yesterday there.
Okay,
they do the same thing at Pete Matthews.
But I'm just saying if you didn't get out there till 9 o'clock, there's no way.
Well, it was a little before 9, so it was so it started at 7.
I just wonder if she had it wrong.
We pulled up
3 or 2.
We pulled up at Chick-fil-A last night near our house. So think about where that's at.
Okay,
so it's 10 minutes away from Sanford. At 8:55. We had no problems. We walked.
Okay.
Braden was like, "Hey," I asked Amanda. I said, "Listen, we've all got all these pictures. Do we need anything else from him?" She's like, "No." I said, "Okay, well, I'm just going to tell him. We'll see him when we get home because it was crowded." And so I told Braden, I said, "We'll see you at the house at some point." And then he was going to leave and go do something with his buddies again. But anyway, so we left. There was no traffic getting out of there. There was no problems getting to the car. And so it was, I would probably say, an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Well, they do, yeah.
It wasn't bad. And you watch
All
these
right.
things, like, this is how my mind works. I'm watching this play out because you have some time on your hands. Like,
Sure.
Maddie and I can only play Wordle. There's only one Wordle word for the day. So I'm sitting there just kind of studying the whole thing. And I'm thinking, how do we make this more efficient for everybody? And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think you can. Like, if you want everybody there
That's about as good as
together,
you can get.
they got it dialed in about as good as you can do it.
Yeah.
Like, they really do. Other than the seat-saving thing where people don't like and all that, and I get both sides of that, I don't really think, as far as from the time the presentation starts till it ends, that they can do they do a stand-up efficient job.
Mhm.
And to your point about the guy calling the names
I
out,
don't, that's what
it's remarkable.
Yeah. I don't,
They,
get it. I don't know how
I
they
don't
do
know
it.
at what point, when my kids were in school, they graduated at their school. They
Mhm.
didn't go to it. Then they
Right.
started doing this where they do it at Pete Matthews, and I can't think. But
So
now,
they even
first of
do
all-
it now for
yeah.
the smaller schools
Yeah, and
like
first
that?
of all,
Because that's the
there's
way
not-
we were when I grew up.
There's
We
not
just
as
did it in
many
the gym.
students, so they can probably get it. But it seems to me like some of them even hold it like at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Like the
Yeah.
first group starts early. But yeah,
We've had it
They
different.
started doing it years ago, I
Yeah.
think, at Pete Matthews.
Well-
but when my kids, obviously when I was in school, but that was so long ago it doesn't matter. But when my kids were in school, they graduated at their school.
Well, how
Yeah.
about we graduated at Gadsden State?
Oh, really?
Glencoe did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
I don't know if they still do that, but that's what we did.
Tyler and them being, he finished up at Pelham. They did it just at the Pelham Civic Center where the Birmingham Bulls play and all that.
Okay.
They did that there. Now, JC, they graduated, which I think was chancy, but it was right around that, 2020 COVID and all that. They actually graduated at the football stadium.
That's where my kids
and all the kids were on the field, whatever. That was very
They
nice.
had two plans. They would go, if it's bad weather, we'll take it inside to
Okay.
the but it was both of my kids graduated on the football field.
Yeah, and then Reese was at Sanford, and I think they've gone to more of those big, universities or
UAB
whatever
and
to take
Sanford
out
do a lot of the
the
Birmingham.
weather situation.
Yeah, it seemed
Because
like a few
these
years ago-
classes are so big, they're too big to
I
get
know.
into anything like.
No,
you have at the
listen.
school.
We were in Sanford's basketball arena last night, and you couldn't have got another person in there.
Yeah.
Like, that's how many people were in
Right.
there.
I think some people, when they started doing this, where I'm from, were mad. They didn't like it. Everybody wanted to graduate from their school. But
Yeah.
I think now everybody's pretty much settled into
Listen,
it.
I thought it was about as far as that goes, is about as smooth as it could go.
Yeah, it's
Well
just-
done, Vestavia
Yeah,
Hills.
yeah. Just getting in there, getting the part, but you only have to do it one time, right?
Well, I got to go
Not
back
like-
next year.
Right. I'm just saying one
No, I
time per
know.
kid, though. So it's not like you got to do it every year. So I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be right back. Congratulations to them, though.
Rick and Bubba.
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com. Debt. Woo, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now. amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba to the Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, 25 minutes until top of the hour, kickoff hour. We are off and running, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We appreciate you being with us today. Don't forget, no RBU this week. Memorial Day weekend dead ahead. Friday, it's a best of show, and then Monday, it is a Rick and Bubba replay for your Memorial Day. So hopefully some of you have an extended weekend where you can enjoy time with family and friends, and we thank you for being with us here today. I was looking at something because, you know, we talk about Coach Dunn from time to time, Helmsy, a good friend of ours, head coach at UAB Baseball. I was sitting here looking at some of the tournaments that start today, and I noticed it says here 8 a.m. they play Wichita State in the American Athletic Tournament. 8 a.m.
kicking it off early. That
Good
means that they had to
gracious.
probably get up at 4:30 or
Oh,
5.
no.
They're probably listening to the kickoff.
I
hour.
guess this is right. Yeah, I wonder if he's up playing pickleball.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
That's funny.
So 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central, LSU, Georgia, in the SEC, and then you got Big 12 starting today. ASUN, you got all kind. Big 10, they're all cranking up today. So good luck to everybody. There's a story out that Greg and I were looking at, Helms, just before you stepped in, that had this Daredevil. Have you seen this guy that walked a tightrope between skyscrapers in L.A.?
No.
There's footage out. He has.
People
Understand,
are
he has
crazy.
no harness on of any kind, doing it illegally. Cops are chasing him. It's a Daredevil named Reckless Ben. Everybody's looking for fame on YouTube. And
Now, these people that get in these buildings
don't
and
get
hang
it.
off with one arm and walk tight ropes, and I don't understand.
I don't either. I do not.
How do
Anyway,
you get to that point?
he's in trouble in Los Angeles after a wild stunt where he walked a tightrope between two buildings while police were after him. He decided to give a short interview to a Los Angeles TV crew too. Now, don't forget too, Greg, in the footage, you've also got his buddies that are filming him. So they're up
with
there
him.
sitting on a beam on this building. I just don't get
And
it,
I think
man.
isn't it an abandoned building that was never finished? or
Yeah,
something?
that's what it looked like to me. Yeah. Have you seen the old footage of these skyscrapers and the guys that were working in the construction
my
crews,
goodness.
and they're just sitting there on one of these beams, like eating lunch?
Yes. And you see you ever seen how they'd heat the rivets up? And they had to heat them. They would throw them, and this guy had like a funnel. He'd catch them in, and then they'd dry. It's just amazing. And they built these huge buildings with no more technology than they had. It's unbelievable.
I mean, they're just sitting there like they're at
They're
a
on them
park
beams
bench.
eating a sandwich.
Yeah, and they got their lunchbox open and they're eating a sandwich, and they're up there where the clouds are.
And listen, no fall protection in those days.
No.
Nobody had a harness.
No,
They were just,
no, golly.
And this Daredevil don't have any, obviously.
He doesn't. And here's him talking about it a little bit.
So the police are definitely after me, which is why it's very risky for me to be doing this interview. There's a police officer right there. If that police officer just turns his head and looks at me, I'm in jail. So it's like, I don't know. But with great risk comes great rewards. It was very scary. I was looking down because like when you get scared, you start to shake, and then when you shake, the line shakes, then you fall off. And then I didn't want to fall, so you just have to calm your mind.
I don't want to fall. You don't think you're at the top of a skyscraper. It's called, Greg, LA's Graffiti Towers. It's an abandoned high-rise that's been dubbed that name by the locals there in LA. That's one of the ones that he was tied to.
Good night.
But I mean, they had to go through the process of tying down the tightrope and getting it the way. So
Yeah,
did
just
all
getting
that
up there.
happen and authorities not see him up there?
I don't guess.
I guess
You know,
not. Maybe they
nobody's
don't.
paying
Maybe
attention.
like me, they don't look up enough.
It's on up there.
Yeah.
I don't. These videos. I mean, if these people that go up these antennas and
I
this-
don't get
all
it.
This, and they'll get their camera and hang by one hand.
Yes, like they're on monkey bars
What
in
are they?
the school.
Watching
yard.
it makes you start getting like the heaves.
Yes.
Just watching it.
They're not on the playground. They're way up there.
No, they're way up. Of course, they'll fall every now and then. We'll have a casualty. You'll have
okay.
a story about somebody trying to be sharp and fail.
You've heard all these stories about how people, we all experience different things. We're all different, and some people, when it comes to fear and stuff like that, they don't.
Evidently not.
They don't experience it the way we do in certain situations. I wonder what scares that guy. Obviously, it's not heights, but I wonder if
Maybe it's spiders
if
or
he
something.
like when he gets on the interstate, if he's scared or something. You know what I mean? But he'll
know.
swing
Yeah.
like he's on monkey bars up there.
There's something wrong with
Guys, he walked across it with nothing. He wasn't tied down
it.
at all.
Don't get scared. You start shaking, you fall.
And it's a little homemade. I'm tying this down, and
How
we're
does
just
he even
doing
know
it.
it's going to hold him?
Like with a hoodie
I
on.
hope
There you
everybody
go.
tied it right. I hope my buddies were good when they helped me put it up here.
But that was one of the things I noticed is that somebody was filming him from the front, and then on the back I saw sitting on a beam, like we talked about those pictures. There was just a guy sitting there, and he wasn't tied down either.
Good night. Crazy.
You know those in the movies when somebody's chasing somebody, for some reason the final fight is at the very top of an like a sky rise that's not complete. That's kind of what it was like. They climbed all the way up to the very top.
Yeah.
That's the big end of a movie fight where they climb and everybody's chasing each other.
Fall.
Yeah, and they're punching each other, and all of a sudden one
And
falls.
the guy, he'll reach and save him.
Yeah.
And he pulls him up, and then he thinks they're going to be buddies, and they punch him in the head, and it starts back.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
They always throw that in there.
Yeah. And then for some reason, there's a crane involved always.
Oh, yeah,
and they walk the crane out.
Yeah.
And then they're swinging on the ball of the crane.
Yep. How about that?
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought we'd bring that up. Helmsy, here's what I'm going to do for you is that because I don't think, even though you're trying, and I appreciate you, buddy. I really do. You're trying to like visualize what it's like, and I'm not going to bore the radio audience with this, but I am going to just turn my laptop around so you can see one thing, and I think you're going to appreciate this more.
Appreciate it or think he's crazy?
Well, both. This is courtesy of the ABC 7 there in Los Angeles.
But this YouTuber may have taken the top spot, although done illegally.
And dangerously. Eyewitness News reporter Tim pointed.
Here we go.
Take a look. As we pan up to these buildings, you can see just how up he was. He used a line to walk a tightrope across the two towers here in downtown LA.
Here we go. Look.
So I'm between the two abandoned towers
he is
downtown
tied.
LA.
No, I do see him tied down. I do see that. Is that
on video? As you can see, he calls himself Reckless Ben. The 28-year-old posted this clip on his YouTube channel, pulling off this dangerous stunt. This happened earlier this month. These abandoned towers have become a popular spot for artists to create content and paint graffiti. Police are investigating Ben's behavior.
Is that a drone they have flying?
Probably.
And I do see now. Okay, I feel better. I do see where it looks like around his waist. Now, you could tell it's kind of homemade. They do have something tied around his waist back down to the actual tightrope. So, but he's dragging it.
A lot of them, though, that do all that crazy stuff don't have nothing.
I know.
They just hang by one hand.
Well, this guy, whatever he's using,
got a hoodie
the
on,
tight rope that he's walking on doesn't look stable at all.
No,
it doesn't. And what he's tied.
What, did he go to Lowe's or Home Depot before he went out there?
Yeah, I don't know. So does that help a little bit, what we were talking about?
Yeah, it does. Good. It's the guy's... I don't understand choices in life that you're making.
Yeah,
that's all.
I don't either. I don't see how they can do that.
It's called getting views.
And it's got to be a rush for him. Like, it's got to be a thrill.
These guys that do this stuff, you'll see them up there at nighttime, and just some of these videos are just crazy.
What is heights? Are either one of you? I know y'all don't like.
I hate heights.
Do you?
I don't even like if I go on a hike up like a mountain or something. I don't like looking off. Like, I don't like getting close to the edge kind of guy. Bothers me. Like, my continents change. Like, I just don't like it at all.
I don't think
countenance,
I
not
could be at
continents.
the top of abandoned skyscraper, but just heights like from like my old job, anywhere from to about, I don't know. I don't want to be on top of it.
Like climbing a pole or something like that.
See,
you're
none
okay
of that
with.
bothers me. I can climb a tree, hunting.
Just being on the edge of something.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying because, like, I've doing the skydiving and the hot air balloon. There was no problem with heights.
Yeah.
But you get me on the edge of something where I'm kind of looking over.
Yeah,
I don't like that either.
I don't like that
either.
But I've seen people that can't even get up on like a step ladder. They're like, you know, and I'm like, it's gonna be all right.
It's gonna be all
I
right.
think if you failed, you'd be okay.
Is that them trying to balance?
Yeah.
Huh? Is that the way you were doing? Is that them trying to balance on the ladder? Okay.
I can't change the light bulb.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866 We Be Big. What are you scared of? Oh, no, I'm kidding. All right, we'll take a break. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every leaf filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leafilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Summer starts now with Memorial Day appliance savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances from brands like KitchenAid. And right now, you can double your savings when you spend $2,500 or more. Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Offer valid through 6/5. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back. It is 10 minutes until time. It's just too good, Helmsy. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by zapmydebt.com. As we move along on this Tuesday, I want to ask a few serious questions. Are you far behind on your bills? You got stress when it comes to that? How many people do you owe money to? The next time your phone rings, is it a collection call? Are you screening those? There is nothing worse than owing someone something and being in debt. If you're falling further and further behind, it keeps you tossing and turning at night, and you just can't get away from it. The truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest cards, the rates are just you can't get out of it. Loans as well. It make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. So there's a new way out of the debt trap. It's zapmydebt.com. They have new aggressive strategists that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought was possible. For example, they'll help you cut or even eliminate interest. You can find a program to write off your balances and so you owe less. Stop those threatening phone calls, and they'll do it all without you having to file bankruptcy and without a loan. So bottom line is these folks will find every solution possible to end your debt and work with you permanently. Before you do anything, contact Zero Debt USA at zapmydebt.com and talk to them for free. You can find out how you can get this going at zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com altogether. And you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so
Zap it.
We're coming back now. We've been heavy on last night. The Brayton Helms graduating from high school, just because it brings so much comedy with Mac Daddy sitting down and just how the night went. There was something else, because anytime that you have family coming together, and that's, grandparents and everybody, then you're trying to get somewhere. Where do we meet? I'll just come to your house. And understand Amanda's parents came to your house. That was their method yesterday.
They did, yeah. And so they came. They got there a little before, probably around 5:15. Good timing. So we were trying, we were able to meet our goal in getting there the time we need. But there was a little. I had told Amanda there's something going on with Maddie, and I was trying to figure that out. And the dogs, I said, Amanda, if you don't put the dogs up, your parents are about to get here. They're going to go crazy. And so, of course, we didn't get to that until they got there. So the dogs went crazy.
Yeah, just like you predicted.
And so I know the night's going to be frustrating anyway. And I'm having in my mind to go really as close to hell as I can go, so that everything else is a good, it wasn't that bad kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the night went off great. Like, everything couldn't have been more efficient. Just, it was all good. But there was something that happened before we left the house that kind of caught everybody off guard. And so I hear, so Amanda puts the dogs up. I'm walking around the corner, and I hear Amanda say, "What are you doing, Mom?"
Oh, what are you doing, Mom?
Now, Amanda's mom doesn't see very well.
Okay.
And Alan, her dad, doesn't hear very well.
Make fun of that, Greg. See what you can do.
So
they can combo
it just is what it is, okay?
Together, yeah.
And so Alan is trying to come down the steps. Nell will not come down the steps. And she's trying to explain to him why she won't go down the steps. And I don't guess he could hear her because he's wanting to,
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden I hear, "Snake! There's a snake!"
Oh, no. You hate that.
And I thought, what in the world is going on? And so, and Alan's looking around like, "Don't see a snake now."
And you thought, well, that
don't see a snake.
So you think, okay, here I come.
She's screaming, "There's a snake! There's a snake!" and pointing, like adamant about it. And
was there a scream?
And Amanda, oh yeah,
was there?
And Amanda will not budge from that. Y'all know how many steps are to go down to that. Won't go past the third. We're at the top, and we will not take another step because there's a snake.
So she sees a snake. I wouldn't walk into a snake either. Would you, Greg?
And so Amanda comes around the corner and says, "Hey, evidently there's a snake up there. Can you go?" And I'm in the mode where, I'm going to let everybody know what kind of business I'm going to take care of tonight and kind of what kind of mood I'm going to go grab a snake and I'm going to sling it in the woods as far as I can. That's my thought. Don't care what kind of snake it is. Don't care. I'm going. I'm in attack. I'm in attack mode.
Oh wow!
I'm going to go grab it by its tail and I'm going to fling it in the woods as far as I can. If I get bit, I get bit. If I get bit and it's venomous, then I don't have to deal with graduation.
Okay. Well,
Like I mean, that's kind of the mode I'm in right now.
You're real serious about it.
So I go up and I'm not even like, I'm not tiptoeing up there. I go up there full bore looking for it. Like I'm ready on it. I'm on attack. And I'm like, I don't see a snake now. No, it's right there. It's right there. She's pointing. She's adamant. And it's where she's pointing is very close to me. And I'm just like, where's the snake? I don't see it. I'll get it. Where's that? Well, if you remember, I said, you can't see that well.
Right, right. It's just a part of age.
It's just aging. It's getting us all. Like I'm starting to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like it's undefeated.
I got readers on right now.
Well, she gets so adamant about pointing to a specific spot. She's convinced it's a snake, and then I'm like, oh, that's not a snake. And so it was a stick.
A stick
that had another little bitty stick up against it with a little leaf on it. And the leaf, I'll give her credit, the leaf looked like a head of a snake.
Yeah.
And the wind was kind of blowing it a little bit, and so it looked like a snake. Maybe I see where she could have thought that was.
You should have reached down and grabbed it and act like it bit you.
Oh, I can tell you that's exactly what I'd have done. Since you can't see,
I got it.
And so
it's venomous. Y'all back up.
What was funny?
Throw it at him.
What was funny is
hold this.
Remember what I said earlier about can't hear.
Yeah.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes later, hey, what happened to the snake?
Got that taken care of. Thank you.
That's great.
And so that's how we started our evening off. And so, but there was no snake. And look, we see snakes from time to time because they'll get in those railroad ties and stuff like that. And
hey,
they're the non-venomous ones too. So it was like I was fully expecting to go up there and see a snake.
Why didn't you act like you had
and,
it?
Well, I can't do that. Those steps are too high. Somebody get hurt.
Yeah.
But that's how we started our night off. And of course, Caroline was back doing her hair, so she knows none of this is going on. And so she hears the word, like later, she hears the word snake, and she's like, what are y'all talking about? Was there a snake? Like, I missed that whole thing. And I'm like, no, false alarm, no snake.
It was actually a stick.
It was actually
and Maddie couldn't comprehend that. She was like, I don't understand. Like, the snake is now a stick?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
What?
How'd that happen?
And I'm like, y'all stop. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Problem solved.
Let's go. Let's go.
Crocodile Dundee went in there and got it. We're good.
I do wonder if it would have been a snake, because I've gotten a little more dangerous with my snake issues. Like I'm not scared of them like I used to be.
Okay.
And I can tell, like, if that is a non-venomous snake, then I'll go in, kind of like what your dad do. Just grab them, just pick them up and throw them. So I'm kind of in that mode now. And if I'm unsure, then I don't come even close. Like I'm like, eh. Yeah. So I do wonder what I would have actually done. Because last year I grabbed one by the tail, slung it off the driveway. I just moved it off the driveway so people could get, you know.
Yeah. So you had an audience when you were doing this?
I don't know how many people were watching, but there were a few.
I know that you didn't want to, but just for maybe 10 seconds, act like you had it. Yeah. I really wish you'd have done that.
Fell down with it on.
Yeah.
Wrap it around your neck.
Right. And then go like running through the yard screaming, I got it. I just would have loved to have heard that.
What if I'd have acted like I'd have just bit its head off?
Yeah.
Spit it out.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See how that goes if Alabama joins them or not. I tend to think that Alabama will. If for no other reason, the famous Keeping Up with the Joneses, I don't think Alabama wants to look at Mississippi and go, wow, they did it and we haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a.
And I didn't realize after
after reading the story, it hit me that there's, I think, up to 11 states that have this in play. I mean, so it's not just like 2 or 3 like the media wants to tell you.
This is not new.
No, I mean, no, it's
just no one's talking about the other 11 states, which you ought to speak volumes.
But why is
that's
that?
a very good point Speedy made.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Are y'all sure about that?
Yeah,
I'm talking about the 100%. We are 100% back to the way we were before the pandemic.
There's some.
That's what Texas keeps saying. Texas is their governor. I mean,
I
governor.
thought Florida had been that way.
Florida's one of them.
me too.
You got Texas. You got Mississippi. I believe it's Iowa. And then some have never even had a mask mandate, like North Dakota, I believe.
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Was it South Dakota? It was one of the Dakotas.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
One in John Brown, Dakota.
Right. Well, we forget that there's places in the Midwest, in the heartland of America, that never really had a COVID problem.
Yeah.
And because they're all spread out, the population is different, and they have, as you all have just stated, they have lived their life differently than the rest of the country for a long time.
Yeah.
Because it's really not an issue there like it has been in the more populated, densely populated areas.
Yeah.
And
if you said this, I apologize, but the press conference for our state is today at 11.
It is today. Because at one time it was Friday, and I think they moved it up because everybody's already saying what she's going to say.
Our state is, when I say conservative, it's very conservative, even conservative in these issues, in that they would move very slow. So, as I said yesterday, if they're going to keep this in place, and I hope they don't, give us a very short window of time and say it will go dead at this time. We're not going to leave this open-ended anymore.
Yeah, it feels kind of. This is all kind of how we're living anyway. But I mean, but you got to have some official statement, and that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone stopping everyone and going, "Hey, where'd you mask?"
No, I
haven't experienced.
Not in our state. No, I haven't either. No. I've had some people say you got to go back to the car and get your mask if you walked up and forgot it.
Yeah.
At
but as
a
far as
restaurant,
like everywhere you move, hey, you know, somebody's going to, the police are going to call you out.
Guys, I've been. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying. Yes, I agree with you. There's been a lot of places where, the governor may not have made it official, but the people in that community had already kind of moved to a different setting.
Yeah.
But which is fine. It's
I just. If it happens and all, we just need it in the right order. Governors have some say, mayors may or may not. That's still up for debate. Store owners' private property, absolutely.
Yeah, that one to me is pretty simple.
Yeah.
If I can require certain things for you to be able to come into my private business, then the mask just falls into that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm all right with that.
Of course.
And then you make your decision as a consumer.
Yeah.
See, that's the way it ought to be.
Look,
that's how freedom works.
There's a restaurant.
Freedom for the business.
Yeah.
Freedom for the consumer.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy.
There's a restaurant near the farm that they just now, in the last 3 years, did no smoking. Because for a long time, they thought that they were getting more business by allowing smoking.
Right.
And then they realized that they were kind of, now the opposite was happening, I guess.
You're right.
And then they decided we better go no smoking if we're going to compete. Well, that's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
If you think allowing smoking will get you enough business that you'll make the numbers you need to make, and you're not worried about the smoking, then that's your play. But then people who don't want to be in there where people smoke, they don't come there. And so if you're somebody that doesn't want your business can say, I'd like to see the mask thing continue. Okay. And then people can say, yeah, that didn't bother me, or I think I'll go somewhere else. And that's how it's supposed to work. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show underway right now. Thanks for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. It is a brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show on a brand new day on a brand new show. Yeah, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour. That's now available later in the daily archives, either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. Eddie Van Adler settles in to drive the YouTube channel, enhancing the YouTube experience for those of you that are watching on the YouTube channel, whether that be live or archived. He's got that handled for you. A best of hour makes its way to Blaze TV every day. So if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get some Rick and Bubba with that as well as the other great programming that's now more important than ever in the times that we're living in. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe today. All right, we'll unpack another one on the Rick and Bubba Show. We got to get in here to Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Raisi! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Everybody, come on, let's say it. Sammy Hagar and the Circle. The song title, Hey Hey.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all it does, the whole song. But it's good. I like it. There's not a lot more to it than Hey Hey, but it is a nice little riff and a lot of fun. So we have a lot to unpack. By the way, some things to update today. Did you see the emailer? And he said we get another profit star. Now, it's a lot quicker than I thought, that he saw the first lawyer commercial. Have you been given Ozempic? Called me.
Really?
So that one, the first, he said we called it and it's already out there. So I don't know what's going on with it, but anyway, we do have a story today. I saw that, which reminded me of that, involving Ozempic. So we've got that today, and when we go over the headlines of the day and the stories of the day, we've mentioned this in passing, but I think for some reason I feel like it's time to really put this in front of everybody. we know that there's people that listen to this show, watch this show, and they don't share our beliefs. There's things they don't agree with us on politically. There's things they don't believe like we do spiritually. And one of the things is, where did we all come from? Now, we believe that we were created by, the one and only living God, who is the beginning of all things and the end of all things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people don't believe that. And one of the things that they believe is that we came from nothing, sludge, into this very.
That's an interesting theory
and quite a reach. But but anyway, some people do believe that, but see, that in order for them to believe that, they have to believe that we are evolving. And I think if you look at the state of us right now, this alone should make you change your mind on that, because we're devolving. We are nowhere near as wise and intelligent as our predecessors. We have turned into a bunch of raving lunatics, and the things that at one time we would just say, well, that's just common knowledge that you don't do that, you don't say that, you don't acknowledge
you don't
that.
act that way. Yeah.
So, and we've got some more examples of that today. So I would just say that I think if you listen to this show, or you're just paying attention to the state of humans, I'm not saying you have to come to what we believe, but even though what we believe would explain all this, I think you're going to have to revisit your belief in evolution just by what you're watching, because the humans are certainly not moving forward.
Well, we have no precedent in science and physics to show that when things are left alone, they get better on their own. It usually takes someone else doing something to make it better. But anyway,
there you go.
Into that.
We won't go into that. So,
just said today.
Bubba, there's when I saw the email that you and I saw, we'll unpack it later. I was copied on it. Something we have to deal with today. That was
Rick. There's trouble on the water.
Trouble on the water.
Yeah.
So we'll look at that today. We have your phone calls. We've got various updates on stories that we've already brought you, and we'll work through that today.
Bad news for men when it comes to microplastics. We've heard all about these microplastics getting in our system from bags, from bottles, and they appear to be cancer-causing, and they appear to get hung up in there and stay. And it could be the cause of several things that we have been somewhat confused about. Didn't really see that coming. Plastics have been around a long time, but maybe it took a long time to see this happen. But very disturbing report today. It's a very small sample, but it is very disturbing, and we'll cover it a little later in the show.
Well, anytime that you speak to men about them doing studies on a certain part of the anatomy, everybody listens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
too, we've talked about this, but, the fertility of men.
Or fertility?
Fertility of men.
Right, yeah.
Has, and this is worldwide, has taken a 59% dip.
Yeah.
Y'all, that's going to cause us problems down the line. Yeah. We're not going to be able to produce children at the same rate. So there's something going on with that.
Yeah, and there's one theory, there's certainly some of this too, but there's another one I won't mention right now. I may tell you in the break that they say they think is contributing to this as well. And it's,
there's several things.
I was about to say something, but there's no way for me to say it.
No,
so I'll just tell you in the break. So we'll come back. 15 minutes past. Don't forget, short week this week. Rick and Bubba Best Of Show on Friday. Some of the most historic moments in the last 30-plus years. Then on Memorial Day, a Rick and Bubba replay. So make a note of that, as everybody will be off on Memorial Day. We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so this is what you were talking about, and you said it, and we actually have the footage of it. We have both. We have the virtual event feed being cut after he says he's happy to take questions.
Let's start with that one, okay? Biden has not done a live press conference, in 43 days? What was the number?
It's in the 40s for sure.
And a lot of and this is what's really funny, Rick, a lot of the media, that covers the White House that were so combative and complained so much about Trump, they're even whispering among themselves now, at least Trump would come out and talk to us.
Right.
He'd lie to our face.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We can't get this guy out here to give us a quote. And his approval numbers are dropping about at the same rate the gas prices are going up.
Yep.
Which, we tried to warn everybody. But he said, look, we're going to actually have a press conference here. We're going to do this. We're going to do it virtually. I'm going to take questions. And guess what? They lost the feed.
So here we go.
Just couldn't do it.
Here we go.
Many more things we know we have to do. So I want to thank you all. I really mean it from the bottom. I want to thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm happy to take questions if that's what I'm supposed to do, Nance, whatever you want me to do.
And there it goes.
That's just a lot of
Do the
second.
many more things we know we have to do. So I want to thank you all. I really mean it from the bottom. I want to thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Appreciative.
And I'm happy to take questions if that's what I'm supposed to do, Nance, whatever you want me to do.
Right, here comes the feed drop. Watch it.
Whatever you want me to do.
And gone.
Guys, how is there? That is such secondhand embarrassment. That is the president of the United States, and he doesn't know what's supposed to happen. There's not better communication than that.
How about you're the president of the United States? You do what you want to do, not what they want you to do.
Right.
How about that? Let's start there.
But there's got to be some type of formality to it.
Who is Nance? Is that his secretary of
Press
somebody
secretary,
running something?
somebody on the
I
team.
don't know.
But did you notice the minute he was about to take just questions from anyone, feed gone?
Yeah. Oh,
So they lost the feed.
What if it was Jim Nance and him and Tony Romo just started asking questions?
Yeah.
So the
What
feed,
am I thinking?
The feed ends.
I'm
and
sorry. This is probably a stupid question. It's not Nancy Pelosi, is it?
Oh,
I don't know who was on
Well, he
the
was speaking to the House, wasn't he?
I want
we
you
just got a call that she's been arrested. So I don't think it was her.
Yeah, I don't think it was her.
All right, listen. Real call, and the person would not go on the air. Real call. This is some of this March 4th stuff.
Ma'am, I wish you'd call back.
Ma'am, please call.
We won't make fun of you. We'll keep Greg out of here.
Real call. Said, well, I want y'all to know that Nancy Pelosi and was it Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
Have both
Already
already been arrested for treason. That's already happened today. And what was the other thing?
I think he was talking to because he was accompanied by Nancy Pelosi because he was talking to the House.
Okay, maybe you're right.
So he calls her Nance.
He was addressing lawmakers on the COVID.
Did you
relief.
notice too that thing we talked about? He didn't finish the sentence. And I remember one thing from the bottom, and he wanted to say bottom of my heart, but he didn't even get the whole thing out.
Yeah.
All right, so here he is calling all the people, the states that are lifting the mask mandate, Neanderthals. Here we go.
Message to Texas and Mississippi. Texas and Mississippi.
I think it's a big mistake. Look, I hope everybody's realized by now, these masks make a difference. We are on the cusp of being able to fundamentally change the nature of this disease because of the way in which we're able to get vaccines in people's arms. We've been able to move that all the way up to the end of May to have enough for every American, to get every adult American to get a shot. And the last thing we need is the Neanderthal thinking that in the meantime everything's fine, take off your mask, forget it. It still matters.
So,
and he didn't say. By the way, this lifting of the mask mandate didn't tell anybody to take their mask off. You can still wear your mask if you want to. It's just saying the state's not requiring.
Well,
and a lot of businesses are required. Still, but that's where that needs to be. It needs to be an individual responsibility, a personal responsibility, not mandated by an overbearing government.
So here is someone
at this point. The number, look, the science is just not there. The numbers don't indicate it. We did what we were asked to do: flatten the curve.
Mm-hmm.
The curve is flattened. Let's get back to normal.
So here's someone speaking of Florida, and we know Florida is definitely not having an overreaching government. Said, I just spent 4 days in Florida. The mask mandate is lifted, but everywhere I went still had signs on.
Yep, not official. 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Times are tough. We feel the squeeze of the current state of things. But Bubba, it's as if when it rains, it pours. I could not believe the email that I was copied on yesterday that we'll just call Trouble on the Lake.
Trouble on the Lake, Rick. This email comes from Andy Bankston. He says, my name's Andy Bankston. I'm the owner of Nibbler's Food Boat on Lake Martin.
Yeah.
I've heard you guys talking about the boat on your show a couple of months ago.
Sure we did.
Had no idea you were customers. Wish I'd known. Your visits and treats would have been on me. Well, thank you for the offer. Unfortunately, we've had to place the business up for sale due to health concerns. I'm a night shift pediatric nurse, and the additional business is just too much on my plate, and the doctor says something has to go. The boat is a staple on Lake Martin and the only food boat on the lake, and it has a big following.
Oh, yeah.
I really want the boat to stay on Lake Martin where it belongs, but sadly no local serious buyers have emerged. So the boat will probably be sold to someone with plans to take it to another lake or to the beach. And
now this is a floating restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
That floats on Lake Martin. Bubba's a huge customer.
I've been there several times. You drive your pontoon right up to the window.
Yeah, you brought this up before.
And they throw you a rope.
Yeah, I remember when you brought this to the table and we talked about it on the show. By the way, look at some of the wonderful things said on it. One bite and you're hooked.
Yep.
Float through grill.
Yep, that's it.
Wow.
Instead of a drive-through, a float-through.
Yep.
Burgers, wraps, ice cream, quesadillas.
And more.
And more.
and much more.
Bubba,
it's just the cartoons on there. It just makes it a happy-looking boat.
Bubba, I know you have an entrepreneurial spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right there.
This is not my entrepreneurial area, though.
Well, we didn't do well the first time, but in all fairness, it wasn't floating.
You learned a lot.
That's true.
Yeah, it was not floating.
So it would just probably be a loss on the water
You
at that point.
take that word nibblers and just put Bubba's on there. Bubba's and big old
Bubba's Nibblers.
I like the word nibblers.
We're not gonna call it Bubba's Nibblers because then
like that.
We're afraid that Greg may have to come down there at some point.
Bubba's Nibblers.
Yeah. So Bubba,
no,
are we honestly saying save nibblers? I mean, is it time save the floating grill?
We really do need to save that. It's a lot of fun.
Do they sell?
We have an ice cream boat too, but
That's different. Yeah. Now I see Nibblers has ice cream.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, nice.
A little competition out there.
Do they have glizzies? They got any glizzies?
I don't even know what that is.
What is that?
Hot dog. It's what cool people call a hot dog.
No, I've never heard that.
Glizzy.
The cool people that I know call them hot dogs.
Glizzy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the ballpark and slam a couple glizzies.
Never heard that.
Oh yeah, it's what cool people say.
Well, I'm not cool.
I've never heard that in my life.
He made that up.
It's real, man. It's real. I'm telling you.
Word up.
Well, I don't know, Bubba. This is. I hate to say this. This is your area of influence. This is your responsibility.
Well, somebody's going to have to step up.
I mean, we'll help.
Anybody that wants to buy that, I guess they could email him at nibblersboat@gmail.com.
Nibblersboat@gmail.com. Save Nibblers. Somebody step up.
Well, he said we have had no serious buyers. That tells me that there may be a price issue there that people are going. I don't think.
How about this? How much is Nibblers like it floats?
Yeah, one money.
One money.
Bubba's Nibs.
No.
No,
Right now.
I don't think you'd say that.
Right now.
Look at these Nibblers.
Yeah, stuff like that.
How big a boat we talking?
Well, I mean, it's a pontoon boat.
Is that your typical
Bubba, you
pontoon?
can just put your face on the side.
Yeah. I don't think we're
How
gonna
many
do that.
employees you need to make that thing operate?
It usually, to me, it looks like there may be 2, maybe 3 in there.
Yeah, you got a skipper and a captain, I think.
You could wear your captain's hat.
They
You got a
anchor
first
it.
mate.
They anchor it, and just stay one place.
Hi, welcome aboard.
Now I'm going to state. I'm going to state the obvious because
there's no pirates.
Have you tried my nibbler?
Yar! Get your nibble.
Nibblers for all of you, mateys. Hi, my name is Bubba. Hi, today fried parrot.
Speaking of nibble.
I'll be back there cooking. Take a seat.
Oh, they got one guy on the back catching the fish for the fish sandwich.
That's funny.
So fresh.
Now I'm
still flopping.
We're reeling one in.
I'm going to guess that because out on the water, unfortunately, it's an online situation and anybody can get in the boat.
Yeah.
So I would think the various skills of how to properly bring your boat up to the float grill.
I was going to say,
talk to me about that.
I was a nervous wreck the first time I did it.
Right.
And but I've had successful times to do that. But you know, there's a line. So and you know, boats are trying to you can't hold position. It's a little tricky. Now I do know at one time a guy was trying to stay in line and got hooked on their anchor line and actually pulled it off when he took off.
Oh no!
See what I mean? I can picture if I'm in line. Am I anchoring to stay in line?
No, you just have to be careful.
Yeah.
And then when you get up, they throw you a rope that's got knots on it, so you just pull it up and hold next to it.
Okay.
What if you started like throwing food
They
at
got
people?
bumpers and
So
you
they
got
have to do
bumpers,
that.
so you know.
Everybody bumps a little
Get
bit.
your
don't they?
biscuit.
What do you normally get at Nibblers?
Oh, it's simple. Just give me a hamburger, ketchup, mustard, fries, and drink. You know.
Yeah.
Just I don't want my
Chicken fingers.
That
Just a
sounds
few
good.
fingers. Hey, Bubba, your normal, please.
But when you're out there on the water, it's kind of good to be able to do that without stopping.
Of
now we
course.
got a lot of places to eat anyway.
I
if you
know,
dock.
but we're talking about not
Yeah.
docking. Yeah, it's a
They-
float through grill.
And a
right?
lot of times they go over, they'll anchor around, where everybody's diving in the water over there. So,
Yes, I know that place.
yeah. What's the name of that?
I don't
Chimney
know.
Rock.
It's
But
not
no.
Goat Island.
That's it.
No, you don't go by Goat Island because they'll get in your profits.
Well, I think the goats are gone now.
Are they really?
Yeah, they took them away.
What happened?
I don't.
Is that a no? Is that a no speak?
Does that mean they don't call it Goat Island anymore?
No, they still call it.
Does that mean that Nibblers all of a sudden out of nowhere had a goat special?
I think there was some issues or something. You know, dogs and goats don't mix.
No, they don't.
What?
That's quite a display.
So, but we miss seeing the goats.
So the goats are gone.
Yeah, as far as I know, they are.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah,
A goat.
they were there for a long time.
goat-
They even
I-
had like a little goat
Oh, I know,
playground
I
out there
know, I
for them. They
remember, yeah,
ran
sure.
and jumped all over everything.
Bubba, do you feel like some of the locals have let down Nibblers?
I do.
Stupid healthy eating.
They're it was. It stays docked more now at one of the marinas than it used to, so I don't know if that plays into it or
busy.
whatever. I mean, look, it's hard to make a restaurant go, much less one on the water.
Oh my
You know?
goodness,
you're right.
But I would have thought the opposite. I would have thought restaurant on the water is so unique, and you have such a corner on that market that's a way to do well with a restaurant.
I would think they
Yeah.
did do real well with Sea-Doos.
Oh yeah, I could see
Well,
that.
I mean,
You could
anybody
easily
could
get up there and
pull
out,
up.
Yeah.
not have to worry about all that
It's hard
other.
to eat them.
Yeah, because
And what do you do with your trash? You know?
Yeah, you're not. You can eat while you're floating there for a minute.
well,
and
like
then
you
get
guys
back
were
to
saying,
work.
it was funny because it was actually in the not this past week, but the week before, on the study of Hebrews, and the warning from the writer is not to drift. And the thing that was so interesting is this statement: "Did you want to know if you're in a boat what you have to do to drift? Nothing. Just sit there.
Just let it ride.
If you just sit there, you'll drift.
Yeah.
So I'm picturing myself trying to stay in that line while trying to keep from drifting.
Well,
Drift,
it's-
and then you pull back up,
you
then
have
you
to be
drift, then you pull.
skilled, and they're in an area where it's maybe not as many waves. You know, they get
Right.
off in a cove somewhere, but
Right.
it's still tough.
You guys ever get in a Sea-Doo and forget that you have no steering if you don't hit the throttle? So you're like headed towards the dock, and you just turn the thing and you just keep going straight. You're like, oh no, I'm about to die.
Yeah. The one that you're like, that hit me that time that I, like an idiot, decided to do a Sea-Doo on the blue water, and they said I had to get in idle position to come through this one area where there were huge boats and the waves were high. You ever tried to stay in idle in waves sitting on the Sea-Doo?
Oh yeah.
It's all, and I was looking at the guy and he was getting him. I said, "Man, I'm about to turn over. I gotta give it. I gotta be able to accelerate a little bit. I can't keep this thing steady."
Yeah. Plus you're large, you know.
Yeah, I was very large.
Sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Stores saying that if I wanted to come into their business, I must wear a mask. So everyone is still wearing them that needs to. So private businesses are still requiring them, even though the state, to Bubba's point, has listed the state mandate. So this, once again, is the scare tactics of an overreaching central government. They can't believe that people have been released from the thumb of a government and now are making decisions on common sense. And you know, I got news for you. I have the antibodies. I'm and hopefully we'll continue to have them. I'm not going to wear a mask unless someone would like for me to come into their business because I don't need to. So I should have the freedom to do that because it's illogical that I'm walking around with a mask on in places where that doesn't even, there's no reason for that. So let the people in the businesses make their own decisions. Bubba said it. You ask us to do things that were extreme to flatten the curve, and all indications are we have flattened the curve.
and it's only going to get better as we move forward.
Remember, to begin with, the goal was never to keep everybody from getting sick. The goal was to keep the healthcare system from being overrun, and we almost got to that point in January. I think January the 11th was probably our worst day. Very clearly and easy to predict because of Christmas, people getting together. So it's falling. It's falling quicker than they thought it would. That's good news. That's good news. The numbers didn't work with why the vaccinations and why it was falling so quick. The only other answer is that it's political, or we had more people with it than we thought we did, and we're reaching herd immunity quicker than we thought we would.
Remember what everybody said. It's now just been moved into any flu season. Yes, people are still going to get it, but we have the treatments, we have the vaccine, and we have the herd immunity of people who have antibodies who've already had it.
When you get it today, it's a totally different game than when you got it this time last year, this summer, even in October last year. It's a totally different way they treat it all now.
Yeah, so it's we're able to now open up our society and our economy and let people make private decisions, and everybody else move on and get to the end of this thing. And what Biden can't believe is that somebody is defying the central government. They're supposed to tell us what we can and can't do and when we can do it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ask a question about Shaquille O'Neal. Now, don't we all feel pretty confident with saying that Shaquille O'Neal has piled up a stack of money? I mean,
he's still piling it up.
Well, that's my question.
Unless he hasn't managed it well, he ought to be set for life.
Just off what he made playing.
And listen, they get a pretty penny for doing the NBA commentating. Excuse me.
Are you okay?
Well, I got choked up thinking about it.
Right, he did. You and Shaq's always been close.
Yeah, and so he gets a pretty penny for that. The general, he's been the Buick commercials he was in that Barkley used to make fun of him doing.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of the funniest nights on NBA basketball coverage I have ever seen. Shaq was on Barkley, and he started making fun of him doing Buick commercials, and he couldn't say Buick. Yeah. And talking about them building the car around him, and they showed a picture of it, and they all got to laughing so hard they could not breathe.
Well, I just keep seeing Shaq doing things that it seems like you would only do it if you were hurting for money.
Rick, his net worth is $400 million.
I think he just likes doing stuff.
Did he just?
I think he just likes.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll say this about Shaquille O'Neal, because I think we all agree he's not having a money issue. We don't think, but the good thing about it, you might think to yourself, "Well, I don't think we can get Shaq to do that." You might. I mean, it seems like he'll say yes to some things you wouldn't think he'd say yes to.
Well, I understand the general. I got
didn't
that
he
deal.
use them at one time?
When he was in college,
with them?
when he was in college, he couldn't get insurance anywhere. Wasn't going to be able to drive, and the general gave. And I'm paraphrasing, okay. The general got him insurance, that company, and he always appreciated that. And he told him one time, once he started getting famous, he told somebody with a company he had met about that, and he told them if they ever want him to be in their advertisement, he'd be glad to do it because it helped him out, and he wanted to help other people out, and they took him up on it.
But you'll find Shaq in some things you think, well, that doesn't seem big enough for Shaq.
So
and here's another example today.
Listen to this, though. He still earns around $60 million per year in everything that he does.
All of his commentating.
Think about that.
It seems like I'd have more of a call factor.
Does it say what they get for doing the NBA commentating?
At one point, it was like $16 million for a full season.
Good night.
Yeah, I was.
But I don't know if that was before the new contract, I believe.
Right.
So
all right. So here he is again, and I don't know why. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. A lot of you in the audience, I don't have to tell you anything about this because you're listening right now on the Everyday Earbuds from BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You've heard us talk about them in the past, and you thought, you know what? Some audio quality I'd expect from the big guys, but at half the price. Is that what you guys, right? Exactly what we're telling you. And that's true. But if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair yet, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. That's the ones I'm talking about. This means you get the features that you already know and you've heard us talk about. The optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound profiles. Also, you get active noise cancellation. You get the multi-point connectivity. You also, you can pair 2 devices at one time. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, too. I think you'll like that. So if you've been waiting and wanting to check them out and buy maybe a pair for you, for the kids, for the grandkids, maybe a family member for a birthday coming up, there's truly no better time to do that. So a 30-day happiness guarantee is involved. You have nothing to lose. Get 20% off today, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You're going to love these. Remember, they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and we're getting you an additional 20% off and free shipping. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also go to rickandbubba.com and look right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, we're talking about this in the break. A nice look here. Walking together through the... Now, when we're dealing with the people today in our society, you have to many times go back and go, now, let's go back and review where we are, because if you're not careful, the new narrative will take off, conveniently forgetting the original narrative. And that is that Harrison Butker spoke as the commencement speaker at a Catholic college, and he said, which we must remember, when he got to the part, I guess this is the part that is angering people, or at least this op-ed today from a Kansas City newspaper, he had the audacity to say, in the part that's being left out, and as Greg has pointed out, even his mother is a career woman, that some of the women in the room will be getting degrees and going into their fields, and they will go into a career. He said, but some of you will also get your degree, and you will decide that you will be a wife and a mother, even if that's just for a period of time, and you will find that to be equally fulfilling, and you too, will be doing something that is wonderful. Paraphrasing, but that's the bottom line. And he was talking about the attack on the structure and how women are being made to feel inferior if they have the audacity to decide to be a wife and a mother of their children, either delaying their career or that be what they do. And I will tell you, the removal of the women out of the home and the downfall of our society, you can trace that and see that it hasn't really been overly positive. Now, some women make that decision. They certainly have the right to do that. There's nothing evil about doing that. Some people balance both well and do a great job, whatever. So we're certainly not saying that. But Harrison Butker did address both choices in front of women. All he was saying is one is not superior to the other.
No, now the reports acted like he said you need to be home barefoot and pregnant.
Correct.
And they said, how can he say that when his mom was a career woman? Yeah. The point is, he didn't say that.
Right.
Of course.
And he probably wouldn't say that because his mom is a career woman.
No,
Babylon B having fun. Harrison Butker late for practice again after spending morning enslaving women and forcing them to wear Handmaid's Tale uniforms. So anyway, I thought this op-ed was the Babylon Bee. I didn't know it was real. And Peter Ham, Kansas City Star, this is the line that I think Peter should take out of his op-ed. This is his own writing. This is not a joke. It's not unrealistic. It is.
Are we sure this isn't a joke?
He's saying it isn't. It's in a regular newspaper. I didn't know anybody even reads a newspaper anymore. I'm sure this is the online version.
Yep.
But he is saying that for poetic justice, the Kansas City Chiefs should remove Harrison Butker. He calls it a Neanderthal outburst. And they should replace him with a kicker that is a woman. The Kansas City Chiefs.
And we got a woman kicker that's skilled enough to kick in the NFL.
Well, he says he makes some suggestions, including the squib kicking specialist. I think that Vanderbilt had.
Yeah, it worked out great.
Yeah,
that's why she only kicked one.
Right,
yeah.
That was a squib kick.
Yeah.
The kicker for the NFL's best team is going to have to do a little more than that.
And he's a good kicker, by the way. He's not an average real kicker.
Including winning the Super Bowl with his kick.
So that's a pretty big one.
Yeah. This idiot literally says that this would be what the Chiefs should do, because he's somehow saying that their current kicker. Now, keep in mind what he said is a Neanderthal, misogynist, of course, but we have to get that in. And they should show how committed they are to women and career women, and they should put a female kicker in his place.
Did you give up winning?
Yeah. Well, did you see they also interviewed the owner's daughter about this? She was at some tennis tournament.
Yes.
And they interviewed her about it. She basically said the same thing that Buckner said. Butker.
Yeah.
What a strange name.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
He's saying
Butker.
also that they could look, if they don't want the squib kicking specialist from Vanderbilt.
Well, we need more than a squib, Rick.
They said Maya Turner from somewhere out of Minnesota, who is playing for the University of Manitoba in Canada.
I bet that's good.
Says she is the real deal.
Pro. She's pro level.
So she can send it out the back of the end zone?
As a redshirt freshman, she won one game with a field goal in double overtime and another with a 48-yard field goal.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, and so now keep in mind, this person, there's a lot of male kickers that can kick a 48-yard field goal that don't make it to the NFL.
Yeah. Bunch of them.
I mean, a lot of them. But for some reason, because she's a woman, that should be all she needs to be kicking for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl.
He even admits
champion.
in this article, Rick, that Butker has the second best all-time field goal success ratio. And talking about this female kicker, said she may not be ready yet, but she's got 3 more years at college to keep getting better.
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs, the premier franchise in the highest level of football one can play. We're supposed to go get some girl out of Canada or a squib kicker out of Vanderbilt to show we care about women.
Now, listen to what else he says, Rick. He said the Chiefs need to make a strategic call about Butker's future with the team. If he could agree to shut his mouth, the current story might fade. There are, after all, plenty of athletes with backward cultural views, but they're tolerated if they can mostly stick to sports cliches in interviews. If they're superstars, they sometimes can keep yapping and get away with it. They're saying he's no Patrick Mahomes.
Well, and the kicking world he is.
Yeah, I would have to.
Yeah.
But listen to what he says, if he can keep his mouth shut. So you're
he's not allowed to have an
wanting to
opinion.
take away his ability to have free speech. Isn't that something the left, how they have always said that it was the right doing that, but it's actually the left that doesn't want you to have
Perfect
free
example. And this guy is so caught up in his maniacal anger. He's so emotional. He's not even thinking. Now, I want you to imagine that anybody, and remember when this was going on, do you remember what everybody said about football fans that were telling all the players that were kneeling during the national anthem and pontificating about all the stuff about law enforcement, that what were you get in trouble for saying? Just shut up and play football.
Right.
Right. What, LeBron James, just shut up and dribble the basketball. Remember when that happened?
Oh, yeah.
But yet this guy's saying it about the kicker.
Yeah.
He's telling the kicker to shut up and kick. You see how inconsistent it is?
I see a way around this where he can get his, and they still got a good kicker, trans woman. He was really a dude, but he acts like a woman.
By the way,
I can find a pretty good kicker.
Thank you, Greg. Now, you might find a pretty good trans kicker.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea, Greg.
Everybody
not
be
bad,
happy.
And then dare this op-ed person not to call that man a woman.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, and then, by the way,
that's not bad.
We had the video yesterday, and we didn't play it. People are having enough of this trans stuff, and we can always play it today. Did you see the crowd boo when a trans woman beat everybody in the track meet?
Yeah.
And everybody's tired of it.
That's it.
Yeah, and as he was coming to the line, everybody booed, and see that everybody's like, we can't. You're robbing women of their whole world.
Yeah.
Now what women have done is allowed men to come in and say we're better women.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. Look at this. Now the crowd's going to boo. I don't know if you have audio yet. When the trans woman, which is a man, comes to the line, defeating everybody. See there? People having enough of it.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to picture that was your daughter in second, and she was about to win this huge track meet with all the work she put in, and some mediocre dude comes out of the middle of the pack and flies by everybody right there.
Golly.
There it is, y'all. Get you a gander of that.
Now I want you to think of all the inconsistencies in that op-ed from the left.
So many.
Harrison Butker trying to say that women who are wives and mothers are as important to society as women who go after their careers. He didn't say you should be one or the other. He elevates one, and you're not allowed to do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm not familiar with all the different now wrestling. This is the all elite wrestling, pro wrestling. I'm not familiar with this, but you know, and we do know these. I know for some of you, I know it's still real to you, and I got it. But the it's a stunt show and all this professional wrestling, but there's still stunts, and you can get hurt doing
yes, you can
stunts,
get hurt.
Especially when you're 48 years old.
And listen, what they do now compared to the old wrestlers, what they did, it's not even comparable.
I know, and so now that he does this, he does this stunt where the guy. I don't know it's a breakaway table and all that.
Yeah,
but still, I mean, you're still falling. You're a giant piece of timber falling backward. Watch
from
this.
an elevator. I wouldn't want to fall flat on the ground. He falls from way up.
Yeah, watch this right here. So here's the stunt.
Big swing and a miss, and Cody with the poke of the.
A Krispy Kreme franchise, a big chicken restaurant.
I know.
What is it, athletes and car
Papa
watches?
John's, as we've talked about. The General, which we talked about.
Who was the most unathletic looking person in the world?
He had good feet too, Greg. He had great feet. All right, look at this right here. Watch this. Wham!
Good night.
What do you call that move, Rick?
Power bomb.
Power bomb.
That's a power bomb. You realize if you mess that up, you could really
he could
kill somebody.
Adler, will you let Rick powerbomb you?
Not
for
in
the
here.
show?
There's not. We don't have the
for the
proper
show.
Look,
Bring out the mats again.
You see that guy
pick him up.
pick Shaq up and throw him down. That was a load right there.
Did you ever see the interview when the Hulk talked about when he had to pick up Andre the Giant that time in WrestleMania?
No.
And how, I mean, the Giant was huge.
Yeah, Greg, he was fan.
And what was funny, you know, I don't want to pull the curtain back, but these things are scripted.
Right.
And but he said, though, they were not sure if the Giant was going to let him win. He never would say, yeah. It's like he went along. He said, so when I was in there, he said, I wasn't sure whether he was going to let me win or not. But he did.
Really?
But he did. It was the only loss he had in his whole career.
But he was talking about picking him up.
He had to pick him up over his head and slam him.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was unreal. That was the one I think they were like in 90,000 people there in a stadium watching it. It's a little much, but yeah.
Have you ever seen the documentary on Andre the Giant?
Oh, there it
Yeah, I
was.
have.
Yeah.
I have. Wow.
Wow.
Let's see it again.
What about the
I'm being
bathrooms?
told Cody is Dusty's son.
Okay.
I bet he's really not.
I'm just
He
telling
may
you.
be, but now
Just
the
telling
wrestlers
you.
have been known.
This is what people are
The
emailing and
wrestlers have
texting
been
as we
known
speak. I don't know, and
to
I
put
to be honest,
a
don't
last
care.
name on somebody and say, you know what I'm
All
talking
right,
about?
watch right
Anderson.
here.
Anderson.
Watch Greg right here. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Can you believe that?
How do you pick him up?
Of course,
Well,
now,
he
the
has to
Hulk's
help
a
you a
big
little
fella.
bit. Yeah, he has to help you a little bit. He jumps up in there.
But a little bit. You still got to turn him
You
over.
still got to turn him over, though.
He would fall on me. I'd
It's
pick
like,
him up.
it's like picking a cow up.
So he let him win.
Let him win.
Oh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man.
All
I
right,
mean, he
you know what's
said up
special?
to the match, he said, I wasn't sure he was going to let me win.
Well, how
Because
does
if he didn't want to be slammed, he wasn't going to be.
That's true.
That was the big finish.
You ain't going to slam Andre the Giant unless he allows it.
Exactly.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, cranking through another one. I guess I need you. As we work our way back, we do have an update on the ongoing, speaking of circuses. You know, right now when we come on the air and people say you're going to be covering all the circuses, we're like, well, there's so many. I mean, it's hard to cover them all, but yes, we will. Bubba, you were just updating me a little bit in the one of the breaks about the current state of things in this trial, and no matter how bad it's going, I think some of us have to come to the reality. The fact that the New York system has the judge they have and the jury they have, all these things we're seeing, like the falling apart of Cohen's testimony and all of that, understand we could be looking at an O.J. situation here in reverse.
I think when that jury was struck, Trump lost his trial.
Right.
Because, you know, based on their habits and the things we know about him, I would say the deck was stacked against him, and so did a lot of the legal experts. We know the judge is anti-him. So yesterday, though, this was interesting. Cohen had been cross-examined. He admitted he had stole up to $60,000 from the Trump organization and other things. But a star witness was called that was actually Cohen's lawyer when he first had his offices raided.
Right.
He went to this guy and said, hey, what do I need to do? And the guy said, tell the truth. Tell him what you got on Trump. Come clean. That's the only way to save yourself. And he told the lawyer, I don't have anything. It's nothing to amount to anything. It's minimal. And he was kind of surprised by that. Now, he was called, of course, everybody was objecting. How can you call this guy's lawyer to the stand? They go, your star witness is Trump's lawyer.
Right, yeah.
And then the judge kept seeing the prosecution's objections. He kept sustaining them. And the witness, and this guy is a world-renowned lawyer, okay? Everybody admits he is one of the top experts.
Right, yeah.
Hey, Cohen went to get the best when all this happened. He's rolling his eyes at the judge's rulings. He's cutting his eyes to him. And at one point, the judge clears the courtroom of the jury and everybody watching and dogs the guy and said, hey, if I see any more of that cutting your eyes at me, I'm gonna find you in contempt. And he's like, what am I doing? I mean, so it's just such a kangaroo court situation. And everybody knows what that is. They're just acting out a play with the end result already decided. But if Michael Cohen is your star witness, you don't have much to go on because everything he said has been torn apart. He didn't talk to Trump directly about it. He talked to one of Trump's handlers about it. It actually was not a conversation about paying Stormy Daniels off. It was a conversation about having these robocalls and all this stuff, telemarketers hitting your phone all the time.
And or that 14-year-old that kept calling.
Yeah. It's just the 14-year-old that was prank calling him.
Yeah.
So his whole testimony's fallen apart. He's not a credible witness. He's lied under oath. He's stolen money. And now we have his lawyer saying, the guy came to me, he didn't have anything on Trump. So there is no case here. But the judge, every time there's evidence that looks like it's going to fall in Trump's way, he stands in the way of it getting admitted. I mean, and there were several experts I saw last night, all across the spectrum, some of them liberal, saying this trial is a mess. There's going to be so many things here to appeal this when they vote against Trump, because obviously they're going to.
Right.
Just like the last trial. I mean, it's just obvious. The timing alone is obvious.
So here's one of those you're talking about, the $60,000 from the Trump organization. Here's CNN, to Bubba's point, legal expert Ellie Honig talking about that. Here we go.
I think the revelation, though, this morning about the theft of $30,000, which was doubled because they covered his taxes, so $60,000, it came out in a glancing, unclear way on direct. It came out like a bomb earlier today. I don't know how much they can do to fix that. It just, at a certain point, it is the fact Michael Cohen did steal this money. And what makes that really so important, Wolf, is it's not as if Michael Cohen was just stealing on the side. That'd be bad enough. The problem is he was stealing from the exact reimbursement at issue in this case. So the prosecution's core argument is Donald Trump knew what that $420,000 was all about. He was totally read in on it. Turns out Michael Cohen was stealing from him within that $420,000.
Does Michael Cohen's admission that he stole tens of thousands of dollars from the Trump organization potentially opened him up to further criminal prosecution?
It's a great question. The answer is not anymore because the statute of limitations has run out. But it's a very fair question to ask. Gee, folks, of the jury, they gave him a free pass. He committed larceny. It's a higher degree of a felony than what Donald Trump is charged with, yet they gave Michael Cohen a free pass, even though he's now admitted that he stole what amounts to $60,000. It goes to his credibility. It goes to his relationship with the DA.
Yeah, he admitted that he stole that money.
That is from the very conservative-leaning CNN expert.
Thousands of people lining the streets in New York just to get a glimpse of Trump. You wonder, how the left, they get upset when they see people getting, in sort of a, passionate mode, but are they just disregarding how much they're only, we said this at the very beginning, you're only galvanizing his supporters and you're creating some new supporters. Mm-hmm. And so that is going to be an end result. But I think you still may end up getting the jury voting against Trump just because they were going to do that no matter what they heard.
Yeah, I think they were going to vote against him when they were sworn in. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, it's the court system is just the credibility right now is zero.
And the new thing is, here's Jen Psaki. The new thing is to basically call you stupid if you're a Trump supporter and everything about
and
Trump.
she's got it wrong.
Yeah.
Hey,
so here you
listen
go.
to this. Listen.
The name, they're like hurt by the branding of the name. So let me just say that. That was what was going on in my head.
What would you call them?
I don't know, but Space Force is literally the name of a Steve Carell movie.
Right, okay.
Could we have done something different?
Okay, the Steve Carell movie came after there was a Space Force. So the movie was named after the branch of service, not the service after the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you're the spokesperson for the president, surely you know that. Yeah. You should be more intelligent than
Well,
that.
she says she'll circle back to you on that.
Yeah, she'll circle back.
So that's the state of the Trump trial. Now, when we come back, it was the number one video that I was getting yesterday. Now, I don't know about some of the bold statements that it may be worse than the tree people. That's a lofty, lofty standard. But back to the state of things.
The bizarreness of it all.
You can't believe in evolution anymore. I mean, you just can't. It's being disproven before your very eyes. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought you in part by the Christian-owned Patriot Coffee Company that stands for core values, family, building community across the nation. I'm talking, of course, about firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba right now. Save an additional 10% on your order. If you subscribe, we'll throw in yet another 10%. So go to firstcup.com. Enjoy these delicious roasts. They taste fabulous, and they all have themes that revolve around historic moments in American history. Firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba today. Next caller, William out of Gadsden, listening to Z93. Trolling.
Get them phones a trolling.
Here we come, fun trolling, fun troll. Hello, William. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you, man. I love listening to the show, especially here lately. I've been having to do a lot of driving around and stuff. Y'all talk about a lot of stuff going on in the world today. But anyway, I was listening to what you said about the comedy shows, and it was totally on point, man. I'm tired of TV today, man. Comedy's supposed to offend people. It's supposed to be a little offensive. If it's not funny.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. It didn't have to offend anyone, but it does. Sometimes you have, but you shouldn't say that stereotypes are, we take ourselves all too serious, that we can't laugh at things and laugh at ourselves and laugh at the way we live life. And comedians exaggerate these things, but there's always a hint of truth to all great comedy.
Yeah, there is.
And but it didn't have to be offensive, but it should at least be
I
clever.
think by their terms today it would be offensive.
Right.
But yeah, it steps on your toe a little bit to make you laugh because there is a shred of truth in it, and you exaggerate it. That's what's funny about it.
Let's go to David in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. 30 seconds and go.
Hey, big guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Great.
Hey, guys, I just want to know, is the press going to be held responsible for going in with the quote-unquote protesters, rioters, for breaking and entering just like the civilians?
I couldn't understand a word you said. Can you move your phone or put it close? Something's going. It's real staticky. We can't understand.
Was it the rioter or the rioters going to be charged the exact same?
There you go.
Is the press going to be held responsible for going in with the rioters, protesters, just like the rioters and protesters are?
Well, I know I saw one of the guys that was charged in it. He said he was there covering it for a podcast or something, but they charged him anyway. So
So it sounds like the answer is yes. Sounds like they are. And about anything happening in Washington yet? March 4th.
Still
checking in.
Yeah, I just got a text a minute ago. Somebody wanting to know. Nothing so far. And should we? One of you march the 4th, or what time is this going to happen? Because I want to be ready. I don't have my popcorn ready.
I got a big day planned, with
so
things,
when will,
so I want to make sure I get it in.
When will Trump go in?
Has he left the ground in Mar-a-Lago yet? I mean,
and has anybody heard that story that we got that Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris have already been arrested already?
I
today?
wish she would call back. And she's the lady that was on the other day. Super nice lady, and it's funny. I mean, she's got the facts, But I wish she would call back and come. She didn't want to go on there. She said we made fun of her. I said no, we did. But she was laughing about it. She wasn't offended.
I still,
she's got a great attitude about it. She's really got the details.
But does she really mean that, or she just kind of mess with us?
I don't know.
I had a Benjamin I was waiting to put on the wall.
A what?
I mean, she
a
had
Benjamin.
Rick, she had all
I
kinds
was ready
of.
to take some action on that. Let Helms hold it.
Rick, she even went into the thing that Michelle Obama's really a man. We've heard that's out there. I'm just
not.
Yes,
I didn't say that. I'm just repeating.
What are the? Well, never mind.
Thomas in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys not to worry about the Washington football team. They're just going to hire the Mean Machine Cheer Squad off Longest Yard.
That's good.
Hey, look, don't laugh. Charlie in Alabama. Charlie, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, guys. Glad that you are on the air.
Thank
you are. But we promoted wrestling under Southeastern and Continental years ago. Back to the Andre story.
Oh, yes.
Andre first met Hulk Hogan in the ring, Dothan, Alabama, 1979. Wow. So the deal that Vince said first time ever, Silverdome and Pontiac, Michigan, that was all storyline. They actually met in Dothan.
Can you imagine if you were in Dothan that night?
Oh, my goodness.
That night. And he knows. He was.
I love the history of the ring. I do. I get off on some videos, and I get off on
the history of the ring.
I do.
It's
Come about the
still
squared
real to
circle.
me.
Rick, the squared circle. Come on.
Anthony, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say green grass and monkey acres, and the store yesterday owned me about the funeral procession in your big truck. I think it's worth a best of, okay?
Thank you, man. I felt, we just find ourselves in those situations all the time, and we don't even mean to. It's like everywhere we go, it's just we can't. I was trying to be as subtle and as out of the way as I could possibly be. And I end up leading the funeral procession in a giant 1500 with the lift. The conversation in Garnett's car is the best.
It's hard to blend in.
Whose truck is that up there leading us? That'd be one Rick Burgess.
Yeah, you talking about the one way above all the other vehicles,
right? But we just saw the picture. Adler just pulled it up. The greatest Googler of all time. He just pulled up the picture, and there they are. You see Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan.
Is that Dothan?
In Dothan, Alabama, right there.
How about that?
Because you can tell Hulk's a lot younger.
That's back before Hulk was on the juice.
He's kind of tall.
He is. But do you remember Hulk Hogan? The first time I ever saw him was on Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Yes, him and
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here today. Thank you for being with us. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I don't really know what to do with this next story. It became the number one video text to me, email to me.
Number one.
Hey, Rick, have you seen this? Social media to me. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Now, I don't know that I can. Of course, I haven't seen it, so I'll hold my opinion. But some people are saying that it may be worse than the tree people.
Rick,
that's a big statement.
I don't think that's possible.
Is this in our country?
The tree thing was them worshiping trees. This is just them.
No, I'm talking. Is this in our country? Is this happening in our country?
Yes.
I was withholding. I was withholding. I was hoping it wasn't here. So what we have, if I have this right, we have women. They're saying they are liberal women.
Liberal women.
They are spending, and Greg, this is where you're going to say, "Well done." $4,000. $4,000. Someone has got them to pay for a rage ritual retreat.
$4,000 for this.
It's a ritual for you to rage on this retreat. I don't know why we're raging. I guess about just
now explain
against
rage.
men.
Rage sessions of therapy against misogynist men like us, of course. So
much anger held within, Rick.
Okay.
Got to get it out.
What are we? Yeah, what exactly are we mad about?
Got to get it out, Rick.
Take a look at this. Here we go.
Then there are some
oh boy
women screaming here.
Aggressive. That's women. That
rage rituals are getting attention on social media, especially from women. They scream and beat large sticks on the ground.
I did that in the yard cutting grass.
To release the emotions they're often discouraged from expressing.
Guys,
they got.
Rick, I can beat 4,000. I can get a couple of my pillows and a few sticks if y'all want to come bang on the ground and punch pillows, and I'll charge you 1,000. 4,000 for that?
But I still don't understand what they're mad about.
Look, now they're worn out.
Yeah, give out.
all right. Let me just say this, okay? Let me state the
That's
obvious.
4,000 ahead there. Do you see how many were there?
And as you've heard Ken Osborne, our voice guy, say, we usually only say the things you're already thinking.
They're screaming how they feel.
Sad, afraid. I'd be afraid one of them girls would lose that stick and it hit me in the head.
That big girl's going.
She ought to get an axe.
Them stretchy pants can't handle that.
Good night,
y'all.
All right.
One's got a pink toboggan on.
May I say
this is a parody, right?
This is real.
That has to be a Saturday Night Live skit.
And they paid $4,000 each for this.
It's a rage ritual, Greg.
Greg, you got to say well done to that person.
Oh no, whoever pulled that was
Can't
brilliant.
you just stay at home and do that? Not pay the $4,000?
Yeah, you got sticks in your yard. You got pillows you can punch.
I guess you have to have
a lesbian hookup thing.
I guess you have to have a rage counselor to guide your rage.
To make sure you're
I've
getting.
had
You're not
fits
getting
like that in my own yard.
Sure.
Oh, you got to see when I can't crank a lawnmower.
If there'd have been a snake in the yard yesterday, you'd have seen one there.
Well, that's the exact move you would
story
use
from earlier.
All right, so
please look.
I'm going to take issue with the statement, and I think everybody in the audience.
They're screaming right now. I feel sad.
If you have females in your life at all,
Well, I got a lot of them, Rick.
have you ever seen that they somehow are restrained from expressing how they feel?
No,
that's a great point.
They're holding it in, Rick.
Has anyone experienced this phenomenon?
I just tapped this one and said, I see this every day.
Yeah, what was this?
Has anyone ever been around
Evening at
women
home.
and say, you know what, they seem unable to express their feelings? They don't
That
seem to
girl's
ever
a
get a
little-
chance to express their feelings. What are we talking about?
She's a little overdressed.
Everywhere you go, if there's females in your life, they are constantly expressing their feelings. Constantly. They don't seem to hold back at all. Or does it seem that anyone is able to hold them back?
Man.
If these women have been stopped from expressing their feelings, where are they living? What culture do they live in? It's not here.
I don't feel like their husbands are holding them back.
I don't either.
Well, she's beating that stick. She needs batting gloves.
Man.
Look at that.
Well, I need to give them an axe if they're going to do that. Get some wood chopping
At least
out of
get
it.
something from
Yeah,
it.
This would almost seem
Something
to make more
constructive.
sense if men were having retreat because we never get to express. We can never get to say anything. But I guess they're. I don't know what they're upset about, Bubba. You asked. I don't know what is. And
Wow.
I don't know about y'all.
They're
Every,
people
cutting
that,
loose, I'll tell
people
you
that
that.
really ain't got any trouble.
every female that is in my life, whatever they are feeling emotionally, they always express it.
Mm-hmm.
They express it with anger. They express it with sadness. They
Express it with joy.
They express it with joy.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see how you take a stick and beat the ground. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that. That release a little energy.
I don't know about 4K.
I think I can do it myself.
I think they were actually not angry till they realized they paid $4,000.
Right, that would have made me angry. I would have needed a stick.
That
after
when they're
that.
screaming right now, I feel sad. I bet she does. $4,000 later.
Greg, Bubba, men.
Oh, nice.
Oh, so she yells out, how do you feel?
How do you
and then
feel?
they respond.
I'm hungry.
Started. I'm hungry, but I don't know what I want to eat.
I feel fat. You know that one's in there.
Guys, this is a bizarre.
All I can think about is what the wildlife around them is
Oh, my
thinking at this
gosh.
moment.
Well,
They're galloping away.
Picture. I have to wait. This is the famous Rick and Bubba. Let's go to the boardroom where the idea was launched. Listen, guys, I'm thinking. Okay, all right. We tell women we'll take them off in the woods. We'll have some retreat, and we'll tell them that they're not able to express their emotions. And somebody says, "When do they not get to that?" It doesn't matter. Let's just tell them they don't get to, and they'll agree with us.
They got to do this to get all the
Right.
emotions out.
And then we'll tell them we'll go off in the woods, and they can release all this pent up feelings and emotions and anger. And I'm thinking we can get $4,000 for that.
Yeah.
And somebody says, "You per person?" Yes. And somebody says, "There's no way." Yeah.
Well, it looks like the class is full from what I'm seeing.
I think we can get $4,000 a person on this. You find yourself going, this is bizarre and embarrassing, but there's a society that says there's an entrepreneur in the middle of this that we must applaud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today's world, stuff like this, you'll make tons of.
I'm trying to find the website, like
called
promotional
knowing your
promotional material that would have someone find this and sign up and go, like the trailer, you know.
I wish.
Can you not express
of course,
your?
It's female only. I was saying, wouldn't you love to infiltrate that and let's send Adler to it? And
I would
let
love
film
it.
him.
Well, if he just shaved his beard, he could walk in there.
Yeah.
He could identify. Identify as a
trans.
woman. Just identify as
Just
one.
put you some headdress on. There was one there all covered up.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow, I found one. Secret Sanctuary.
I was scared to click on that.
Sacred Rage Ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of these rooms where you go in there and bust televisions up.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, rage room.
Like
Think about, all right, I'm at the board meeting too, and I said, now how do we get past the ones that already have a life coach? Oh, this isn't the same thing.
Yes.
A life coach doesn't help you with this. I thought that's what
You
life
gotta
coaches
release the
do.
rage and then
No,
go
they
to
don't
life
let you
coach.
release the rage. You need a life coach and this.
Yes.
So,
Unbelievable.
it's.
Imagine the agony of trying to figure out what to wear to that.
One, like I say, was a little overdressed. Most had them tight pants and
I know the
workout clothes.
The other was worshiping trees, but they did want them to know that they were angry about what people do to trees.
The screams sounded just
similar.
like the tree people.
It was similar. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. If you'd like to express your emotions, we can do that here for free. 866 We Be Big. We take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Manager Freddie Blassie.
Yeah.
He's not near cut like he was later on, is he?
And look at Andre.
Yeah, that's for
He's just giant.
He is.
That's just a big guy.
And he'll just put on them wrestling briefs and not care about it.
Yeah. Sure he will. In all his glory.
He never wore the long pants, did he? He never. All right, let's, oh, by the way, you're right, Scott. We got an update. They caught the kangaroo. Scott and Prattville, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just seeing where you guys had done the update where they had actually found the kangaroo in Winfield.
I saw the picture. People start sending it.
I saw a video of them tackling him.
No, you did not.
Yes. Somebody sent it to us.
I had tried to call the other day, and I was wondering what would it have been like, Rick, if your buddy at your property had actually called and told you that he's seen a kangaroo on your property.
Okay. Hey, let me tell you something. You ain't gonna believe it, but I just saw a hoppity hop. Kangaroo.
You imagine hearing something
Right there on
and you look
42
back.
field. Right, you can't even have a farm without a kangaroo.
Is this it from the other day?
All right, here it is. Is this it? All right, there's the
watch them,
kangaroo.
they're gonna tackle him.
Oh, here it is. We got it.
We're going to lasso him.
No,
are
that's
we?
different. That's not it. That's not it.
I will tell you what. If we lasso him,
That's in Gwen, Alabama. Where is Gwen? In relation? Gwen.
Yeah, it's next. It's
Well, that's
close
not
to
the video.
Winfield.
That's not the video they sent to me.
That was an earlier attempt to get it.
Oh, that was an earlier attempt.
Okay.
The video somebody sent, and unless it wasn't real, they tackled him.
Always thought it was Gwen.
I did see a picture.
Ewan.
Please, yeah. So
you
this
got Gew and Winfield, and then there's Wingew in between them.
Look at him try to get him with y'all. That is hilarious. Y'all, there is a guy on a horse, the guy we saw being interviewed, and he's trying to lasso this kangaroo.
Evidently, this
out
kangaroo
somebody's yard.
Well, how
been-
did you go get it?
Evidently, he's been declawed because you know how they get you with them feet. He
Oh.
must not have them.
Well, they
since
caught
he's-
him. I saw a picture of them with him. I hate to say it, in custody.
Somebody sent
But
me a
the-
video of someone chasing him down and tackling him.
Like you would a human being.
Yes.
Really?
Now that may be somebody tackled a kangaroo somewhere in that video.
I sure hope.
But it is official that Jack, and they say his name's Jack, of course.
Of course it is.
That Jack in Winfield has been captured.
Well, you know the guy yesterday, like he said, we know where he's at. We're good.
Yeah, but
We got him hemmed up.
right. They got him. He's back in. You can't even have a mule day without dang kangaroo hopping in. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. If you're leaving us, we hope you have a great day. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll record that today. It'll be available this weekend, wherever you get podcasts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, and again, I'm just looking for some guidance here. You can't even. So, and just it can be emailed to me because I don't even know. Anytime you mention these three letters, DMV. So, you try, but unfortunately, as I found myself pinched between two government entities trying to work together, and when you've got the government on one end. And then the government in the middle before it can get to you. You got government, you. All kinds of things can go bad.
Yep.
So, and look, hey, Rick, look, just go another way. So Greg and I, our last name starts with B.
Yeah, we're February. I am too.
So we're February people on renewing your tag. Well, there is an option, there's been some years that work very smoothly. The mail-in option, meaning I don't have to go to the DMV. Yep. Here's my check. Here's my taxes. Here's whatever it takes to appease the revenuer, and send us our stickers.
Sign in online,
and we'll be good citizens.
Yeah.
And we'll put them on. Okay. So here's where I'm. Is there more than just that one? Okay.
That last picture I showed you, it keeps coming back.
Okay. Bubba see one of those things that
that,
turns over his tickle box, and he also likes any DMV discussion. So it's a combo, right?
Right. He's tickled.
Because we've
I had to go down. I had to go.
Yeah.
Usually, my online experience has been positive. And I went to that because I wanted it to be positive. And this year I tried to do online, and the majority of mine wouldn't accept it for some reason.
All right, so
I had to go down in person.
So I did the mail in, and I know better. Just go down there, Rick. So and that means that we have
just go down.
Yeah, because it all comes through me right now. And, as kids go out on their own, but usually in the beginning when they buy their first car, you have to co-sign. And
do.
So and young Broderick just moved, so now he's got to. 20 minutes past the hour, the Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter. Switch today to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Here we go, folks. Plenty, there's been a huge response on the troll, so I think I see 2 lines available, so you can still get in. At the end of 30, we got this, and we'll move to the next caller. Helmsy and Bubba tote a timeout apiece. We will start with Victoria. Out of LaGrange, Georgia. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Victoria, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Just want to let you know I saw last night on the Jesse Waters show. It was the women screaming, and that he interviewed the lady that did it, and she was calling herself a witch. So he was doing interviews with her, and that's exactly what we were thinking. That lady's got a cult going on.
Well, that does make sense. So
I did see a lot of witch talk in here.
Yeah. So this is a self-professed witch. Okay. Let's go to one of the mini Jordans.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on up there this morning?
Well, we got it just like we like it. Jordan, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, load all them AOC and all that bunch up that was hollering and the cackling to send them off over to that rage camp over.
That wouldn't be a bad idea to send the subcommittee ladies into the woods and let them rage it out. That's a good idea, one of many Jordans. Linda, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, these are just glorified tantrum retreats that they can go to. They should have been spanked when they were little kids because now they're just going to pay for it so they can scream and throw their tantrums as adults in acceptable venues.
Right. Yeah, that's a good word. That's a good word, Linda. I like somebody to email me and said, y'all talked about their husbands. I wouldn't assume any of these women have one.
I think I'd go back to my statement I made earlier in that clip.
Yes. Danny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a call for a question for Bubba real quick.
Yes, sir.
$4,000 for a bunch of screaming. How come Bubba can't buy nibblers on the lake?
Good delivery, too.
That is good. Thank you, sir.
866 We Be Big.
You have a great day.
Johnny in Tennessee. Johnny, go.
Yes, sir. I hope he didn't steal my thunder. You have to excuse my voice. I've got a little bit of a sore throat. But I thought of a really good idea for Bubba, how he could make that ship work. We can put on the side, welcome to Bubba's Beaver Bite Lounge, specializing in the Bubba Burger and our famous Weenie Emporium, where we say, don't be a meanie, just buy a weenie.
Did he just say don't be a meanie?
Yeah. Can I just tell you something?
Just buy a weenie?
The fact that he thought he had content so good that he would fight through that sore throat, because that sounded like it was a substantial sore throat.
I was nervous right the whole time.
And he pushed through it, didn't he?
Oh,
I'm hurting.
Some of it I couldn't understand, but I understood enough.
A little dizzy from that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for working through that. Perry, Fort Payne, Alabama. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey guys, the women raging, that's my wife when she wakes up before me in the morning. I think the kickoff hour touched on that, but that is the noise coming from my house, you know, when she wakes up before me in the morning.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the statement that kind of hovers over this whole thing. Now, where in society is a place that women are being kept from expressing their emotions? Where's this place? I've never been there.
Yeah.
I've never been there. Let's go to Richard out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Richard, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was going to see if Adler could pull up the clip of Ross Chastain punching Noah Gragson back at Kansas, because his punch was way better than Stenhouse's. I mean, there was no doubt he could do it.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. That's back to the story on Monday about the fight that happened Sunday. You said there was a better fight at another race?
That's right. The only thing I don't like is the security guards jump in as soon as some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
Oh, you know, you would like it to be more like a hockey match. Let them fight for a minute before you jump in and break them up.
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay, we did play this one, caller. I didn't realize this is a while ago.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean,
it is a better punch.
Don't put your hands on me.
Stop.
Oh,
yeah, that's
he got him. That was a good one.
That's a good punch.
Well, and he caught his left arm holding him.
Yeah.
You know,
you don't put your hands on a man.
Ain't no need for that.
No need for
we
that
can
at
talk
all.
about it. We can even get upset.
And he warned him. He said, "Stop."
Yeah.
Stop.
We can go to a rage camp, but they don't need to put your hands on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's
good clinch work there.
I'm gonna grab the guy that got punched though, so he can't retaliate. It's tough.
Well, that's the beauty.
That's tough.
Well, that's the beauty of making sure you get that punch.
Yeah, you can't wait to get hit.
Chris in Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Like that mannequin.
All right, man. Good morning, guys. This is crazy. I got 5 kids. They're all girls.
Oh, wow.
and my wife. So this little trend going, man, dude, I would have $24,000 if I had all of them to get in on this beating the ground and raging out.
Time out.
But I mean, that happens every day.
I was going to say, don't they do it at your house for free?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for free all day long, man. I need to start charging for this stuff.
Sir, have you calculated how much you're going to have to pay out in weddings?
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to try to start my own HVAC business. I've been doing it for 20 years, but that's the plan. So
yeah,
I gotta figure something out now.
5 of them. 5.
You know,
the very minimal, you're looking at $250,000.
Well, I had lunch yesterday, Bubba, with the mutual friend who has 3 16-year-old triplet females.
Ooh, okay.
You realize they've all turned 16 at the same time.
Glad y'all finally caught up.
Wow.
I just asked him, was he okay?
Yeah.
3 16-year-old teenage girls and a wife.
Yeah.
Man. Go round us some sticks and tell them to hit the backyard.
He said literally his day consists of trying not to let it all get out of hand.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Let's go to Michael in Birmingham.
He's kind of good at being a moving target anyway.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been at all the Stallions games this year, and Speedy's down there doing his thing and asking everybody if they want a free T-shirt. And I say yeah every time, and I've never gotten a free T-shirt, Speedy. Thanks a lot, jerk.
You can't,
wow.
Can't have nothing, can you?
I mean, hey, you can't even get Speedy to give you a Stallion shirt. Ain't no. Keith, Mobile, Alabama. Keith, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm just, if y'all familiar with Graceland potential being foreclosure sale?
Yeah, we're looking at that. Elvis's granddaughter that's in charge is trying to jump in and stop that, but it's about to be sold off. Yeah, they're in financial trouble.
Exactly.
I did not know that.
Exactly. She's claiming the signatures as forged. The notary public says.
Oh. Yeah, Graceland and Nibblers all in the same day.
Good
What a
gracious.
day.
How
What
can
a
it be?
day.
How can it
what
be?
a day. How can you save them both? It's almost impossible.
You know how has Graceland got in trouble?
Well, how's Nibblers in trouble?
Well, Graceland had more people coming through than Nibblers did. I never really saw how they could make the boat work anyway. But,
right.
Just running the numbers.
Sure.
And but the Graceland thing is disturbing.
Look,
I mean,
listen,
how
if you
can
can't
we
make
let
money,
that-
if you can't make money off Graceland and keep that thing afloat, they just built the really elaborate. Didn't Lisa Marie build that gift shop? Somebody said they went there and the gift shop was unbelievable.
Yeah,
they have like a museum there now. I should say, not a gift shop, but.
And how do you sell that off? Elvis is buried in the backyard.
Boy, that's a good point.
What are you going to do?
That's a
You're
good
not
point.
going to make it a convenience store.
No.
Huh?
You got to dig the king up if you're going to change it.
You can't have that.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For this round, it's still going to come to our house and all this, and then Sherry and me and Big Love and all that. Even though they're at college, it all comes through here.
Try getting that sticker to them.
Yeah. So anyway,
it
looks like Big Love will be riding dirty till Easter. But anyway, anyway, this is where I'm in a dilemma. It would be simple if it just didn't work. Then I would be like, okay, well, I don't know what happened to it. It got lost. I don't see a check cleared here. I'm going down there. It didn't work. But I'm in the worst case scenario. It partially worked. That means that I got one sticker back and none of the others, which means the check, which was one total, the check has been cashed by the state of Alabama because they sent one back.
Rick, you're going to have to go online, print out a piece of paper that shows that it was cleared, and then go down there because you got to have. You saying anything means nothing.
Oh, I know.
At
I got
DMV.
that. Well, that's why I'm asking.
You have to have a
That's
piece
what
of
I'm asking.
paper and then a piece of paper proving that is a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm. So what do I do now? So you're saying, Bubba, go to my checking account, get the cleared check, print
Right.
that out,
and then you're going to have to go down there and get in line.
and then walk down there and say, of the 4 cars that we paid for, only one of them came in.
Do you still have the little cards that they sent you?
No, because you send those in with with the check.
So you don't just pay online and sign in, password, and pay online?
No, I mailed it in.
So you can go online and do it and pay like with a credit card, and they just mail it to you.
Yeah,
that's what I
Well,
do.
it doesn't sound like it based on your experience.
It wouldn't let. When I tried to go online, it kept saying VIN number doesn't match.
Right.
Now this is what was odd.
The Hendrick thing, all kidding aside, sometimes messes up where you have to go.
Well, I have.
But this time they were all on there.
I have vehicles under 2 different car insurances.
Mm-hmm.
One, they all came through. One, it did not. So I assumed it was a problem with that insurance company. Of course, they're not going to ever say that or fix it. But I had to go down there and it's the same car. It had nothing has changed. I mean, for years I've just mailed it. I mean, gone online. They mailed it to me. Go online, and this year it rejected it for some reason.
Well, I always go. I've had
after they sent me a card with all that information on it, including the VIN number that they had.
No. Now you're talking.
And then telling me that the VIN number was wrong. I go, well, it's your form. I can't change it.
I'm typing in your number.
Yeah.
No, this year I couldn't believe it because in the rarest of rare, all of the vehicles came in on the card correct, and I thought, okay, good. So this will be easy. Should have gone online, I guess. I don't know. Based on Bubba, maybe not. But sometimes, in all fairness, and I love this, I love the fact that we get to drive Hendrick automobiles, but they change so often that normally you don't. That one's always out there. They always put on there, we don't have information on this vehicle, and you have to go in. But this time they were all on there. So I'm in that terrible dilemma where they cash the check, and it may be that the U.S. Postal Service has messed it up, and the DMV did everything fine. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I got 2 government entities between me and what I need.
Yeah,
and that's never where you want to be. I can't wait till they get health care. But because that's not where you want to be.
No.
You don't want to be in between those 2 things.
Now you're in line, Rick, and you're printing out documents proving that you've paid, to Bubba's point, and having to sit there and talk to somebody and tell them.
And unless I can get somebody on the phone, and I don't know if you ever tried to call the DMV and just try to have customer service. They normally don't answer. Okay, and so now I'm going to have that terrible feeling where I'm going to be in line not knowing if I have what I need.
Rick, here's the only way.
And that's the worst case scenario because they could just say you don't have what you need.
Rick, they're going to say that. Okay, carry everything you got.
Right.
Everything you've got, throw it in a bag and go. you need your insurance card.
Yeah.
You need your former tag receipts. You need your piece of paper saying that the check is cleared. You probably need to carry a water bill to prove that you live where you live.
All right, let me ask you this.
I mean, everything you can think.
All right, what about this?
Put the passport in your back pocket just for fun.
What if I said, here's what you need. Pull me up. What if I just said I don't even care about the money that's gone?
Rick.
What if I just said I need these? Give me these stickers. One money. What can I do to pay you off to give me what I need that I can just leave here and have stickers? What I got to do? Just something help me.
Rick, you probably could try to do that.
Because I think I'm just going to make the situation drag out trying to say you've already cashed my check.
But Rick, what if
we just act like I've never even been in here before?
If you did that, it will probably come up on the system that those stickers have already been bought, and they can't sell them to you.
You're right. This is going to be bad for you. They're going
right.
to say that you've done what you needed to do. It's not on them, and they should be coming in the mail any day now.
Well,
the Postal Service is delayed.
Well, what I thought is since one of them came and the others didn't, no biggie, the others will be here. I didn't. 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Field of Greens, yes. Love the product, game changer, and it has been for so many of you as well. Fieldofgreens.com. Now, listen, have you ever thought to yourself, and it happens every time. Look, we've all done this. We've all done it. We've joked about it on the show. You realize 6 months has passed, and it's your time to go to the dentist. You haven't flossed at all, and you start flossing.
Yes.
You start flossing. You start making corrections. You're like, why did I wait again? Well, I think that a lot of us make the same mistake when it comes to the next time the doctors give us a checkup, and you're like, I needed to make those adjustments on my nutrition. I needed to be doing a little bit better, and I meant to. I never did. I'm about to go in there, and I am going to get in trouble with the doctor again. So why don't you stop this vicious cycle, and then you start trying to do something real healthy that week, like it's going to make a change. Why don't you go ahead and work on better health today? Field of Greens. This is one of it's part of a game plan that I took on about a year and 5 months ago. And the results have just been incredible. Such a better quality of life. Now, this is not the watered down extracts that you find in some of these more commonly known products. Field of Greens is an organic superfood. It's whole fruits and vegetables. In fact, each fruit and vegetable is selected for what they do for the body. It's not just go, hey, let's throw a bunch of fruits and vegetables in there, and what they're all handpicked. Some of them are, help with the immune system now more than ever. Boy, working on that immune system. That's one of the main reasons that I'm doing this. But there are many other benefits. It's not the only one. It's the bottom line is the fuel that your body was designed to work the best on is all there for you every day. It's hard to do that in your regular diet. Certainly if you can do that, great, but I was just never able to pull that off. I like having this, that I know it's been accomplished, and then you can, make other adjustments in your life as well. Don't be headed to the doctor and think, you know what, I should have paid attention to my nutrition when I was younger. I should have done something. Now, you can go ahead and make that adjustment now. We'll get you 15% off plus free rush shipping if you go ahead to fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. Save 15% today. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So when we were going to the break, I was going to finish the Graceland thing, unless that's what you're going to say too.
Well,
I was going to give
ahead.
you one
Go
update.
ahead.
So I was just told in the break that this Graceland thing is a classic move of these other things we're talking about, where people come in and steal your home out from under you.
Right.
That's
right.
what's happened because of what you said, Greg. Lisa Marie had worked some deal and then died with, I think she'd gone out because of that museum and everything, had taken out $3 million or something. The bottom line is somebody has come in and they have taken Graceland. Just like these people that are stealing homes, and what the granddaughter's trying to do is say, "Hey, this is
Right.
not legit.
It's a fake deal."
So that's all I was going to add.
Okay, well, there's hoarders there.
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah.
So there's another
in the jungle
there's
room.
another disturbing story out, and you may have seen it. I don't think we mentioned it when it first came out, but the guy's going to be sentenced today that went to Turks and Caicos. Have you seen that? So apparently they have some real strict gun laws there.
Oh.
And
I didn't know
have
that.
recently beefed them up even more.
Okay.
So we have a guy from Virginia. He's going on vacation, and guess what? He uses the same travel bag he does to go on hunting trips, and he left some shells in the bag, tucked away in a little compartment.
I can see
Probably
how that-
unloaded his gun and didn't want to put them in the box and just stuck
I
them
can
in there.
see.
something.
I can see that.
Sure.
So he gets there. They discover the ammo, and he is arrested under their zero tolerance plan. Turks and Caicos is a very popular vacation spot for Americans. So, and you're going to see a lot of people traveling abroad, with these spring trips and vacations as it gets warmer. But you got to be careful where you're going because, just because it's allowed here doesn't mean it's allowed everywhere. And this is considered a friendly country to the U.S.
I was going to ask you, who is this? Are they their own thing? Who do they belong to?
Are they a British?
Are they a British isle?
I don't know what their deal
I know they're
is.
out there, and there's a group of them out there. Sherry and I went to Antigua. There's Turks and Caicos. There's what's the others?
But the guy is going to be
St.
sentenced
John's or
today,
something?
and he could get 12 years in prison.
It's a British overseas territory.
Yeah, it's like the Cayman Islands.
Wow.
Wow. And you see the issue that there could be blowback from American travelers going, okay, I'm not going to go to your island if you're going to hold this guy up. But you got to know the laws when you go. You got to be careful. This guy, I've seen interviews with him. I think it was clearly just an oversight accident. But it's going to be an interesting
Does the
thing to
fact
see.
that I don't have a weapon at least help me some
No.
go, it's a mistake? I mean, why would I have ammo and no weapon?
Well, they don't want people trafficking ammo through there. All these islands are bad about
guess so.
people trafficking through there anyway.
How much ammo did he have? Did you say?
I don't know. I thought it was a few shells.
Well, then that's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, he could get 12 years, and several people in Congress are appealing to the authorities there that they go very lenient on him and let him leave and just maybe not come back.
I thought it was interesting that Brittany Griner commented on this.
Yeah,
she said know the laws in another country. before you go.
Same deal though. We just assume we can
deal.
do whatever we want to do because we get away with it here. That everybody else is going to be that tolerant, and that's not the case.
Are there 5 people arrested now in Turks and Caicos, by the way?
I know. I saw you had. There's 4 in that picture.
And then there's just a nameless person here, or a photo less.
All for the same thing.
I think so.
Tyler Scott.
Wait a minute.
Wrench
What?
is the guy who I'm talking about right there. Winrich, however you say it.
Can I ask you a question? Were these? Sorry, because I'm out of the loop.
Are
on
they
this.
all gun
Were
charges?
these people traveling together, or are these separate gun charges that had nothing to do with each other?
I know this guy was traveling. So he was just with his wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting. I will say this.
There's 5 American tourists arrested right now in Turks and Caicos
for the same thing, or for different things. So they're really
note to self.
Note to self of all the other islands. To Bubba's point, take a pass on Kirk's.
Right. Just go.
Yeah.
Just
Turks.
go.
Kirk's. I put it all together.
Turks and
Caicos.
Just go to Gulf Shores. Okay. Got it.
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
So there are several
Go buy Nibbler's boat. Okay.
Several tourists facing up to 12 years in prison for possessing ammunition, even though they were not carrying actual
So
weapons.
they're all for the same thing.
Now, who?
Well, Greg, that's the rules.
I mean, I'm saying how are there that many people making the same mistake?
I realize
something don't sound right.
Yeah, I realize some of you are very, very savvy, and you don't need this. But I will tell you this: they are worth every single dime. Now, you want to have a good one for everything Bubba just said. Travel agents are so beneficial because they as opposed to you trying to book everything on your own, they will sit down and say, we go here, we know the deal. Hey, by the way, when you're going there, don't do this. Keep in mind that they don't allow this. Hey, be aware of that. Because of what Bubba
take
said.
your shells.
Yeah, like they would have, and sometimes you know it and you just make a mistake and do it anyway. I got that. But they're so important because traveling abroad, it can be a lot of fun and it can be something you'll remember for the rest of your life. But it also can be a complete disaster if you don't be aware of the thing that Bubba keeps saying. Americans are the worst to think that we've left America and everywhere we go is still America. And everybody must adapt to the way we do things, even though we're a guest in their own country.
Yeah, we take this God-given right thing a little far when we're at somebody else's house. You know what I mean?
So you need to know what to do and don't do there. Like you would have had like a travel agent that would have looked at you and said, "Now look, do not bring any sort of ammo. I mean, that's going to be problematic. Yeah, that's and they're also really good on stuff that's not near as important. Like, is there anything worse to get to a place you've never been before and realize that the pictures of where you're staying look a lot different than where you're staying?
Yeah.
They're real good about saying that's not near as nice as it looks online.
Right.
We went there. Here's where you should go.
It's a lot like the pictures of fast food.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Funny commercial. It's unrecognizable. I don't know what some of these things I've got.
Well, and it's a credit to the people that do the marketing pictures. They're really good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're good. All right, we'll come back. That generated some phone calls. I don't know, people may want to add to that, so we may look at what you guys are calling about.
Yeah, give us some more details on the case if you know about it.
And we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More to cover as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That day, not panic, but I wasn't concerned that day because I thought that's not a big deal. But now it's been about 4 days and no others are showing up, and now we're in March, so now we're about to be riding dirty. So I don't know what to do about that because it's kind of a hybrid, and there's nothing worse when you're dealing with the government to have a hybrid. If it's clean, it's already bad when it's clean. But if you got a hybrid and people start having that look on their face like they don't really know, like you said, hey, that's on the Postal Service. Yeah, but I kind of need my sticker.
And that's going to be bad for you if you're sitting there waiting the whole time. You get up there and you have what you need. To Bubba's point, but they're like, but they're like, well, yeah, it shows you paid. I can't give you more.
What I'm trying to figure out is there any need for me to go there today?
I don't know. What about if you did
Rick,
this?
you don't be riding dirty.
What about if you printed out the document showing that
Trump
you paid?
going back in.
I got one. You print out the document showing that you've paid, fold it up, put it in the glove compartment. That way, if you're pulled over, you can show them, look, I've paid something.
Yeah,
something's wrong.
but how many times are you going to be pulled over with that wrong color sticker on there? It ain't worth that. The less hassles to go get it fixed.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get it
fixed. And that's the system. They make it so it's a terrible
But you understand
hassle.
my concern. I'm in a hybrid situation. Yeah. I just wish it was just all bad.
Listen, I'll tell you what I would do. And I would tell...
Guess who's not riding dirty? Young Broderick.
I would tell Motor Division this. If you would let me buy my tag for 3 years at a time, I'd pay extra. Whatever the 3 years were, I'd pay you 25% more on top of that, not to have to deal with it.
I'd like to go in and say, I would like to make a deal with the state of Alabama today. One money, y'all leave me alone about this.
yeah, I'd get a lot.
And while I'm here, give me the vaccine.
Right, yes, just one money.
While we wait in line.
I'd like to have a vaccine. I want the mask ordinance done.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't want to have to wear a mask in here.
Like carbon credit, can you buy out of that?
I don't know.
Can you pay enough so that you get to pollute?
Can I buy?
Can you pay enough so you don't have to wear
like
a mask?
a hunting license? Can I have a lifetime car tag? Lifetime.
I'd buy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, today is March the 4th.
Yes, it is, Rick. We've heard a lot about this date since the last date didn't happen, that people were predicting all kind of crazy things happening.
Mm-hmm.
And we are where we are right now, 9 hours and 36 minutes into it, and still nothing happening.
So I'm a little gray. See if I have this right, okay? Because I know there's two different conspiracy theorists out there. I'm going to deal today, since it's your day, with what I'm going to call a group of conspiracy theorists number one, that are better known as / March 4th gang. If I have the conspiracy correct me where I'm wrong, even if you're one of these theorists, because I don't know what to look for today. Right. I don't know how to plan my day. Like Bubba,
I want to be in front of the TV when it happens and have my popcorn ready to go, and or be listening to the radio. And I got a lot to get done today. I know you do too.
I do. I have a lot to do. So conspiracy theory number one is the government is under control of the military. They're even sending out signals of this. Trump is going to be put back in the Oval Office today by the military, who is holding the Oval Office open, while current president, and I use that term,
right,
easy.
I got you.
The person who's pretending to be the president now.
If it is really the Joe Biden. Remember now, we've heard it's a body double that writes with the wrong hand.
Either it's a body double or it is Joe Biden, but they're in a Castle Rock version of the Oval Office, because you can see the parking lot in the back now. Strangely, it seems to be the same parking lot behind Trump when he was in office.
Right, but we're going to look over that.
But that's fine. I'm strictly walking out. If you're somebody who believes this is going to happen today, does that mean that today is the day the president, who you say is still Donald Trump, will be put back in the Oval Office by the military today, who's holding it open for March 4th? And they want it to be that because up until 1930-something, we swore in the president on March 4th. Do I have this right?
I think you generally are correct, Rick, from what I understand.
Go 10 minutes at the top of the hour. So some people are calling in saying they can add something to the story. So it's Turks and Caicos, that island, and we have 5 Americans that have been detained, and it seems to all revolve around something to do with having ammunition in their, I guess, checked luggage, because Speedy brought up a good point. Wouldn't TSA catch, hey, you got some bullets and shells in here?
I know that makes no sense. I don't understand that either. How did you ever get out of the country with that?
Right.
Or did they were they on a private thing that went in?
Now, you could check it, I guess, and be fine, but then the Turks and Caicos people find it? Because I know a lot of times when you go, there's a different process when you're coming into someone else's country. Now they look at everything.
Oh, yeah.
Your checked baggage and your carry-on. So it could be that he checked it. That's what got him okay on our end. And then there, as they were going through everything, they said, "Hey, we got bullets in here."
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Let's go to Evie, who is a travel agent. Evie, can you shed some light on this?
Well, I mean, yes, maybe a little. But I really was calling to give you guys a thank you for shouting out to the travel agent industry.
Yeah.
I call myself a friendly neighborhood travel agent. We love what we do. And, yeah, having somebody on your side, just an extra person who actually works for you.
Yeah.
And not the destination, not the, well, I don't work for Turks and Caicos. I work for you. But it is really nice to have that extra person to bounce these ideas off of. But I am surprised TSA didn't catch that. I'm shocked.
Yeah, well, kudos to you. I've traveled abroad without a travel agent, and I won't do it again. It's like you say, when you have trouble, I mean, the travel agent is saying, "Hey, let me tell you what you need to do. Hey, let me get you on this other flight. Hey, I've talked to the hotel. Hey, y'all had this trip planned. I've rebooked that now, since y'all gonna be late to the next day." If you're on your own doing all that,
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, anytime you have 4 eyes on something,
yeah,
it's better than 2, or 6 better than 4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to have somebody in your corner.
Well, and
no
plus
doubt.
the way they operate, you never sit down with them and they go, "We don't know, we've never been there."
Right.
I mean, they go on their own, and they go on the trips, and they try stuff and tell you what worked, what didn't work, and all that.
And I think you nailed it. TSA, for some reason, they did not detect these bullets when the travelers departed from the United States. We're talking 1 or 2 bullets. These
Right.
people are being held for 12 years, potentially.
Yeah, like you said, 2 shells. I mean,
yeah, that's.
And I guess you could even do that on the carry-on, probably get it by. If you had it under something.
How did
I
they
don't
catch
know.
it and
Maybe-
TSA miss it?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Not so much for TSA.
Let's go to Ralph in Kentucky. Ralph, go ahead.
Hey, I guess the white elephant in the room, or the elephant in the room, is the question everybody's asking. Planes, trains, and automobiles. I mean, 2 shells, and you get over there, and then you're looking at 12 years. I mean, that is just crazy. I mean,
well, now keep in mind,
I've known people go to the airport with a gun in their pocket, forgot that they had the gun in the pocket.
Well, and now you're going back to Willy Wonka again.
Yeah.
But
I don't think that was accidental.
But sir, honestly, think about the guy that what happened to the guy that got caned in Singapore. We don't think what he did was a very big deal, but you better know Singapore does.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of got to know. It goes back to, we think it's no big deal. The question isn't what we think about it. What does the country you're going to think about it?
And
that's what you got to know.
What about these countries that don't allow anything a little shady on your cell phone? And so you could be there and somebody could send you a picture or something, and you go, "Wait a minute, I'm in trouble now."
To Florida with more on the guy that got arrested. Go ahead.
Hey.
Yes.
Are you guys talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it wasn't arrested. So what happened? We were on a cruise ship going to Honduras and then Mexico. My wife got violently seasick, so much so that it caused a heart attack.
Ooh.
When she started throwing the enzymes and they said, "Hey, you're having a heart attack," they told us that we would have to be taken off ship. So they said, if you have the insurance, and I'm going to give you a plug, get the insurance. Never in my life have I ever taken the insurance except that trip. And God had to have told me to do it, because the choice was, we're going to put you ashore in Honduras and airlift you, air ambulance, back to the States, or we're going to put you ashore in Mexico if you don't have the insurance, and you're going to a Mexican hospital on your own. I told him I'd swim.
So what insurance are you talking about? NetJet?
Yeah,
or MedJet?
They'll ask you, when you're going, check here if you want a MedJet or just a MedJet, or do you want to have the insurance that would ensure that you're sent back to the States? And you need to, if you're traveling abroad, you check it yes on that one. Let's go to Anonymous about ammunition in other countries. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Just got back from Costa Rica and took my backpack carry-on, and so we're on the last leg coming into Charlotte, and they're like, check your bags, make sure you got everything. Due to this being an international flight, you will not be able to get back on the plane if you forgot something. So I check everything, and I reach down, and I've got my backpack has those little mesh pockets on each side for water bottles and whatnot. So I reach my hand in there and I feel a 9mm spent casing.
Hey.
And I'm like, oh my God, how did that happen? And I remember from like a month ago, we had gone to Hoover Tactical to go shooting, and that's what I carried everything in, and one of them obviously flew in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm shaking, sweating, and the lady's coming down the aisle for a final trash pickup. And so I had some napkins, and I took it, put it in those napkins, crumpled it up, threw it in that bag, and
smart.
Thank goodness have not heard another word about it.
That's wise. Oh, wow. You gotta get that off.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to do that, but if you had said, ma'am, I found this, I mean, just the paperwork alone, you know.
The drama would have been unnecessarily created.
Yeah,
no harm, no done.
Might want to stick it in that blue ice.
A casing's not going to hurt anybody. He didn't do anything dangerous.
Nope.
Ed in Florida. Ed, go ahead.
You know, the rest of the world knows that the rest of the world has laws that are enforced, and you wonder why we have a border problem.
Yeah,
well said.
That's so true.
Well said.
Yeah. They're laws, not suggestions.
That's so true. Jesse in Alabama. Jesse, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah,
on Turner South, these people posting these videos. Rick, you did an infomercial trying to sell your house, and when you went into the master bathroom, this killed me. You said, you looked in the shower and you said, a lot of show prep has been done in here. It was in here that I came up with the name Dickie Nadmeyer, Dickie and Nadmeyer, and Speedy lost it.
I forgot all about that whole bit about selling the house and everything.
I laughed so hard. And then Bubba comes over like he's your neighbor, and you're like, hey, Mr. Miller. He's like, hey, Rick.
I forgot all about that. We created an infomercial to sell the house, and you walked in like a neighbor in the neighborhood. I forgot all about that. That was a good
How about
one.
I don't recall it?
Yeah, I don't either, but I'm taking his word for it.
Yep.
Apparently, it was really funny.
Yeah.
And we did sell the house. It did work.
If it was funny, I'm all for it.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
I need to do on that.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how are you, neighbor?
Well, let's talk about our great neighborhood. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
So, I'm fine, fellas. I'm fine. I love the show. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you.
I flew out of, used to fly a lot, flew out of Pensacola one morning to go work in Nashville for a week. Worked all week up there, coming back Friday afternoon out of Nashville, super crowded airport, all the who's and all that people coming out of there. I go through TSA, run my bag through it. They back it up, back and forth, look at it several times. They stop, they get other people to come look at it, and I'm like, what's going on here? And finally they pull me aside, and they will not tell me what's going on. I'm like, what is wrong? What have I done? And all I'm trying to do is get home. And pretty soon, here comes two police officers with two dogs walking with distinct purpose and looking for me.
Oh.
And I'm really freaking out now. Like, what is going on here? They, sir, come with us. They take me behind the shields. They search me. They still won't tell me what's going on. Finally, one of them pulls out a fully loaded clip for my 9mm out of my bag. He says, sir, is this yours? And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes it is. And they were moving with purpose. And I had, they ended up letting me go, took the bullets, and kept those, and gave me the clip back. Told me to have a good day.
Wow,
you got lucky.
Be glad you weren't in Turks and Caicos. You'd still be there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's talk about this. The swag that's available. You know, a lot of you catch the show on Blaze Media. You hear us talking about the other host on Blaze Media. Have you got some of the swag? Some of their merch is really cool. Go look at shopblazemedia.com. Everything from the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections. I mean, there's jackets, there's T-shirts, hoodies, socks, mugs, candles, flags, a whole lot more. Now more than ever, your freedom to express yourself, and boy, do they have some good items to do that and let the world know what you believe and why you believe it. ShopBlazeMedia.com. Check out all the cool stuff and use the code BLAZE10. That's Blaze and then the number 10, and that'll be 10% off the entire order. That's ShopBlazeMedia.com. The code BLAZE10 for 10% off. Go ahead and do that today.
I just have a general understanding of it.
Now, if it doesn't happen today, here's what I'd like to know. I know there's a second group that doesn't have a date They just say he's going to be put back in power at some point.
Yeah, they say the dates. They're putting them out on purpose just to throw everybody off.
All right, but I'm sticking with
whatever that means.
I'm sticking with group number one. If you're a March 4ther, and all of a sudden let's just say
now these are the people who were January 20th.
Correct, right. And they also
Yeah.
bought into something back in September, but I won't get into that.
Right.
But let's say
I guess Pizzagate just got left at the door.
let's say that you're a March 4th person. If we end up in this studio tomorrow, Lord willing, okay?
Yes, underline that.
Lord willing, if we end up in the studio tomorrow and Trump is not in the Oval Office being protected by the military to put the rightful president back in, does that mean that group of people, you're done? I'm going to guess no, but I'm just saying.
Rick, you've adjusted your date about 4 times already. I would, and some people say, why do you guys keep bringing this up? I get that email too. Well,
today's March 4th.
It's
today is March 4th.
Yeah. We get a lot of this email. I want to address it, and I hope that we're thought provoking to those that keep looking to these dates to go. I am like 0-6.
If you want all the answers, the lady that called earlier that didn't go on, I mean, the ones you talked to the other day,
Right.
she has all the answers.
Right.
She can rifle them off.
But she won't call back in because she says we make fun of her.
She said we make. She was laughing.
They've got all the answers, but they never happen.
No,
that's the
I mean,
problem.
And listen, when she's telling this, she's not saying like, "Hey, I think no, this is fact."
I mean, I'm worried a lot of these people might put on purple tennis shoes and go to the mountaintop. You know what I mean? I just
because you're kind of becoming.
I understand where you're coming from. I got that. I understand some of the things that you say are facts that you have problems with.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Of course, absolutely.
But I don't understand where you think all this is leading, and you're getting all this information from. It was the guy sitting in the car that videoed himself worked with the CIA. Then it was the newest one is, hey, a friend of General Flynn.
Oh yes, that's who I was talking to.
And I got an email from someone who said they are a friend of General Flynn and they know nothing about it. Just FYI.
We got a lot of friends of General Flynn that call the
There's
show.
a lot of friends. General Flynn is eat up with friends.
Yes, and a lot of them in Alabama.
My direct question is, if you're a March 4ther only,
right?
If March 5th shows up, no Trump, no Oval Office, Biden keeps talking from the fake Oval Office, in your opinion, is that? I'm not saying it's over.
Now remember, we've already had a call this morning that said that Kamala and
Kamala.
You're right.
Is it Kamala?
You're saying it right.
Kamala.
Vice President Harris and the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, have already been arrested. We got that early this morning.
For treason.
Yeah, but they claimed that the arrest actually took place in February.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
That's all right. Okay, so let's walk around. Watch your foot there. You see that going up the sidewalk? Picture yourself walking up, right here. You got family coming over, whatever. Come around here. Now, this is something you're going to love, the backyard.
It's a huge garage. Don't worry.
Back here in the backyard.
3-car garage.
Is what I mean, this is Norman Rockwell, All-American apple pie baseball. Not like Braves baseball, since nobody's into it anymore, but like baseball when we used to all really be into it. Look at this. New fence. Look at this dog greeting you right here. Hey, look at this. I'm doing this for the girl in Murfreesboro that thinks I don't love animals. Look.
Rick, you're squeezing a little tight.
God love you. Everything you know I've taught you, and your brain's about the size of a walnut. But, I mean, let's go on in. Backyard here. Look, you got a picture of your kids playing on the swing set, swinging. This swing set I'm throwing in on the deal. If you have kids, you want the swing set, it's in the deal. If you don't have kids, you want it out, we'll move it. Look at this backyard, all fenced in. All this was sodded last year. All the landscaping,
pretty
brand
Rick.
new.
Thank you, buddy.
The backyard. Look at this backyard. Picture your kids frolicking. Hey, Chance, watch this. Picture this. Hey, and with kids out here running around, dog running, trees everywhere. Hey, look, running around. Do a little running with the dog. Sit, boy, sit. See this? You got to picture this kind of stuff out here in the backyard. You're playing, you're frolicking.
That was a good sit.
Thank you. Your kids out here. Don't picture stuff like, your kids fall off a slide and he's crying and you run out here. None of that stuff. Picture those wonderful days when the weather's perfect.
6 minutes past the hour. Who's ready? Let's go. And some cold blues still. I had a blues man on the back and a beautician at the wheel. Yeah. In the middle of the night, hey, we're laughing and we're joking and we're feeling all right. 'Cause I'm bad. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Somebody say it. Yeah, I'm bad. I'm nationwide. The gang's all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We talked about it many times on the show. As times have changed, we remember when we were growing up and as we were even younger men, we were laughing really hard. YouTubers, if y'all are getting the flashbacks in the break, Adler found the old commercial we did when Sherry and I were selling our house about 22, 23 years ago. It was, I'd forgot. Bubba and I have no memory of it, but it sure does look funny.
Even watching that, I had zero memory of it.
Really? Don Juan was showing everybody how good our swing set was because that was going to go with it.
I wasn't in it.
Yeah. By the way, for those
I think if I was in it, I would remember.
For those of you that give me a hard time about, dogs, I think y'all saw me kissing my golden retriever.
Yeah.
Really making fun of
Yeah.
her.
That was before it ate the wiring off.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. We left that part out. That's a lot of history involved in that. That's been a while ago.
That's Don Juan on the swing set.
It sure is. Showing everybody the swing sets up. So,
I'm videoing on it.
But things change, and we've all talked about this. Is that there was a time when all you had to do to check for anything from something that was shipped to you is to simply go to your mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
But now we all know the mailbox is not near as active as your front porch is now.
No, yeah.
Or various places they drop them.
That's a fact.
Every day I've now added as part of my routine looking out to see if there's a package of some kind that my wonderful, beautiful wife may have ordered. So I noticed when we became empty nesters, you get into the mode of now the house is moving into being functional for the way life is now. You keep the bedrooms because kids may visit and, who knows. And, but then there's things you were talking about like, well, hey, I was going to finish that office and I never did finish this in here. And Sherry's done a wonderful job of getting it all set up and everything. Well, we have a couple of office chairs that are really, really ratty, and one of them you can't even adjust it anymore. And one of them, is all it's torn on the cushion. And so she was like, I'm going to get some new little office chairs for the desk here in the house. Okay, fine. So I noticed over the last few days these bizarre boxes arriving at the house shaped like little chairs. And I was like, so obviously these are the chairs. Yeah, those are the chairs. And she goes, and it was interesting. She said, yeah, just put that in the guest room in there. When we put it together, just put it in there, baby. Just set it in there. And then so a second one arrives, and I said, I don't want these boxes laying around in here. I just go ahead and put the chairs together for you. You can just move them out of the way, and we'll. I said, who's going to put the chairs together? And she goes, baby, I don't want to see that. And
she thinks you're going to mess the chairs up.
And she said, and I know you don't like putting things together. And let me tell you something, sweetheart. There's a lot of things that you do really well, and we're so thankful for you. And I'm so thankful for you. This is not your thing.
It's not your gift.
And I'm like, well, we can't have these big giant chair boxes sitting around in the house. And so anyway, they sat there for a few days, and I don't know whether she couldn't think of a plan or she was going to contact, somebody else. I don't know, or she was going to try it herself. So finally yesterday I was like, I got to get these chairs put together. And so I start getting the boxes and laying them out, and Sherry's like, don't do this to yourself. And I'm like, how complicated can it be? And
it's just a chair.
My goodness. Well,
it's got that one Allen wrench that comes with it.
I knew I was a little off to a rough start when I couldn't figure out how to get in the box.
Rick, that's step one.
You know, the boxes are very complicated with chairs. You know, they're not your simple just.
All boxes are tough now.
Yeah,
Just back away.
I mean, it literally looks like a little box chair, and you have to come up the sides, and of course, you don't want to make the mistake that's happened in the past. Got a little careless with the box cutter.
No,
and said, well, worse. Because I think she would have been okay with that. I actually cut the actual thing in the box.
Oh my!
I didn't do that.
I've done that before.
I didn't do that yesterday.
I have done that before.
That's why they have that box cutter with a slash through it on the box. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah,
I cut
Greg.
Knife. I cut the fingers off for some back gloves one time.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I know it was there, Greg. I just didn't see it. So
clean off like that.
So anyway, I finally get
there. It is.
I finally get them open, but this was a big moment for me yesterday.
To open the box.
Well, yeah, that was big.
Get the plastic off the chairs.
Rick, don't set your standards too high now.
Well, and Sherry,
get in the bind.
God love her because she knows. I mean, she's been married to me a long time, and so she knows what's coming. Things that you guys do and never even mention, I announce. Got the box open. That's good, baby. Good job. Good job. Box is open.
Found the instructions.
The voice coming from the room.
Yeah, because she's sitting in the other room. Good job, baby. And you did that in 20 minutes. Good job. And I'm like, box now opened. Taking out the pieces. and so, okay, baby, good for you. Praying if it's just an Allen wrench, you know. And
and the one wrench that does it all.
Well, let me tell you, I'm pretty good with the Allen wrench.
It's not the best one they put in.
No, it's not the top quality. You're
correct. Wear out on it, Bubba.
Yeah. Found all the pieces. Okay, that's good, baby. Please follow the instructions, honey. Will you please follow? Looking at the instructions.
Where's Party?
Can't find the first page. And I said, no, I'm good. I got it. Looking at the picture, honey, and then she walks in. Baby, please don't do what you've done in the past. Don't just look at the picture and try to make the pieces look like it. Follow the steps.
Yeah.
Just follow the steps. Feels a little bit like a puzzle.
And when they have multiple bolts and screws, you got to pay attention.
You got to lay all that out.
Yes.
Bubba, I learned.
Won't do that.
I learned from my. No. I've learned. I'm coachable now. I've learned from my handy brothers. Y'all, I heard some of y'all say one time, lay it all out.
Yep.
Identify it. Make sure you got the right. Make sure you got the right amount.
Yeah, and so I
regretting doing that.
I lay it all
out. Of course,
out.
he ends up losing part of it before he gets it back.
Lost one of the bolts. And
I tell you,
I looked and I was like, there's supposed to be 4. Where's the 4th one? And then that was the one I
buried in the carpet.
See?
More than one washer in a little bit of trouble. And so I wanted just to be one washer, but there were 2 different size washers.
And you like the picture be a little better that shows how they stack.
The technical writing on those things are horrible.
And then then there's the moment of honesty. She walks in, she goes, "You're still looking at the front page. You're looking at the picture, aren't you?"
That's the best way to do it.
Can kind of see what the chair's supposed to look like. And baby, please follow the steps. And I'm like, all right, I will. And she goes back to what she's doing. So I get it all laid out, and I've made some mistakes of the past where I kind of go, well, I guess these wheels go on the bottom. And I'll just start aggressively putting them on there and not realizing they need to face a certain way.
Yeah. Some of them spin, some of them don't.
Yeah.
The wheels look like they just punched down in this little hole here. And so I
the last step.
Yeah, and
he's doing it first.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm on page 4. And so, but I want you to know that I ain't trying to brag, but I put together the chairs yesterday.
Does anybody sit in them? To test them.
Yeah.
When Sherry walked in, she said, "Oh, look, you it looks like you put this one together, baby. Don't sit down in it."
Hang on.
Well, I'm not sure about one leg.
Do not go.
Double checking.
She was going. Can I go ahead and take it upstairs? Hope the top doesn't come off when you pick it up. And so I just want to say that I ain't trying to brag. I put together not 1 but 2 office chairs. And,
not 2.
Oh yeah.
You know, I have better luck looking at the picture than I do the directions, but I'll finger tight everything and then go back and tighten it up once it's together because, you know, invariably you'll get something on out of it.
You're right.
Learned about that.
In the directions, Bubba, to your point, it does say most of the time, don't tighten all the way.
Yes, it does. After I've cinched down on it.
Cinched down on the first one, going back loosening.
Yeah, backing off. Can't get the hose to line up.
Kind of stripped out.
And then Sherry said, now, you know this chair is supposed to be adjustable. Don't get your hopes up.
Just be happy with a chair.
I've just got one you can sit in. Hope it's the right level.
Everything's cross-threaded.
Right. Won't be able to swivel.
Dadgummit left-hand thread.
I'm going to spin in this chair. I wouldn't spin in that. But they are in their position, and I think they're
holding still, huh?
I didn't put together one, but put together two. I'm a bit of a handy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Picture this kind of stuff out here in the backyard. You're playing, you're frolicking.
Good to see it.
Thank you, your kids out here. Don't picture stuff like your kids fall off a slide and he's crying and you run out here. None of that stuff. Picture those wonderful days when the weather's perfect, everybody's out here. Look, it's fenced in back here. On back here, of course, there's my Christmas tree I wasn't sure what to do with last year. Kind of still got that one. I'll move that. You see how we have that fence off? So if you want to put your dog back there, and if you got something going on in the backyard, you want your dog jumping all over people and all that. Of course, that fence wasn't high enough, and Chance just climbs over it. But your dog might be smaller, so let's go on into the house. Backyard. You got to really picture this. Don't look at the deck yet, Speedy. I can't look at it yet because that's going to be emotional for me. Don't even look up there yet. Backyard here. Look. Another 40 feet I got you when I beat this guy next door out of it when he tried to scam us and had a fake property line. You remember that story on the show? All that is brand new yard that you can do with what you want. All right, let's go on in. Make our way inside. And we'll go downstairs, do the downstairs, and work our way up. So,
Rick, you got a future in the real estate show.
Yeah, see, I was trying to tell the real estate people they don't know how to sell this house.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hey, this is some of my neighbors.
Good to see you.
Man, I'll tell you one thing.
Can I borrow a cup of sugar?
I like living in this neighborhood so much because it's the kind of neighborhood like Norman Rockwell used to paint in all those paintings.
Yeah, it sure is. As a matter of fact, my kids love to play with Rick's kids. You know his son, Broccoli?
Right, and Mr. Miller is like one of many real nice neighbors in this neighborhood. And our neighbors, a lot of times this neighborhood will just come over and ask you, do you need anything? Anything I can do for you? Mr. Miller, it sure has been a pleasure living next to you for 5 years.
We're sure going to miss you, Rick.
All right, Mr. Miller, thank you. All right, what we want to do now is we're going to come on inside. First of all, I want Speedy, get a shot, if you would, of this garage. A 3-car garage.
Look at that, Bubba.
Look, see this stuff here? Half this stuff like was handy stuff. I don't even know what to do with it or anything like that. I'll probably just throw that in. Like you see that lawnmower right there? That lawnmower has never even had the crank pulled on it because,
yeah, sure.
Pay somebody to cut the yard. But so, and these some other things, some old Mr. Lucky equipment over here that I think would have some, historical value if you're a big Rick and Bubba fan. There's some old speakers and stuff, back there. And my hunting stuff, stays. But so let's go on in. 3-car garage by here. And I know some of you asked them, the house is on like over an acre of a lot, and it's about 3,500, 4,000 square feet of the house. So here's a big, huge, gigantic garage, and do like us and not put stuff in it you don't know what to do with. All right, as you come in, this is the bottom entrance. Come on in here. You guys, look here. Look here. See, the key, if you don't picture it.
That's the key.
These are natural gas logs right here. Look here. This is how hard it is. Fire it up. Just right there. There they go. Look, you don't want fire. You don't want it. Hands off. Got a nice fireplace here. Put you some pictures up here. It means a lot to you. A whole den area right here. Wet bar over here. Look here. Look here.
You didn't know that refrigerator was on there, did you?
I did. That was shocking.
Little fridge underneath.
Look at that fridge.
Right here, all that. This all comes into it. Right over here. Now what we got here is toy room, play room, whatever you want to do with it.
Look at that.
TV room. Look at this.
Nice colors.
Freshly painted.
Thank you, buddy.
Got some bright colors on it. Look in here. You see what I'm talking down here? Big area.
Look how big it is.
Toy room, TV room, whatever needs to be done down here. It's all up to you. You got to picture your family in here. Now, do have our own bathroom down here. Got 2 bedrooms by here. One may be an office if it's not big enough. Got a bathroom here. It's got a full closet and everything. Hey, my bad.
Dave,
what were you doing in there?
It's a bathroom with a shower in it. It's on you. I need a heads up on D, by the way. Sorry about that, D. This we used as a bedroom. This is where Boomer hung out when he was little. You can use it for an office if you don't like it as a bedroom. Also got a nice closet in here. So this thing has 5 bedrooms, 4 if you want this to be an office and you don't want to use it as a bedroom. Got its own closet here. You put up anything you want to there. Hang up stuff, stuff like that in there. And so you can use that. Also, another bedroom. So these bedrooms connect in case you've got, like we did, 2 children that want a room. Another bedroom in here. Just look around this whole area here. This is another bedroom.
Minutes past the hour. Feeling like this. So as we work our way back, we thank you for being with us today. Some things to be aware of. It looks like Memorial Day weekend coming up, and it's a Rick and Bubba Best of Show Friday. So some of the more historic moments in Rick and Bubba history as we look back over the last 30-plus years. Then Monday, a full show will just be replayed. Everybody off on Memorial Day. And then next week, Speedy back with those undefeated Stallions at Protective Life on June 1st. If you want to, if you're getting out and be part of that, or maybe you haven't been to a game yet, you want to be part of that game, you can. Then the very next weekend in Sikeston, Missouri, June 7th, 8th, and 9th, Sherry and I will be there for what is going to be an action-packed weekend. Friday night is a men's event. Saturday morning is a women's event. Saturday night is a marriage event. And then Sunday morning, I'll be bringing the message at the church. So there's a little bit for everybody. You don't have to be part of that church to still come to any of it or all of it. And you can get those details by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And they have the link there with all the different sessions listed for you. They did a good job of putting that together. And we'll see all of you, Lord willing, in Southern Missouri coming up the first full weekend of June 7th, 8th, and 9th. Bubba, Biden. We're sitting here and we haven't heard from him today. Maybe we're protecting ourselves because we can't believe that this man is running the free world. Does anybody know Basement Joe? Hey. So here we go. Biden, first of all, is going to sound like somebody's giving him Novocaine. But the worst part is what Speedy told us off air earlier, or did you tell us on there? I can't remember.
I think off.
That he's going to recognize what he thinks is a former hostage in the crowd, but what he doesn't know is the person is still a current hostage being held by Hamas. I must warn all of you, this may be a level 4 discomfort. Not level 5, but probably a level 4. All right, here we go.
My administration is working around the clock to free the remaining hostages. Just as we have freed hostages already. And here is today is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and it's still... he is not here with us, but he's still being held by Hamas.
God. It's like he just can't walk out of the dentist.
Hey, what is he's tying all of his words together.
My slurring.
All right.
Yeah.
On their experimental drugs, whatever they gave him on this day,
try again.
Didn't work. This didn't work.
Or did we give it to him too early and it's worn off?
Could be.
Possible.
Could be.
My administration is working around the clock to free the remaining hostages. My administration is working around the clock to free the remaining hostages.
To feed the
My administration is working around the clock to free the remaining hostages, just as we have freed hostages already. And here today is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and it's still he is not here with us, but he's still being held by Hamas.
Oh gosh, almighty!
Oh my goodness!
All right, here's a question: do you think have you ever bit the side of your tongue so bad it hurts?
Like
Are you can't
okay? I'm
not. I'm trying to reason what's going on.
That may be the worst he's been for that long.
Yeah,
I mean, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can see he's trying to read the teleprompter.
Sounds like a Saturday night drunk.
And he tries to go ahead and ad lib, thinking he got ahead of himself, thinking the guy was actually there. Then as he's reading the line, he realizes, no, that's not what this is. They want me to say.
No.
They want me to say he's still being held, but I had him here, and now I got to adjust on the fly. But the mumbling and the jumbling. Who was that character back in the 70s that was played the drunk on all the variety shows?
He had the white hair.
God, what was his name? Foster Brooks.
Foster Brooks.
That's good.
And
that's good. Greg.
He usually played a pilot.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
in an airport.
All right, guys, we're almost to this point. I think they just need to hire Jeff Dunham, and he just go sit on his lap and let Jeff talk.
Well, he even does this. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Right?
See if you can even get the word administration.
At one point, they were feeding the main hostages. Is what it sounded like he said.
Yeah.
We're feeding main hostages.
So and so is feeding the main hostages.
He gives up on administration so fast. He gives up on it about 2 letters in.
Yeah.
Listen.
My administration is working around the clock to free the remaining hostages. Just as we have freed hostages already. And here it is today is Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and so still he is not here with us, but he's still being held by Hamas.
Oh my
Guys,
goodness.
here with us today, Noah. When he tries to say his name, he's like he got halfway through and said, who cares? Right?
Guys, he gave up on so many things right then.
He did.
The lack of effort. Bidenomics, Bubba, we always wait for people to care. No one cares that human beings are being just destroyed by high prices, but now it's affecting dog owners.
No, they messed up now.
Now they done messed up and got pet people involved. Pet people getting mad now. So here we go.
With vet care costs rising around 60%. Dog food costs have gone up by 25% over the past 4 years.
Yes, they have.
A recent survey by the group Blueprint found that 91% of dog owners have experienced financial strain due to higher pet costs, with the majority either cutting their own spending or borrowing from friends and family to cover those costs.
Or sending their dog loose in the woods.
Right. Or sending it toward Greg and Lisa's house.
Yes, evidently they're sending a lot my way.
Look.
Hey, that beneficial's gone up.
Wait till Sarah McLachlan starts singing a song about this.
That's good.
That's good. Yeah. People's dogs are starving because of Biden. Mm-hmm. People having to borrow to feed their own dogs.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Poor puppies.
They have messed up.
Mm-hmm. Dogs being set out. Mm-hmm. Nowhere to go, thanks to stupid Biden.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll get something going. I know y'all don't care about the plight of humans, but what about dogs?
What about the dogs?
If we just would open up the pipelines and get that fuel price down, it would help the dogs.
I know.
And a few cats.
I know not near as good a PR that they just don't have great PR. But
well, they're free roaming.
Right.
It's not my fault.
Don't show an adult cat. Show some kitties.
Yeah,
everybody likes kitties.
Because everybody knows the dog can survive. You know how they are.
But I will. Have you ever noticed that though? I've always been perplexed by that, and I know. Hear me out. And we dealt with this one time with a guy we were trying to help.
Oh yeah.
If there's one thing about your cost, I'm not talking about you already had them and they went up. I'm talking about, have you ever seen people that are kind of, they struggle and they're always not quite able to, it's a difficulty for them to pay their bills, but yet they'll take on like 5 dogs. I've never understood that. It's like, that if you hadn't taken on 5 dogs, that would be a cost you wouldn't have.
Was it Dave the hitchhiker that we tried to
That's
help?
the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He
wouldn't go to work because he couldn't carry his dog. You know what? I can't either.
Right. Yeah. None of us can.
As much fun as they would be here at work.
But if you're sitting there going, okay, I don't make a lot of money. I'm just getting started. I want to be sure I don't get over my head on costs. Not having a pet is something you could never get into. You don't have to have one.
No.
Wait till you're better off financially, then get one. Yeah. Have you ever seen that? Yeah, I know y'all are struggling. Is there 5 dogs in here? Are that 4 big giant things of dog food?
Rick and Bubba.
Or office, however you want to play this thing. The downstairs has a den, a big, huge TV or playroom, 2 bedrooms, a wet bar, and a fireplace. All downstairs. And that bathroom, again, it's a toilet, because we can't go back to it, but it's got a sink and a full shower in there, too. Okay?
That's all downstairs.
Right, we're going to go upstairs and maybe even go see the deck.
Above the deck's just very...
I know, it's emotional for
you.
So
that's kind of the downstairs setup now. As you see now, because you have to picture this stuff.
It's the best deck I've
Coming
ever
up the
seen.
steps, nice carpet on the steps. This came in handy with small children. As a matter of fact, these are the steps. If you'll go to Stay In It, Volume 1, this is the steps that Sherry took the table to the head on, right here. So we're coming up.
Did you see it bouncing down there?
Wormwood. You can't find this anywhere. We're only the second people to ever live in this house. The people before us were the ones who built it. And this is all cool stuff. It's called wormwood. That's supposed to be something that fires you up. But anyway, so we come up to the tile here on the floor. Got a dining room right here. This is that room we all have in our house that we never eat in. But it's nice. You can set up in here, curtains.
Sweetie's getting a phone call. Did you hear it?
Yeah. Curtains stay. Put your dining rooms, set it up in here, china cabinet.
You ever eat in your dining room?
You'll never eat in here, but
just
you'll make it look nice. So, look, I know. Now we're getting close out here, Speedy, to the deck. I'm just not ready for that yet. That's something that's bothering me that I'm having to go through kind of a separation anxiety thing with. I'm not ready for it. So let's go in the kitchen. Now this is the most controversial part of selling this house. And I'm going to tell a lot of you this who are home buyers, you frustrated me with it, and I'll tell you why. Our generation doesn't cook. Who are you kidding? That's all new countertops. Now, look, this is limestone, so you can put your hot plates here. Got the little deep, barrel sink thing. Got a food disposable, or what that thing's called. You turn on cranks. But this is all limestone, brand new. We put this in, splash thing, hickey-doo. Look at this view outside. Now, the reason why, if you look outside, that's my neighbor. Do you remember when I first moved in and I killed some of his plants with a Roundup? That's the ones I got right there. So, but they're back. Everything's fine. So over here we've got
except
gas.
For that one.
Here. Gas top. Fire these up. All stainless steel. This is brand new. All this is new limestone. Look, this is a brand new stove top, brand new stove oven.
What's
brand new
limestone?
microwave. Hey, this is all brand new stone. You follow me? This is brand new. Most of our meals, of course, came out of this. Look, our generation, we don't cook. It's good enough to cook what you want. It's all new, nice stuff. Well, how many meals you cook a day? I want a bigger kitchen. You don't ever cook. So look, this is functional. It does everything you need. Nice room for a nice fridge here. Plenty of space, drawers and cupboards and all that kind of stuff. Laundry room in here. Come on in. Laundry room. Again, got the tile in here, all the shelves. Your washer and dryer goes right there. A laundry room is what it is. It's a laundry room. All right, when we come back, more of the house, and I'll deal with saying goodbye to... I wonder sometimes if this is a big cleansing for me. Am I hanging on to the deck? You know what I mean? Not really trying to be aggressive about selling it because I can always go down to that deck and sit on it.
I like the approach, Rick, where you're dogging people into buying it. And telling them not to worry about the kitchen.
What does our generation need big kitchens for? When do we ever cook? Ever?
Rick and Bubba.
Should have come. That's right, baby. 35 minutes past. Still going, the $25 extravaganza sale at mypillow.com/Bubba. I'm a little surprised this is continuing. Looks like we may roll through Memorial Day with this baby. $25 extravaganza sale going on right now. Premium Giza My Pillows, only $25. My slippers, my sandals, $25. My pillow bed sheets, Giza Dream Sheets, percale or flannel, all $25. 4-pack dish towels, $25. 2-pack multi-use My Pillows, $25. Beach towels, Headed to the beach with my $25 beach towel. Got that. Dish towels, $25. I already mentioned that. All right. So this is all available right now during the $25 extravaganza sale and free shipping. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. mypillow.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. Bubba, the world of AI.
AI.
Yes, I love technology.
The world of AI.
But not as much as you see. But I still love technology.
Always and forever.
We are the robots. We are the robots.
Bubba, this is a legitimate concern, and we'll talk more about that, but let's talk about this current case that's going on.
Well, OpenAI wanted Scarlett Johansson to be the voice of their website and a lot of the things they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
She declined.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and made a Scarlett Johansson voice sound alike from AI, which is the business they're in.
Yep.
And now they're being sued for it.
Bubba, where are we going? So now, not only do we have fights about riffs and songs and this and that, this belongs to me, how much of it was played, we are headed to a world going, they tried to duplicate my voice. Did they fully duplicate it? Does it sound enough like me that I have a case? I mean, this is where we're going, right?
And they can do video too, so you cannot believe what you hear or see now.
Right.
Here's an example. Do we have it, Adler?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here it is.
And this is actually Scarlett Johansson's statement about everything being read by OpenAI's Sky voice. And here's Scarlett Johansson. Not really, but here's her statement.
Last September, I received an offer from Sam Altman, who wanted to hire me to voice the current ChatGPT 4.0 system. He told me that he felt that by my voicing the system, I could bridge the gap between tech companies and creatives and help consumers to feel comfortable with the seismic shift concerning humans and AI. He said he felt that my voice would be comforting to people. After much consideration, and for personal reasons, I declined the offer. 9 months later, my friends, family, and the general public all noted how much the newest system named Sky sounded like me. When I heard the release demo, I was shocked, angered, and in disbelief that Mr. Altman would pursue a voice that sounded so eerily similar to mine that my closest friends and news outlets could not tell the difference. Mr. Altman even insinuated that the similarity was intentional, tweeting a single word, her, a reference to the film in which I voiced a chat system, Samantha, who forms an intimate relationship with a human.
Easy.
2 days before the ChatGPT 4.0 demo was released, Mr. Altman contacted my agent asking me to reconsider. Before we could connect, the system was out there. As a result of their actions, I was forced to hire legal counsel, who wrote 2 letters to Mr. Altman and OpenAI, setting out what they had done and asking them to detail the exact process by which they created the Sky voice. Consequently, OpenAI reluctantly agreed to take down the Sky voice. In a time when we are all grappling with deepfakes and the protection of our own likeness, our own work, our own identities, I believe these are questions that deserve absolute clarity.
Now, why would they create her being upset with them?
You can just run any kind of script or any kind of prompt through it. So somebody just took her statement, ran it through their program.
Do we have her talking so we can compare?
It sounds a little robotic to me.
It does me too, but I don't know if she sounds robotic. I haven't heard her voice.
It's clarity. It's Quentin she's playing.
Yeah.
That Her movie makes it weird, by the way, because
not familiar.
That Sam Altman guy is an admitted fan of that movie, Her.
Well, there's no doubt what he's doing.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah.
Joaquin Phenix falls in love with this robot girl.
Easy now.
Sky.
Let's hear her talk.
All right, let me see if I can find her real voice.
Well, I think I've heard her talk enough to know. I want to hear it, though, but it sounded a lot.
This is the quickest clip I could find with her as Katie Britt.
And this is why I've invited you into this strange, empty kitchen.
Yeah, but she's acting like she's somebody else.
That's not a good comparison.
Hey, look. All right, here's the good news. The AI does not sound like Katie Britt.
Right, got that.
We got that.
That's funny.
But, we were talking about, think about this AI world as you look for that, Adler. And we all know, my mother there's been an attempt at this with her. how our senior citizens are always there's the new thing is they call and they randomly till they find people assume most people of a certain age would likely have grandchildren, and they even gamble that it might be a male, or sometimes they might gamble it's a female, and they'll just call and say, Grandmom, it's your grandson. I'm in trouble.
yeah.
I need money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now they could come up with. We've even talked about that we're going to get to the point where we all as families will establish passwords.
Yep.
And so if you get a call saying it's somebody in your family, you're going to have to ask for the password.
Yeah.
Because there's
verbal password.
There's going to be so many fake abilities out there to take money from you under the guise of you're helping a friend, helping a family member, sending something for an emergency, maybe jury duty.
Right.
But sorry, buddy.
I told my grandma, hey, I will never, ever call you and ask for money ever. And both of my grandmas were like, I'm not stupid. I won't fall for a scam like you. And I was like, thanks, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma.
I would just tell them the answer is no.
Right.
Here's Scarlett Johansson's real voices from like the Kid Choice Awards or something.
Hey guys, oh my gosh, this is such a thrill. We are so excited. We are so happy that the Kids' Choice Awards are so happy.
It was a bad example again.
Yeah,
because of the music.
The meter,
it's okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. This is live,
I
baby.
think
You're doing. I thought it
computer
sounded
voice
like
had a little.
I thought the
electronic
story
sound
had the
to it.
comparison in it.
It's robotic. It was robotic.
I've got to.
But maybe that's how she does when she's reading something.
Yeah. Well, the question
I don't
is, can a robot voice be your voice? No matter what.
Well, listen,
no
we've
matter
seen
what
it.
the meter is, are you allowed to make money off me using my voice to
Just
do
like
whatever
the
you want?
singing.
We've seen it. One of my favorite things right now is post game press conferences with coaches where they take their voice and put different words to it. What they think's like. There was even one this weekend. Speedy and I watched yesterday with Bryson DeChambeau in the golf tournament, and it's almost like things we wish they would actually say, or when they're talking negatively about their team and all that. But it does sound like the coaches, and it's easy to fall for. And so, what kind of action do these people have against these companies? Because that's the that likeness and image that they're talking about there.
I mean, it's NIL all over again.
You could easily fall for, like, I'm watching it and going, gosh, I know this is not real based off what you're saying, but man, I wouldn't know. If I didn't know you, this would be something that you'd probably say behind closed doors.
No, you're right. All of you are right. I mean, we have technology now. If I want to destroy somebody, I just simply put something out pretending that they either look like the person, sound like the person, that they're saying and doing something that they didn't do. Now, they can go out, and by the time, the times we're living in, even without all the technology, people can say things about you now, and by the time you've corrected it, the damage is done.
Yeah.
So can you imagine what this is going to open up? Because with everything that we accomplish that may be even researched and developed for good reasons, the wickedness of the world will always go, I'll tell you something wicked I could do with that.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you got to think that part through too.
Is this your third attempt?
This is my third attempt at finding her actual voice.
It's so long ago now, I don't even remember what it sounded like.
With her not
I forgot what actress
pretending
it is.
to be somebody else.
Wow, we really do need to go on vacation.
See,
that's pretty good.
That was good. It does
We do
sound
need
like
to go
her.
on vacation.
Okay.
It does sound like her.
Found it.
So they
Sorry.
did take it down. They're not using her voice now. That was
They said that it has been taken down right now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yep.
By the way, just on a note, speaking of actresses, does that one right there on TV4? She scares me. There's something about her that's scary.
Yeah, she don't look
There's
real.
something mystical. I don't know who.
Anya
Is
Taylor-Joy?
that her name? Okay, I didn't know her name. But every time I see her, she's terrifying to me.
Yeah,
There's something scary about
The
her.
chess girl. She was in that Netflix chess movie.
Oh,
Was she?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something about her that
Something
seems,
Gambit.
It seems mystic. Like
Queen's Gambit.
I think I saw her hitting a stick on the ground a while ago.
Maybe. Yeah.
She's a witch.
Yeah, well, I could see that. We'll come back. 15 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I'm
Don Juan DeMarco, Casio Kid. We got a new song from them.
Alana, who was on The Bachelor, who was deployed to California with the Marines. We will talk to her coming up this hour. So a lot still to come. Don't forget where the guys will be tonight. Cassie and D live at Schaefer Ice Center's Crawfish Boil, 1st Avenue South and 18th Street in Birmingham. They'll be performing tonight. The Village People, War, and the Average White Band, all part of Birmingham's biggest dance party. Free to the public. They just ask for a $5 donation to the charities. The infomercial on the house, Bubba, continues. I think at this point, and I didn't mean that, so bad, but I just feel like with our generation, as I've said before, we're the opposite of our parents. We eat out every day and cook on special occasions. It's just the opposite. Used to you ate out on special occasions, and your mama cooked every day. So our generation, our obsession with these giant kitchens, is that so we can put the to-go bags down on some nice area? I mean, is that more room for everybody to get dressed and leave for the restaurant? What's it for?
Well, if you follow the logic, Rick, that you don't need a big kitchen because you're not cooking much, you also have to ask the question, do you need a big bedroom? Because apparently we're not sleeping very much.
All right, let's get
really, if you look at it, with the way we all stay in the highway now, okay, everybody.
Sure.
We need, like all Winnebagos, and an efficiency apartment. That would be a lot more logical.
Right. Well, no, all kidding aside, it's a very nice, everything in it is brand new and is extremely functional and nice. So let's go to the, but we're in this obsession where the kitchen has to be 2,000 square feet.
Well, it all goes through, I think, cycles,
But it doesn't make
what
sense.
happens when you have a giant kitchen is you have to walk from one side to the other, where you can just turn back and forth. Now, if you're going to have a team of chefs in there, you need that. If you're one person fixing,
right.
And we go through that too. Betty is unhappy because our laundry room is not big enough.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we do a lot of laundry, I understand, but this is the first time we've ever even had a laundry room.
Well, look
before it was in the hall.
Well, that's
you
my thing.
opened the door, and that was the laundry room.
The generation before us said, you know what, let's have big living area. Bathrooms and kitchens, who cares? Who wants to be in there anyway?
Right.
Well, now our generation, we want gigantic bathrooms and gigantic kitchens.
Is it just we want everything bigger? Is that it? Is that the bottom line?
Our kitchen that we have at the new house is bigger than where we used to live before this house. Not this house, but one back.
Right.
The first house Sherry and I ever had. I mean, for what?
And it's so funny because, Betty's caught up in this.
I don't have a big room. You watch TV.
This is the one that gets me, wrought iron.
Oh, that's
everybody's
the thing
on fire for wrought iron.
Wrought iron, baby.
Well, I remember my family talking about wrought iron like it was the scourge of the earth.
Yes.
Because, granted, you first put it up, it looks good, you think that's great. Then it starts, peeling and cracking, and you gotta wire brush it and repaint it and all that kind of, and then they hated that. And now everybody wants wrought iron.
Loves wrought iron.
It's so funny.
And it's just like carpet and hardwood floors. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm living in hardwood floors now. I know they look nice. I know they're easy to clean. Well, that's great, but the whole family's limping now.
Yeah.
Because we came from a house that was carpeted that felt good on your feet. You know what I mean? Hey, look, y'all, we got hardwoods now, man.
Yeah. It used to be when you got a little money, Rick, and you moved up in the world, you put carpet down.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, well, good. We spent thousands and thousands of dollars to live in a high school basketball gym. This is great.
When you call Rick, you can't talk to him on the phone.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like he's in the bathroom.
Yeah, and I remember my parents going, if your dad could just get a raise, we could have carpet.
That's right. We're going to move up and get that shag.
You know what our parents said? If your dad could just get a raise, we could get rid of all this wrought iron stuff and put some carpet in.
Sure, I know. It's so funny to me.
All right, well, now I'm way over on time. But anyway, should I break and come back, Chris? Because this is another 10 minutes? It's about 10? Yeah, okay. We'll break then and we'll come back. That way we'll have a full segment, and we'll finish it up, and then we'll call Alana before the hour is done.
I think Alana's got to go to work.
Do you realize
her timing is incredible?
She's got to go to work.
She calls us every time we're in the middle of something.
Do you realize, too, it's so funny, used to, if you had to ride a horse, it was because you were too poor to afford a car.
Yes.
Now, if you've got money, you spend time on your horse. If you moved uptown, you got away from the farm. Now we want a farm.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. That's 3 decades of radio gold t-shirt available at rickandbubba.com. Really turned out. Really cool shirt. I saw Coop wearing it with the tubers when they were tailgating on Friday. And I wear it a lot around the house. Love it. It's available while supplies last at rickandbubba.com under the store. Or as we say around here, the stove. All right, this is the P. Diddy thing. I wouldn't, it looks so similar, sadly. Who was the running back for the Baltimore Ravens that had the elevator situation with the girlfriend?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
Ray Lewis? No, not Ray Lewis. Calvin.
Ray Rice.
Ray Rice. Thank you.
This footage with P. Diddy, which he's been denying, I guess he didn't know there was security footage available, looks eerily similar. But now, if I have it right, and I haven't been keeping up with P. Diddy, but apparently he had been denying that he had been abusive to his girlfriend, but now video footage shows he absolutely was.
Yeah.
Am I oversimplifying this story?
Yes.
And so I noticed yesterday they were showing some apology from P. Diddy. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, he pulls her down by the hair, kicks her on the ground.
Oh, my goodness. And I noticed that The View watched his apology yesterday, and all I saw were women frowning. So he was denying any of this happened, but now that everybody knows, he's gone from denying it to apologizing.
Well,
yeah,
he came
said
out and
it was a money grab.
apologized. Yeah, but he didn't apologize to her. He kind of apologized to everybody. And it was a little weird because he said he wants to take responsibility for it, but the statute of limitations just run out, so he can't be charged now.
Oh, okay.
So there was a little bit of timing, a little strange.
And her allegations in the past, because this was what, 2016?
Yeah.
He said it's a money grab and it ain't true and all this. And then when that comes out, now all of a sudden he wants to apologize.
I think she has filed a civil case against it, so we'll see.
And from what I could tell in the video, I didn't listen to it. This is it. I saw it. He seemed to be, instead of P. Diddy, Little Diddy.
Yeah, he was. And this is around weeks of allegations.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
Parties that he throws at his house.
I heard about human trafficking.
Yes, all kinds of stuff. And others that were in his inner circle, allegations for years that he's done certain things. And
hidden cameras.
Yes, yes. And a lot of people say he's protected because he's got a lot of evidence on others that are in the public eye, if you know.
Or as Greg said, he's part of the Illuminati.
That's what they said about the last guy.
Honey trap. It's a honey trap.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what that is, and I don't think I want to know.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do with
little
bees.
bit of honey.
So that
you
leads
catch
us
more flies with honey than you do with
I got you.
poop or whatever the saying is.
Yeah, I don't think that's it, because flies go to poop as well.
Yeah,
the green ones.
There's a saying.
So
they love it.
So now everybody is wanting to talk to somebody about the controversial P. Diddy, and apparently CNN picks rapper Cameron.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, I can't watch this.
I don't know who this is.
It's very uncomfortable.
And somebody said that he doesn't, maybe not aware of what he's doing. But
I like to take my headphones off.
Here is the train wreck that is the attempt to interview rapper Cameron.
Cameron.
Oh
my. Looking sharp.
Cameron.
Okay. What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
thanks.
Man, come on, man.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. You enjoy.
Cameron.
I don't think he got quite the reaction they were expecting.
He said something before that too, but I'm not going to play that.
Well, thank you.
Drinking something.
How did he get on?
I agree with him. Who set this up?
Who booked this joint?
Yeah,
I don't want to be talking
Diddy
about.
Joint.
I don't want to be talking about Diddy.
I guess he thought they were going to interview him about him, not Diddy.
His new album or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Not sure who Cameron is.
I've never heard of Cameron.
He might need an interview.
If he was ambushed live, he probably could have held. Like he could have said, "Look, I'm not going to be commenting on anything, Diddy. I'm not here for that," and moved on. But him just that was just natural reaction.
Who booked this?
Yeah, but I can't.
I don't know the story behind it.
I can't imagine that my life is so. I'm so unaware of how my life is being run that me sitting down, looking at this. There's a green screen behind me or whatever's behind me, I don't have any idea what's going on. And
Everybody tell me what we're talking about.
And live on the air, I start looking around like, who am I talking to and why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like that should have been a conversation back when we were setting it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think?
Do you think somebody in the handler world said, I told you Cameron doesn't listen?
See, I tried to tell him what this was about.
Right.
Wow.
And I was not prepared for this.
And he started drinking something.
Yeah, he's got something there that I don't think.
Go and get your bump.
But you
already.
can't play that part of the video, right? 'Cause it says
I mean, I
something.
can. I mean, I will. Y'all want to hear it?
No,
Yeah,
not if it's bad. No,
It's pretty funny.
What you saw was the end of the interview. He had some other things to start with.
Okay, here you go.
Treated his artists.
Listen to it,
guys.
Look at her face.
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
What was that? Did you see her face? She couldn't believe it.
What did we just play? What?
She can't believe it.
Look at her.
She
like,
can't believe
She's asking the same question. She's asking the same question he did. Who booked this?
Right. The only handlers that are more trouble than Cameron's is CNN's.
Yeah. Who did this?
Who produced it? Can you imagine?
Somebody
bless
had
this-
to say, I got a
bless
great
this
idea.
anchor's heart. She's like, y'all are killing me.
What are y'all doing?
Y'all are killing me.
We're gonna talk about the Diddy situation. Let's get Cameron in here.
Now she knows how it feels to actually get one of Biden's speeches on the teleprompter and hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Wow.
She's going.
What is he drinking? What is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I know what it's.
I know.
I know what
the
it's
end game
intended.
is.
I know what it's intended to do.
Wow.
But I don't.
Gracious, alive.
Yeah, good.
Did he know he was live?
I don't think
Oh,
Cameron
my
cares.
God.
I don't think Cameron cares.
Yeah, I think he's way above the satellite feed right now.
Right. This is the only country that Cameron can be living the way he's living.
Yeah.
Good
job, Cameron.
I had a way to put in a day, Cameron.
There you go. Got my drink, got my glasses
I had a
on.
way to walk out the Diddy narrative. Thank you, buddy.
Book me on there. Watching Diddy.
I got to tell you, I wish Joe Rogan would book him today.
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness. I can't. I don't sit around watching.
You know,
Diddy.
he will book the strange, won't
Yes,
he?
he will.
He's a loud gulper, though.
But here's
He
what.
is.
Yeah,
He
let's
is. For
go-
some reason, that helped the interview.
Let's go back to being a loud gulper. Y'all realize we're all pretty familiar with this process. First of all, who was the first person saying, I'm thinking maybe Cameron? And somebody
can give us a good
so we book
insight
who?
on what's
Let's
happening.
book rapper Cameron.
Yeah.
So
So Drake and Ice-T were busy
Right.
and turned it down.
Hey, let's get some people out there that have maybe been, worked with Diddy, whatever. Anybody got suggestions? I'm thinking rapper Cameron. Can we get him? Absolutely. I
Sure.
can.
He ain't got nothing to do.
Right.
I know his brother.
Right.
Yeah.
How does the process it took for Cameron to
Or-
be sitting there? How did it work?
Rick,
You had to go to a studio.
does P. Diddy have so much on so many people that's all they could find was Cameron?
And then he gets on there and shuts down.
Honey trap.
What am I going to be talking about? Cameron, you're going to be talking about P. Diddy. Are you listening? Cameron, are you listening? They're going to ask you about P. Diddy. Well, I'm sitting around looking at P. Diddy. Who's asking me about P. Diddy? I told you it was P. Diddy. I told you. Listen. What am I doing on this? Don't drink that on the air. Well, I need to, so it'll take effect in time.
God.
Please, Cameron, please.
Yeah. Somebody tell
Anybody
Cameron.
got a Cameron hit? Name? Anybody?
Hey, Ma.
I've never heard of him. So
Hey, Ma, it's real.
stop the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we be back at 29 minutes past the hour. If you're just joining us, update you on where we are. We're at a beautiful deck and backyard and grill setup. It's the finest deck I've ever seen anywhere. And now I'm having to let it go. And I feel like that I have not worked hard with them to sell it because I was hanging on. So today I'm doing my own version of infomercial of the house that Sherry and I are selling. If you're moving to the Birmingham area, it is in the Oak Mountain School District, which is an incredible place to be. Property tax is very low. I think I'll cover that a little bit later. And a price especially for the Rick and Bubba audience today. So let's jump back into it. This is the second part, and this is also where I eventually have to deal with my feelings for this deck and try to turn loose. So let's get back in. Here is the infomercial of the Burgess house. All right, so we're moving into the main room. Speedy, get a look at this. Now look out through the breakfast area over here to the right. Scan, and look out in there. Picture, if you will, Gatlinburg, Tennessee, chalet. Look at that fireplace over there. Look here. Look at that fireplace. All that made, handcrafted, nice gas logs on the inside of that. Look. You see how that wood, look how high the ceiling is. Come on in here. Breakfast area right here. Look up through here. Got the big, tall ceiling here. Does that not look like kind of a chalet in Gatlinburg, too? That's what I loved about this room. Hey, perfect for deer heads, men, over here. Up Good here, deer nice, head wall. You're famous here. Look over here. Look at this.
Wormwood.
Look right here. You see this? I mean, look how nice is that. Open it up. Look in here. Got the big Texas bonfire logs right there.
Is that a Dixie Chick CD in there, Rick?
It is. Right just, it's not all the way burned. Perfect in this room. My favorite room in the house. You see it? Tell you what I'm going to do. I know some of you are thinking about, you look and you see the white carpet, 4 children, the killer bees. We have done all we can do to keep it nice. For the price we want for this house, if you're not into the white carpet, you can get you some more, because I mean, you're going to get this house at a steal. Because I'm going to make the Rick and Bubba audience an offer today. Here we got the window treatments here. Got you nice look outside the porch, see the front yard, all the natural wooded area out there in the front. Nice lot. It's off the road where everybody's not looking at you. So there that is. You see that? All that's yours when you get with this house. Look over my shoulder, Speedy. Picture yourself walking in this room. Hey, family, how y'all doing? I don't want to look at the deck right now. This is the open area. This is where people that you don't really know or want to come to. I mean, most people you know will come up the bottom or up the back. Hey, guys, how you doing? This is where the UPS guy knocks on the door and leaves your stuff, and kids who are trying to sell you like cookies and stuff come. Also, this is where we put the Christmas lights up out here. Great place to decorate for the holidays. Centricon, that termite stuff, already got it, guarding the house. Great landscape, and this is where I tried to put up the Christmas lights this year, and it all kind of came apart on me, and I freaked out. And Christmas lights down and made the kids cry. And there's some great family memories here. Great family memories. Could be yours. Your family could be building some memories here. All right, we'll go and look at the back of the house, and then we'll look at the deck.
I could just see Jim Dunaway living there.
Me too. Coming indoors.
He's got a big raise.
Come on. Come down the hall. See the hall, we got great air conditioning unit. It's brand new. We've upgraded it. We've had it serviced. It's also natural gas heat is here. We'll show you that stuff on the way out. Got a bathroom here. It's got the double sinks. Here you got the standard. Got a toilet in here.
Do you not hide in
there? Bath and a shower in here. Put the lights on. Bath and shower in there. So this is the second of 3 bathrooms. The first one's the one that Dee was in. Then you come in here to 2 kids' rooms, nice big bedrooms. These shutters go with it. And this is a great room. It's already painted. It's already got all kinds of artwork done on the wall. This was done by the handyman that looks like Jesus. You know, the one we talked about on the show?
He painted
He did all this. He hand-painted all this. And this room's ready to go for a kid.
Wow, that's good.
Unless, of course, the kid fell out of a boat or something, is traumatized by water and boats. But if he's not, hey, it's ready to go. So you got a nice closet over there and all that. And those shutters do stay. All right, come over here, nice intercom you can play with. Hey, Daddy's in here. Come on out. Over here you've got a nursery or another bedroom. This was Tasmo's room. That was Big Love's we just left. This is Tasmo's room. It's already set up and ready to go if you want to have a baby. If you don't already have one. Also back to this bathroom, something I left out, and this will go with the house if you buy it. I actually painted that myself. It's a painting of how I feel when I stand on my deck and grill on my grill.
7 minutes past the hour. Welcome in Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here making up Team Rick and Bubba for another hour, coming to you from the Big Boy Studios. Live options available to you on America's boldest radio stations. On the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app is another option. Live on YouTube. Those are all live options. Archive options are available as well for any parts you may have missed. Catch our daily archive on our YouTube channel or the audio archives daily on our podcast channel. Each have best of hours as an option as well. Let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. All we ask is for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much.
Doesn't seem like too much. Tim Scott on Fox News is going to point to something that the Biden administration isn't going to like. Of course, after he says this, unfortunately for Tim Scott, he will no longer be black. But he is going to point out that Joe Biden has given the United States of America the largest tax increase in U.S. history because he took away all the tax cuts for everyone that Trump gave us.
Yeah, that's about to expire.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's
We're looking at the largest tax increase in American history in 2025. President Biden says he wants the taxes to go up. President Trump says he wants the taxes to stay down. The difference between that is more money in the average pocket of an American. President Trump promised $4,000. He delivered $4,400. Joe Biden has taken all those dollars plus another $7,000 on average per year out of the pockets of everyday families, devastating our economy. And Maria, millennials, the first-time home buyers, rates for mortgages are over 7%. That's devastating in a world that under President Trump was around 3%. The changes are drastic and measurable and lost money in the average paycheck.
Well, if you get out all the emotion, and you've been saying it, Bubba, we've been saying it, this needs to be the messaging. Compare Trump to Biden.
Yep.
Just compare. And ask the question which world you would like to either
Are
return
you better
to
off?
or live in.
Yep.
Biden also has delayed. He was going to ban menthol cigarettes again. What was this? Because it makes cigarettes more alluring. What is the why are we
more
against
marketing to cigarettes?
Yeah, just menthol gives you a more pleasurable cigarette experience. But he's going to delay that again, and that's because they're starting to see a decline in the population of our country, people of color, and I guess the Biden administration say menthol cigarettes are preferred.
It's more consumed by people of color than not. And so he's decided not to outlaw that now, which was on the table to be done.
Here's NBC telling us exactly what's happening.
So the ban blame election year politics for the delay. The plan requires final approval from the White House. And political analysts say the Biden administration's concerned it could hurt turnout among black voters, who are by far the biggest consumers of menthol-flavored cigarettes. Durham health advocate Del Monte Jefferson says black leaders like the Reverend Al Sharpton are working with the tobacco industry.
They are doing this because money comes into their pockets from the industry. So they are simply a mouthpiece for the industry on this issue.
For the 10th year in a row, faith leaders will celebrate No Menthol Sunday this week.
I mean, it's so you can smoke regular, but not menthol.
Just not menthol.
Was that AI or a real person?
I think it was AI.
I don't know. This is just
no
in
menthol.
my opinion. It's
what was it?
In
no
my
menthol
opinion.
Sunday. No menthol
So we're not
Sunday.
going to have no cigarette Sunday, just no menthol.
Correct.
But I guess back to your point, I think the addiction to nicotine is still going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Whether you like the menthol flavor or not, I think if you're addicted to nicotine, you probably are still going to have an issue with smoking, whether it be menthol or not.
Well, I think they think it's a cheap marketing trick to get more people on it too, and they're trying to limit that. But they realize, wait a minute, this is primarily consumed by a group that we need their help, so we're not going to engage it right now.
But we're doing this because it's all unhealthy, but for some reason menthol is more unhealthy.
To what Bubba said, because it's menthol, it's almost like a gateway cigarette. meaning the menthol flavor might bring you into the world that then gets you addicted to nicotine. And so now keep in mind what this guy was trying to point out was you also need to just take a moment to get in the real world. The Biden administration is going to tell you that he cares for the black community unless it's going to cost him votes. And if it's going to cost him votes, then you can smoke all the menthol cigarettes.
Suddenly he's not worried about your
He's not
lungs.
worried about your health right now. He's worried about your vote.
Exactly.
He was so worried about our safety, and then, the election.
The menthol
Sharpton and them are just getting paid off.
would be similar an introduction to cigarettes like cream would be to a coffee drinker.
Probably so, yeah. I think that's a good analogy.
Making it more tolerable till you get used to it.
Right,
and then,
yeah.
Then they got you.
Right.
Yep.
So anyway,
what about the cool filter can?
But the bigger story is that Biden suddenly doesn't care about it,
Right.
Until we can get to
numbers
the
not looking good,
Somebody
losing
said
votes.
Yeah, losing some
And
votes.
So we need to. We don't want anything for them to hang their hat on with me.
Right. You're exactly right. Have you seen this out of Florida? What's happening to Florida residents? Now, this is where don't forget about all of us that want to embrace the big lottery. Lots of Florida residents are being denied their lottery winnings because when they go to get them, even when they win, they're told they owe the state money due to unemployment overpayment. And so you're having folks that were getting unemployment checks and getting overpaid. They go to get their lottery winnings, and Florida says, you owe us money. We're going to keep your winnings.
Yeah, well, anything. There's unpaid traffic tickets. There's unpaid taxes. There's overpayment of this and that. And
this would be a good time to settle up.
Surprisingly, they're upset when the state wants to settle up.
Yeah. You would almost go, well, I hate I didn't have the money, but at least I don't have that debt anymore.
Right.
You know?
Hey, you can't even have your lottery winnings. But then you see things like this person saying, well, I was going to use that money to pay bills off and for my kids. Well, but
guess what? You're going to pay the state one off
But
first.
you owe that too.
Yeah.
Still, you're still supposed to pay it.
Listen, there's nothing more inconvenient for the place you owe money to now supposed to give you money. Because then they'll just tell you what.
Let's settle up.
So let's settle up. Since you owe it to us and we can't get you to pay it, we're just going to keep what we were about to give you and we'll just call it even.
Yeah.
And then people are outraged. Outraged.
Yeah. Again, the state wins every time.
Do you know how you can take your lottery winnings home? Don't be behind.
Yeah.
And don't owe the state money.
You get to keep them all. They'll take their taxes out, and you keep what's left.
Well, this time the Florida, because every state wins every lottery.
Yes, they do.
Every government wins every lottery. They win every game show. They win every giveaway. They win everything.
Yeah.
Every sporting
new
event.
car.
Yeah. A new car. I'll take the taxes on that.
Yeah. And never mind, y'all keep it.
I won the lottery. We'll take our cut first. And, oh, by the way, you owe us, so we're taking your cut, too.
Yeah.
Isn't it grand? We'll come back. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. It's time for America to speak on various topics that we've covered. Maybe you're upset about menthol cigarettes.
I'm mad about it.
Maybe Florida's taking their money back. AI, we've talked about that.
We still got one more story to cover.
Yeah.
About microplastics.
Oh, yes. Oh, Bubba. I'm glad you saved that for late in the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we'll come out here and now the master bedroom.
Rick Van Gogh.
This is where it all happens. Master bedroom here. We've got a table there that's one of those things that Sherry had to have and drove me crazy about trying to get refurbished and some family heirloom. And of course now here it sits in the other house. Not good enough for the new house. But we sit here in this bedroom and this is a lot of memories here. Let's see. 2 children were conceived here. Let's see. Brody was...
Rick, come on, buddy. Let's go. Let's move on.
The kitchen table is not here anymore. Brooks was conceived.
Rick, let's move on.
Okay. All right. This nice big bedroom, looking at the window stuff stays. This is...
You'll hear about that.
Y'all might remember the story on the air of us building the bathroom. Here it is. Hey, a lot of blood and sweat on this one. Got a nice closet here that's already been done by California Closets. When people build closets for you and you spend a lot of money and then they're useless because they put a bunch of cheap stuff in it. California closets have come and got it where you can actually use it. Now in here we've got, you got your two sinks, all kinds of drawers and stuff here. Got a new toilet over here, looks good. I want to tell the guys who are watching, this thing sits good. It's a good sitting, thinking toilet. And here, over here, Speedy, is the garden tub shower combination. You don't see that much. You got the garden tub. You also have this around it, and it works as a shower as well.
That is
This is where, remember, you taught Speedy, you talked to us about shaving in the shower?
Yep.
Put that mirror in for that. Also, a lot of show prep was done here. Every morning I would stand in this shower and think up various things for the show. As a matter of fact, this was the very shower where I came up with Dickie Nadmeyer. The name Dickie and Nadmeyer. I thought of standing in the shower. A lot of history.
That's a big moment, Rick.
Thank you. I think I'm ready to show you the deck. So it's time for me to come out here on my extra large deck and can we cut? I couldn't do it that first time. Sorry. All right, now it's time for me to come out here and show you what sold me on the house, and that is what I think the deck to beat all decks. It's gigantic.
Look at the mass of it.
It's great for functions. What I like about it, there's shade on it. You got a great view out here. I mean, it's already shaded. We're shooting this at 12:20 Central Time. There's already shade on the deck. The stainless steel grill, natural gas is in it. As a matter of fact, Bubba is cooking us some burgers on it right now. So I want y'all to kind of get the feel what it'd be like to have your buddies over and grilling out. Bubba, what you got going?
Just smell them burgers cooking, Rick.
Buddy.
You know, the key is if you have the proper equipment is how you take care of the meat, how you marinate it, how you handle it on the grill. And, Rick, the key is what you put on it.
Bubba, that's the wrong sauce. Okay, all right, let's just shoot that again. Hey, Bubba, what you doing over here?
Well, Rick, the key to how the hamburgers really taste, if you've got the right equipment, is what you put on it, how you marinate it.
See, doesn't it look better?
It does, yeah.
Rick and Bubba sauce now.
The question is, are you ready to move in? Are you ready to bring your family here? It's a wonderful neighborhood. Can't find lots this big anymore. They're all stacking the new houses side by side. This house has some character. It's classic. It's not like any other. It's not going to look like every other house up and down the street. For the Rick and Bubba audience right now, this house started out $289,000. But for you, the Rick and Bubba audience, if you would like to buy this home and move your family here and start with a new beginning, $255,900.
Wow, Rick,
right.
what a deal.
You're not going to get this much house in the Oak Mountain School District here in this part of the county, Shelby County. Taxes here are nothing. They're less than $1,000 a year, property taxes.
We'd like to keep it that
way. I guess it's time for us to give that out. Call Realty South. As I stand here, tell them you want the Rick and Bubba special.
Minutes pass. To the phones we go. The number is 866 We Be Big. We'd love to chat with you. If you want to join us, looks like, is it Speedy on the phones? Bubba, you were out last week. I can't remember what, maybe it was Wednesday. And you did not hear the debut call from Keith the chemist. And he's right up your alley.
Now, chemistry is not my area of expertise.
Right. Well, he's
never had it.
Keith the chemist is here to help society. He's going to talk about two topics that we just brought up. One of them we haven't done the story on yet. One we just brought up. So stand by to you may have a question for Keith the chemist. Yeah. Keith the chemist, welcome back. How are you, sir?
Thank you, brother. Hey, I appreciate it. And just wanted to say, last time I called, I was a little out there. So I was a little pushy, and I didn't really let you speak for that. I apologize.
It's all right, Keith.
Don't change.
No problem.
Keith, welcome back.
Yeah, you're welcome
back.
back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Yeah. So you're going to speak to first menthol and then the microplastics?
Oh, boy.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Okay.
All right, so menthol cigarettes, a 1950s Liggett group put glucose into the tobacco. Okay, this is where freebasing came from. You know, like the crackheads do with cocaine.
Sure.
Well, that all started in a lab in North Carolina with Liggett Group with sugar. Cocaine, you know, is a sugar also, coca. It's the same process that Liggett Group used to put the glucose onto the tobacco, because tobacco is so low in nicotine, they had to add nicotine to it to get people addicted. So then some crazy chemist got the wild idea, hey, let's add fiberglass, which is what menthol is. When you're smoking a menthol cigarette, you're smoking fiberglass.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know where the Food and Drug Administration was on this, and I really don't care because those people are pretty corrupt anyway. But somebody should have stepped in and said, you know, this is absolutely wrong.
Well, we have a story today about microplastics. We've heard a little bit about this. It's been a growing topic. The researchers at the University of New Mexico decided that they were going to check some random males to see if microplastics had worked its way into their reproductive system, as one of the reasons we're seeing a drop in males' ability to produce children.
And this is 100% true. It's a lot worse than that. It gets way into the 1 micron size particles of plastic everybody that drinks out of a plastic bottle ingests. It gets in their brain. It gets into their cardiac tissue. It gets in everything, their liver, their kidneys. It's everywhere in the body.
And it's a carcinogenic, causing cancer over time because of it being an irritant. But
yes,
they point out
that
microplastics have been sampled at the top of Mount Everest. It has been found deep in the Pacific Ocean. And it was a relatively small sample size. They only tested 23 men. But guess the number of them that had microplastics in their reproductive system. 100%.
Probably 100%.
100%.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, here's the thing. See, in the 1950s, going back to the 1950s, when all this weird stuff started happening, they had over 6,000 different types of plastic that they were sampling to figure out which is the one that they were going to use. And the one type of plastic that they chose had, I forget that compound that was in the baby bottles. They took it out. There's a very carcinogenic compound. I forget what it's called.
BPAs?
That is in the plastic itself.
What'd you say, Adler?
Are you talking about BPAs?
Yeah, BPAs. That's exactly. Yeah,
bisphenol A.
Yeah, that's a really bad stuff, and that's what's causing the cancers in people.
So we all know with males that most of them are going to have cancer in their reproductive system at some time. It's actually more prevalent than breast cancer in women. And they're saying this could be the cause because it's getting into everything. They're saying
they're designed to do that. Nothing happens, by chance. Everything is pre-planned for it to have that reaction. It's like, when you put an acid and a base together, you're going to get an explosion of some kind, right? Well, this is exactly what they're doing, but on a much grander scale.
Pause.
What
I meant to tell you, Keith the chemist comes from the point of view that all this is being done because they won't think the world's overpopulated.
Right.
Yep.
Could it be Keith, conspiracy chemist?
And what Keith had mentioned a minute ago about the 1 micron, it's also passing the brain-blood barrier. Where there's certain things will not leave your blood to get into your organs, but this does pass through it, and it gets into your brain and can also cause Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of things. So we're looking at a vast poison. Here's the problem. They said in this test they found 12 different types, including PVC, which would mean our PVC pipes are also poisoning us.
Right. Okay. Back years ago, the pipes were made out of metal, right?
And they had problems too.
Yeah, well, everything has a problem if you look at it in a negative a negative light. It's how you handle the problems that you are able to move forward with it. Most people get stuck on something and they blow that up way out of proportion. The problem with the microplastics is the bisphenol A is it gives off energy, and it's not good energy, and that's what causes the cells to mutate. Once you have one cell mutated, now you have 2, 4, 8, 16 on up. Now you got a tumor, and this is where this is coming from. And because the particulate is so small, you can't flush that out. Okay, once it's in you, and it's in everything. Okay, and it starts to cause severe problems. But because girls have a much thicker blood-brain barrier, they're a lot tougher than we are. God planned them that way. So that's why you have a lot less children that are, God, I can't think of the freaking word again. I just woke up, so you got to part.
I understand, Keith. I know you work late nights.
Yeah.
A lot of late nights in the lab.
Yeah.
So
that's why girls are less susceptible to the reactions that are in the vaccine, the
thimerosal.
Yeah.
How you feel about
Right.
WD-40?
It's a great engine starter.
Yeah, you just might want to
Great
hit that chair
starter
a little
fluid.
bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like one of the best starter fluids out there. It doesn't destroy the crown of your piston like, ether does.
It'll also give you relief from arthritis, but it's not good for your blood.
Yeah, right. And it'll
Is it worse
help
than a
us
bottle of
weaken
water?
Oh.
Well, here's the thing.
I
mean, is glass the best option, you think?
Well, I drink out of a metal coffee cup. I have no problems. I try to stay away from plastics. But also, if you buy a can of some kind of like a soft drink or whatever, it's got a plastic liner on the inside of it, so you're still getting the bisphenol A.
So where do you get your water from?
Oh, I get out of the tap.
Okay.
I live dangerously. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
well,
we all have
at least it is regulated.
We're supposed to leave this, planet. So anyway, I don't worry about things like that. God has it already planned out when we're supposed to leave.
Correct. But you're saying, and we're at the break again. But what you're saying is your biggest point is yes, these things are real. Yes, they are happening, but they're not accidental. You think they are intentional.
Absolutely. Yeah. The pharmaceutical industry bought up the food industry years ago. So they give the food industry their formula of what they want in the food itself. And it's not for our benefit, it is for their benefit.
There he is, Keith the chemist.
Wow.
With just a touch of trilateral trichotomy.
Thank you, Keith.
Yep.
You see BPA free on a lot of stuff now, so that's one thing you can do to look out
Of course,
for.
we'll get a documentary that they just put it on there, but it's really not true. Like the organic claims.
RickandBubba.com has glassware.
Yeah, we have glasses that you can drink out of.
Pick your poison.
RickandBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
On the Burgess house, 978-9000. Ask for Pam Owsley.
Well, Rick, I tell you, I don't know if you're going to sell the house, but if you don't get your own realty show, there's no justice.
I think I'm pretty good at that. I mean, because people want a straightforward approach.
I don't need a house. I wanted to buy it.
We do have one blooper. We'll show you this real brief when we come back. Take your phone calls, too. Alana cannot talk with us. She's gone to work.
For the third time.
We'll come back. You heard the information there. Contact them if you'd like to look at. There's an open house this Sunday open to the public.
Oh, wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finished high school. We're back, the Rick and Bubba Show. 7, 8, 9, and look at it after church on Sunday. Bubba, we have a couple of bloopers from this yesterday. One of them, because we're very open about it, one of them involved a spider that we will, the pest control on the house is continuing. I'm still paying that up. We didn't just stop that because we don't live there anymore because, I've had that happen before. You move somewhere and the people would quit doing it for months, and then it's up to you to fight your way back.
Catch you back up.
But we are not doing that. The pest control is continuing on that house even though we are not there. But we had the situation. I guess Speedy just got confused. Some of the kids' toys, were down there. You're still trying to move out. So here it is. Here's that shot.
What? This is all. Get it, Rick. Oh no, it's only.
You got there.
You what? Oh God.
Oh, that's nothing. That's just. I was just one of the rubber spiders the kids play with.
Yeah.
It's just a toy I need to pick up. Hey, Speedy, get out from over there. Come on. Just a toy, man. Just a toy. All right, so there. Now, y'all can see clearly that was a rubber spider.
Sure, everybody can tell that.
Clearly. Here is the shower garden tub scene, because none of this is scripted, and because we have to get everybody's natural response. But the bad part is if your cameraman can't hold it together. So here's the first round on the showing of the bathroom off of the master bedroom. Here's something that I've never seen. This was a cool combination we did. We did garden tub, where you can get in there and lay in the garden tub, but also big, huge shower. And this is where I used to get ready for the show every morning right here. A lot of show prep happened in here. As a matter of fact, it was in here where I was thinking and thought up Dickie Nadmeyer. Matter of fact, the name Dickie Nadmeyer came to me in this show. Speedy! All right, can we do that again? You want to do that again? Okay.
Oh, a potty chair.
Yeah, a little potty chair there. That's where Big Love learned to go to the potty. Yep. So anyway, the address is 605 Miller Circle. A caller's asking for the address again. 605 Miller Circle. It's in Indian Springs, which is a township outside of Birmingham in Shelby County, Oak Mountain School District, but also close to private schools. Indian Springs Private School and Briarwood Private School, all in that same area.
I mean, as the crow flies, you're very close to the school.
Yes. Oh, matter of fact, you can see the school back out through the trees.
Through the
going
woods.
the other way. But like I say, if you don't want to go public school, even though that's a great public school, there's two private schools in that same area that are very good, Briarwood and Indian Springs. So there it is.
There you go. I could just see Jim Dunaway in that house. I don't know why they didn't.
Well, you know, we gave it to. I finally told the realtors. I said, you know, I'm ready to go on, and I'm ready to do a special offer to the audience. They probably would have liked me to have a meeting with them or something before I did, but they know. I've called them and told them, you know, what we'll sell it for now. Well, I mean,
really, Rick, I think you ought to start a real estate show.
Don't you think? I think as far as infomercial goes, I think.
Yeah, I'm nowhere close to buying a house, but I want it.
Yeah.
And I know I can't have it right now, but hey, I really want that house. You sold me on it.
Have y'all ever seen a deck like that before in your life?
Well, we edited a few parts out too.
Well, Bubba and I got to talking about the deck.
There wasn't nothing bad, but
there's nothing bad, but it's just the deck overwhelmed us.
Yeah.
Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
And there was some discussion on that. 877 We Be Big. We also have a new song from Cassio and D. We're running. I don't think. How long is it, D?
About 3.5.
Yeah, that'd cut us a little close. We'll phone troll then for the final part of TV. Those of you that still have radio, Cassio and D are in Birmingham tonight, performing with the Village People War in the Average White Band.
That is just so funny to even hear you say that.
Yes, so and we got a new song for them. It's First Avenue South and 18th Street, where they have the festival every year, and they will be part of that tonight.
You gonna get out there with Village People sing a little bit?
Well, yeah. Hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How would you like to get away and enjoy the beautiful outdoors? That sound good? So we have the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package from our friends at alabamaroadtrips.org. What a beautiful trip to lovely North Alabama and just the beauty of God's creation there. You'll be guided by KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a Yeti prize package. A Yeti. A pair of Wiley X sunglasses, $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors. You'll get $500 just to spend, however you want to. It is the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Yes, you'll do bass fishing in a kayak, and you'll be guided there by Chad Hoover, and just a wonderful trip. And if you would like to win this, $2,000 worth of stuff, go to alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org. You can register there. You can also find that link by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button,
and maybe you'll be the winner. And when we announce it, you'll have that great getaway, and boy, that'll feel nice. 866 We Be Big is our number. Keith the chemist is the only person we really talked to there, and JR was on hold, so we didn't hear. JR, thank you for holding. You had something you wanted to comment on as well. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. What you boys up to this morning?
Well, we're just doing the old Rick and Bubba show. Just hard at it.
Oh, okay. All right, all fired up, ready. That's all we know.
That's it. I don't know anything else.
Earlier, you were talking about P. Diddy, which, they got him on tape showing him beating the crap out of his girlfriend, and reminded me of a little skit I saw on Cops a couple of weeks ago. And they were chasing a local crackhead through the park there, and he had his pants down about his thighs. It wasn't much of a chase, kind of like running Bubba down with flip-flops. Didn't last very long. And they pulled him up to his feet, handcuffed him up, and asked him, "You got an ID?" He said, "No, sir, I ain't got no ID." He said, "Well, what's your name?" He said, "Alfonso." He said, "Can you spell that for me?" He said, "Well," he thought about it for a minute. He said, "Well, my friends call me Al."
That's good. So also from yesterday, a couple things that we didn't get to. Adler, what is this thing where you wanted us to guess a sound? Bubba, do you remember the secret sound as a radio DJ, rodeo host? And we would do the secret sound, and over time we'd give you more and more of the sound, and you'd win money. And the first one you would hear it would be like, it would just be
that is a crane operating at a high altitude.
Some radio consultant.
So what is this, Adler? What do you want to do?
Tell us what to do here, buddy.
All right, so I've got a secret sound. I'm kind of pulling this from you guys. This is a classic radio bit.
Secret sound was huge.
So,
you'd have some radio consultant coming in, need a little money, get his commission off of it. He'd set it all up for you.
So I just thought, if y'all want, you can guess the sound, and then I've got a follow-up video with facts about the sound. If you
sure.
Want.
Okay. All right.
And a little scrubbing. Oh, you like that, don't you?
Some kind of bird.
Peacock.
And a little scrubbing.
What was that?
Can you play that again real quick?
A little scrubbing.
A little scrubbing.
And a little scrubbing.
I'm going peacock.
Oh, you like that, don't you?
Some kind of bird.
I'm going to go monkey. I'm going to go monkey.
I like monkey.
I like them howling.
And a little scrubbing.
So what is that, Adler?
I want to guess more.
It's either a peacock or that woodpecker that everybody thought was extinct, but now it's not.
So why are y'all landing the bird?
It's a dodo bird.
Sounds like a bird to me.
Because it's good.
Because that could be something in the background.
It could be.
See, that's why I went monkey.
I see.
I don't know.
I think the bird was a.
Oh, it's not the
look
sound.
over here. That's not the sound.
Okay.
So, Helmsy, you're going monkey. Speedy, what do you go with?
Is it in the bird category?
It is not.
Okay. See?
So that bird
Take
in the
that,
background.
y'all.
That bird in the background was a diversion.
Thank you.
What am I supposed to be living for?
Like y'all give me a little more credit on that, Richard.
That's stupid.
It's
You're
only
supposed to
sound
be
I
able to
heard.
identify.
That's how it gets you.
No,
That's
you're
how they
stupid.
get
Contests are supposed to be hard.
That's right.
Secret sound, that's against the rules.
All right.
I think it's a giant panda.
Ooh. The scrubbing sound was really all you got.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, well, that was a
That
scrub.
wasn't a sound.
I heard the guy talking about a
heard
scrub.
You're
Here's
terrible
a
at secret
scrubby
sound.
wubby.
He's terrible.
Yeah, the actual
And a little scrubbing.
A little scrubbing for you.
I don't hear any scrubbing.
Right there.
Oh, you like that, don't you?
There's no scrubbing there.
He's scrubbing.
y'all
Somebody's
wanna
scrubbing
see-
something.
yeah.
So he's petting.
I heard a
secret
little
sound has to have a sound.
Yeah.
in it.
And he said you like that. Yeah,
He's
that's not.
petting some creature that likes being petted.
Correct, and here it is.
Tortoise.
And a little scrubbing.
It's an alligator.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't fall under secret
That's a
sound.
terrible secret sound.
He does like it. Look at him picking that back up.
Yes, he picks
He
it
did.
back up.
Yeah, Greg does that when you scratch his back.
Everybody would.
You just want to show the video of that alligator being scratched on his back.
A little scrubbing.
How
That is not
fantastic.
secret sound. That's not
Yeah.
secret sound.
All right, so here's
Greg, that's like you on the side of the door.
Background
Yeah, but
noises
that's not
were
secret
more
sound.
prevalent than the
background
secret
noise
sound.
was a peacock.
You're
Well, it
not
was a
supposed to
difficult-
hide the secret sound.
It was a difficult secret sound.
Ah, a little scrubbing.
A lot of scrapping.
And here's a zookeeper lady talking about how she scrubs her alligator.
As you can see, she's albino, so you can see that she's got all kinds of algae around her. So what I do is I'll just go in, give her a little bit of it. I'll use the big side. Give her a little bit of a bath.
Scrub
Just scrub her.
Alligators don't care if they're
Loves it. Get it right there.
Who wishes
your winner?
Side.
Who wishes you with that alligator?
Around. I don't know another albino alligator that's. Look at her feet hanging.
You're gonna think it was you turned around and
Yeah,
snapped.
she's gonna take that arm off one day.
For real.
Greg, did you call it the alligator?
Yes.
Good
Edgar
name.
Winter?
That'd be a good name for
It really
it.
would. It really
That's
would.
so good.
Little scrubbing.
I didn't know gators like being scrubbed. So now we know. We learn
Listen,
something every day,
albino.
guys.
I got something in common with an alligator. Had no idea.
Yeah.
You like a little scrubbing.
You know, the bottom line, everybody likes a good back rub.
They do.
Yeah.
So real quick, let me recap.
Here we go.
Okay.
So the secret sound
gonna
was the
bother him.
sound of a scrub on, and we're supposed not only is the sound of something scrubbing, we're supposed to guess it's scrubbing an alligator.
Yeah.
And we had a guy talking. We had birds.
Yeah.
I mean, we had
That was
everything
the-
but the sound of that.
That was the worst
Yes, that was terrible.
attempt of secret sound I've ever seen.
I thought it went great.
And that's why I think it went great too. And I'd like to do this once a week.
You know what I say to you?
I
Adler?
like it.
That's a little bit of scrubbing.
It's my version of what about this? What do y'all think about this during the kickoff round?
When I first heard
enjoyed
it,
that
That made more sense.
yeah, when I first heard it, I thought I was going to have to like guess
Yeah.
who the person was talking. Rick Moranis.
Yeah,
You know, I didn't know where we
Right.
were going with this.
Yeah.
Wild alligator.
That was a
creeping
good
out.
game, guys. That was a great game.
You
Almost
ever
looks
had,
fake. doesn't
y'all
it?
got those back scratchers you can hit your own back?
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah.
got a little bit of that?
I don't, but I wish I did.
Yeah, me too.
I really do.
I got one.
Oh yeah.
I've got one of those things that has the.
Oh,
That-
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Why-
Massage gun?
Why
Oh,
does
Theragun.
Rick has nothing to do with it.
Why does the alligator have its mouth open during all this?
Because he
Because
likes
he's
it. That's what
excited.
you
Because
do.
Daddy likes it.
He likes being
Daddy likes a little scrubbing.
Look at all them
It's
teeth.
because it's like he likes it, so he's like,
Take a hand right off.
Can't control himself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum.
Edgar Winter, yeah.
little slobber coming from the side, too. Look.
Yep.
So come on and take a free ride.
Edgar Winter.
We'll come back. Did you see what's the bunch in here that likes the DeChambeau guy?
I like him. He's growing on me. I didn't like him, and now he's the man of the people, Rick.
Have you seen this deal where he tried to toss
Yes,
the ball to
love
the little
it.
kid?
This is why he's the man of
What
the
a
people.
bip that grabbed it.
I know.
Oh, yeah, we got to play it.
Oh, like you wouldn't have grabbed it?
And then
No,
he beat that
not
guy
from
with
a
a
kid.
club. That was something.
I'm talking about if you just reacted and the ball was headed your way.
No. You can clearly see who the ball was meant
He's an
for.
innovator.
He is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You brushed up on your song?
Can you do YMCA backwards?
No, I'm not having brushed up on it. I'll just sit in the audience on that one and watch them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll watch them.
All right, here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones at trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Ho! Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Holy cow, I couldn't believe I'm first.
Yeah.
Well, hey, guys. Good show. It's funny as always.
Thank you.
Real quick, I saw someone else doing the Bachelor. Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, I've heard. Is Kimmel still going on?
Yeah, I was disappointed that.
Of course, ours was first, but I
yes,
mean,
it was much funnier. And real quick before I get cut off, next week Widespread Panic's playing in Birmingham. You ought to try to get him as a musical guest.
I didn't even hear what he said. What did he
I'm
say?
sorry.
What group?
Widespread Panic.
Oh, Widespread Panic. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'd love to have them come up in the studios and hang out a little bit. And the only problem is when they come, they also bring with them 10,000 vagrants.
Rick.
No, what?
You're gonna start that
No,
again?
I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean they've got a lot of. If you live and you sell beads and you go to place, and you don't have a home, and
I thought they wasn't gonna let them play Oak Mountain anymore. Did they change?
I think they're
that?
playing somewhere else. I think they're
Oh,
playing
is it?
downtown somewhere. But no, they have an incredible following. I mean, the
Oh, I know.
loyalty is unbelievable.
It's cult-like, no doubt.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is Donnie Hollinsworth down in Charleston.
Hey, buddy.
Donnie. Yeah, just want to make sure you got your race car that I sent you.
I did. Thank you so much for that. It was the Dale Earnhardt Wrangler number 3.
Yeah, and I also wanted to make sure that, let you know that they had a big thing on the news last night about the Dixie Chicks. They said the concert went good. They were working with Welcome with open arms, and everything went fine. They didn't have any problems.
We had some calls from South Carolina this morning. They started the tour last night, and everybody said that the crowd, it was sold out, and the crowd treated them with respect. There were about 15 protesters out front, and it all kind of went off without a hitch.
Isn't it great, First Amendment?
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, Bubba.
Yes.
Debbie calling from River Chase.
Hey. Hey, girl.
Came out to the tournament yesterday. Want to let you know we had a great time.
That was a lot of fun.
Rick, you took time out to take a picture with me and my best friend. We appreciated that.
Card pass!
Yes, thank you. And you do look better in person.
But I got a lot of that again yesterday.
I
meant to tell you.
I meant to tell you that. And another
People
little
don't
side
always
note,
tell me that.
Ryan Greenwood is a hottie.
Oh, not this. Not the Ryan Greenwood is the hottie stuff again.
Sorry.
Even with the mullet. I mean, his mullet was screaming yesterday, too, buddy. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Tim from Atlanta.
Tim, what's up, bro?
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Good.
Don't confuse these words, okay?
Well, no.
Rick, I want your deck.
And most everybody does. It is probably really, I've traveled a lot. I've socialized on a lot of decks, but that one is the best I've ever seen.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You got to build another one. Build another one.
It's got, I mean, the size is good. The location is good.
It is.
Shady.
The shade. Y'all shade by noon. Come on. I can see Roxanne and her husband in it, can't you? 30 seconds. Go ahead. 30 seconds. You're on the show. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you guys need to lay off the widespread panic cracks.
What, I mean, sir, what is untrue about the fact that there are people who follow them around as they did the Grateful Dead? They sell beads and shirts to go from place to place. And
they sell chicken quesadillas and beer and stuff.
But how does that make what I said not true? I don't see what's negative about it.
They are gypsies.
Well, that's what I said. Why is that making you mad? It's the truth. I didn't say that was. If you want widespread panic, there's going to be people who live off the area because they travel with them and follow them place to place. It happened with the Grateful Dead. That's true, sir. How about you? Why don't you get off me? How does that sound? It's the truth. It's the truth.
Widespread panic rules, man.
Widespread panic rules.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
We talk lots. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we're getting close to wrapping up this hour, a couple of things that we haven't touched on. One of them is Bryson DeChambeau, and really it could be any. It could be a baseball. It could be whatever. In sports, this is when a professional athlete will see a kid that they're kind of like, hey, little kid, and would you show me a golf ball, Mr. Shambo? and so they try to toss, a baseball, a hat, or whatever.
There you go, kid.
Football into the stands, to a kid, and some grown person, intercepts it from the kid, and in this case, even tries to run off with it.
Correct.
Yeah. And so
Bryson wasn't having it.
Bryson is not going to have it. So here we go. All right, here we go.
Get that ball back! Oh,
they made
Man for the people.
Man for the people. How about the guy came back? He was about to run off. Everybody started hollering, and he could feel that the angry mob was turning on him.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was already away.
Oh, he was gone.
He could have kept.
He could have kept.
Yeah.
But there has to be a moment where you have to kind of call. Did he call himself? Do you think he came to his senses and thought,
I don't know.
What am I doing?
Who
I mean,
does
I
that?
could see. I'm just going to be as fair as I can be. I could see your reaction. Hey, there's a ball, catch it. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? And then hand it to the kid. The running off is the part.
Do you know what I heard? And this is how far we're taking things.
Oh, yeah,
these
he
days,
definitely reached over.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because he does have this man of the people vibe going.
Does he really?
And he's really good for, he's the guy, Bubba liked him back in the day. But I think you went and actually bought some clubs.
Oh, yeah, I'm using this Cobra one-length club.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. And so, but I'll say this about DeChambeau, and he is growing on me. He has figured something out that I wish more golfers would. He's being an entertainer.
Yeah, that's right.
He's realizing, there's a lot of fist pumps going on. There's a lot of hooping the crowd up, and that's why he's doing this. But I heard this yesterday, which is ridiculous. I saw it on social media. They believe because he has this mantra now that was planted.
Oh,
no,
he set it up.
I know.
That's all Greg had to hear.
And I thought, you got to be kidding me. You're taking it this far, and that's all I said.
Greg,
man of the people.
By the way, Greg, picture the chips in front of Greg. He'll push them all in on that.
Yeah.
But you know what?
He didn't try to run over any policemen or anything.
It's all
he
about
backs the blue.
It's all about getting views and blah blah blah.
But that's what that's exactly.
Set
Greg,
up.
you've done this to many people out there.
You want to see if it's fake?
Obviously not.
All right,
I don't think it is.
Greg, assess it.
Obviously, it's not.
If it is, he's a good actor.
Well,
Get that ball back.
It's fake, or the guy wouldn't have came back.
Man for the people.
That doesn't help.
I'm telling you.
So
That doesn't
Man
help.
for the
I
people.
believe
Guy,
100%.
first of all, he
that it
probably
was
wouldn't have
not.
ran off just like that. He would just, But he ran off that far, and then he's going to turn around and come back.
This person went as far to say,
Set up.
no way. He flips the ball to the kid and keeps walking. No way he looks back to do it.
Well, everybody started hollering, hey, hey,
I
hey.
know,
yeah.
I know.
Man of the people.
Listen,
Man of the people.
I think
He's a mob.
DeChambeau has turned it around and is a man of the people, and he's a showman out there.
Well,
right now.
apparently he's an influencer on YouTube. Has
He's
his
a
own
big
channel.
mop,
That. He's
man
one
of
of
the
the he's
people.
one of the live guys, so a lot of people don't like him just because of that.
Yeah.
But here's where I am, and I talked to Greg on DeChambeau about this. He's fine, but every now and then, like a VU meter, it hits a little bit of bip and then
No
comes
doubt.
back.
No
you know what I
doubt.
mean? There's just a little bit of bippage. I mean, not much of it, just like peak,
Most of the
peak.
time,
What are you not
that's
man
it
of the
is.
people?
But he is
Mop hater.
There's certain things that this is good. Okay, you find bip, and now you're back.
Did
Some
you
of the
hear
stuff he
him
says.
talking about reading a putt that time? It was on one of the celebrity golf challenges or something. He was telling the guys how he was reading the putt, and he looked at it, and he was giving me the angle, and he did the math in his head. He was doing the full trig thing on it, and then put it in a beautiful putt about 7-8 foot. So he's more of a what I call the kooky scientist, and I love that part of it.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
I love this
He's
headline.
Doc Brown on the golf course.
I love number 9. I just love the title. Man tased at Crunch Fitness in Amarillo.
Yeah.
Apparently,
By morning.
Apparently, we had a gym member, 40-year-old David Jones, had punched a member of the gym the day before. The gym revoked his membership. However, he returned the next day and refused to leave. So, but the police
can't be punching in the old workout
Well, he's
area.
coming in to get his crunches in, Bubba. Here we go. All right.
Don't know if the audio is clean, so I'm just going video.
Okay, they're telling him that he has to find a new gym. I'm not leaving today. And is he squaring off?
He's
kind of squared up.
Is he squaring up?
Guy clearly ain't right.
Oh, look, wow. He's locking down like he's going to take the policeman on. I guess like he did the gym member the day before. But here comes the taste, Bubba, and that'll do it. Down goes Mr. Jones.
Stiff as a board.
Gotta find a new gym.
But what I'm squaring off, and what's so funny is these
Now the
taste
other guys are helping hold him down while they're cuffing him.
Guys, please look how dumb you look when you square off. I fought the law and the law won. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me, bro. He's about to get.
He puts his fist up. Look.
He's got his fist up, and the guy says, "All right, we have to
Where you want to go?
If we got to go hard, we'll just go the hard way."
Buddy, he locks him up.
Yeah.
Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. I didn't do anything.
So, don't you know the guy that got punched behind the day before? He said, "Gosh, I hate I missed that."
Right. The other guys working out. You're right. They couldn't wait to get over there and help.
Wait.
Somebody you know he's been handled.
Hey, by the way, David's down here. He won't leave. The law's coming. Get down here.
He's right at the Smith.
But did you see him square off? He's not right.
No, he's not. No.
Yeah, that's
No.
If your mindset is okay, well, we're just gonna fight. That's just there's a police officer there.
Update on the story video 2. Update on the story. What you brought this to us that the president of Iran, along with some other high-ranking members, had a helicopter crash, killed all of them. Now, keep in mind, the guy who was killed, one of his nicknames is the Butcher of Tehran.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's mastermind their military buildup.
Right, of nukes to destroy us and Israel.
Well, their whole military. I mean, he's the president. He's in charge of all that. Now, they have the supreme leader, which is the Ayatollah, and whoever the president is, the Ayatollah has to okay it.
Well, the Senate actually said a prayer for him.
Yeah, I saw that.
For the Butcher of Tehran, who wants to destroy us. We certainly don't need to do an end zone dance, but I don't think a prayer is appropriate. First of all, I don't know
for that.
So here we go.
And Lord, we pray for the Iranian people who mourn the death of their president.
This wants to kill us.
We pray in your loving name. Amen.
So he did pray for the people, but he said that they were mourning. It's like they killed thousands of rebels.
I don't think we're mourning the Butcher of Tehran.
Yeah, this guy has killed, no telling, tens of thousands of his own people who were dissidents and disagreed with him politically. So
one of the stories we have shows a picture of his funeral starting now and everything, and wow, the streets are full.
Well, you have to be. You better be.
Did you see?
You better be out there.
Yep.
The news yesterday, they reported, ABC was reporting this, that after his helicopter went down, they actually reached out to the U.S. for help because it was in such a remote area.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny to me that they would call the Great Satan for a little rescue help when they needed it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you know, the thing is, we had footage of the helicopter that was being shown to show that it just had mechanical trouble, but we were watching it. We had good footage of it. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's one of those things where you just clear the area.
Yeah. Well,
the helicopter went down. Y'all involved? No, I was down.
You know, DARPA's been spending a lot of money over the years to develop things, so who knows?
We don't know. Oh, did they crash? I did not know that. Yeah, it's so, I mean, they're saying
one word, laser beam.
Sure. But and also we're playing with words, too. Mechanical failure.
Oh, yeah.
But why did it have mechanical failure?
Yeah.
So there's a... But
they will if you heat the bolts up on
them. But thank goodness the Senate said a prayer for him.
Yeah.
For those mourning his loss in Iran. I'm sure they may be looking like they're mourning him.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of people who aren't. Or they'll be mourning more.
Hey, thanks for being with us. Wrapping up an hour together. For wrapping up our time together, we wish you well. You know, you never have to miss any of the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time. You can watch the archives on YouTube. You can watch an hour best of on Blaze TV. You can catch audio archives on our podcast channel or our best of hour there every day. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.